If you ever feel like it's all so Jover, just come over, hop into the stream at twitch.tv/HasanAbi. Live almost every day from sunny West LA. I'll cover daily news, so tune in now, see what I have to say.
Blast off, blast off. If you're unhinged, prepare to take a week off. Hasan, Hasan. I swear to God, I'll please end this long pause. Boss makes $1 and I only make a dime. That's why I watch the stream when I'm on company time. Boss makes $1 and I only make a dime. That's why I watch the stream when I'm on company time, like now. Hasan, Hasan. I'm probably in the chat right now. Hasan, Hasan. Get it, Hasan is streaming. I'm just a gamer frog, of course I hate myself. If there's just one stun lock more, my hopes will go up on the shelf. You're just a debate perv, of course you hate yourself. Every thought to justify your own self-worth to someone else. Again, what do I always say? Lost in the sauce, you can't escape. How unhinged can one chatter get? Don't ban him, mods, they're our new pet. Show me the light and set me free from this black-pilled reality. Can I find hope? Can I debate for this top of the hour break? Boss makes $1 and I only make a dime. That's why I watch the stream when I'm on company time. Boss makes $1 and I only make a dime. That's why I watch the stream when I'm on company time, like now.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, a fantastic afternoon, a fantastic pre-noon work, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one, because today is a wonderful day. That's right, today is a unique day. Today is a fucking Tuesday. That's right, it's a fucking Tuesday, lads. It's a fucking Tuesday, lads. Alright? It's Tuesday, 75 degrees and sunny here in Los Angeles, California. It's Tuesday, December 5th, 2023, right? And it's actually 11:15 a.m. out here in sunny California, Los Angeles. And we're live and we're fucking alive, lads. And as you know, as is fucking tradition, what we do on fucking Tuesdays, lads, we do something very special in honor of Grand Theft Auto 6 coming out. We're gonna be doing something very big. It's a fucking heist, baby. That's right, we're doing a fucking shanking and we're doing a fucking heist. A heist of a fucking vehicle. A grand heist. A Grand Theft Auto style heist. You know it, I know it. Grand Theft Auto is fucking back, baby. One less fucking job. GTA is back. We're stealing pronouns. Gender fucking pronouns. It's woke. It's fucking woke, lads. Crime is back on a fucking menu. It's legal out here in California. And we're fucking back, yeah? It's a Tuesday and we're fucking back. We're stealing the fucking pronouns. Anyway, I love this. By the way, this shiesty is the Dolce & Gabbana Razor collab. Okay? Which is such an odd thing. This is what they sent me yesterday. They sent me like this massive fucking package. Yeah, this is a Dolce & Gabbana Razor collab hoodie, and I love it because like when I zip it up, it's a shiesty. When I zip it down, I look like a fucking medieval peasant. Like, yes, me lord, me lordship, I've put on this ill-fitting helmet. Yes, you asked me, lord, you asked for me to take up arms against the lordship, and I did it. Me lord, what do I do with this arrow on my knee, me lord? Yeah, I look like a fucking Witcher NPC or some shit. It looks like chainmail. Yeah. Anyway, how come you never game anymore? I can't even remember the last time there was gaming on this broadcast. Yeah, you're right. I never game famously. You look like you'd be terrified of Saxons all day. Are they coming on horseback, my lord? We have no defense for the cavalry. It's so dumb. Anyway, yeah, fun stuff. This is the part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news about what's going on in my life. Okay, what's going in my life in it? What's going on in my life in it? Apparently, by the way, Philadelphia passed the ban, shiesty ban. No more poo shiesties. But anyway, or Chicago? Is it Chicago or Philadelphia? Yeah, this is literally what this is. Look at this. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like when I wear it open like this, it quite literally is like the peasant thing, the peasant garb. I saw bonnet. Why are you streaming? Don't you have a house to build and a crop to harvest? My lordship has allowed me to do this thing called a live stream. He thinks it's good. It's good tidings from the gods. It's good tidings from the gods. My lord says it's alright if I get to stay in the house and do what he calls a live stream. I'll put the fucking bonnet on, yeah. MSNBC beats Comcast first cable news channel to unionize in the U.S. Fuck yeah, that's awesome. Anyway, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news. And last night, I ended the broadcast and didn't really do much. Watched Rome and hung out with the fam. This morning, I walked Kaya on a big-ass walk. Big-ass structured walk. Super fucking structured walk, which was awesome. And she pooped. She pooped outside, which was great. What do you think about your the Rome announcer guy? Oh my god. The announcer guy in Rome is my favorite. This is my favorite character in the series. I'm so glad you showed that because it quite literally is my favorite character. Every time he's on screen, I'm like, this is him. Here, this guy.
Agnes and Julius Caesar. Senate sits tomorrow. Be aware. No disorder will be tolerated.
My favorite is when he's like, Julius Caesar's funeral tomorrow. No prostitutes or tradesmen of ill repute. There's another one in one of the latest episodes I watched where he's like, King of Judea attends the Gaian wedding. And he's like, keep humor, keep anti-Jewish sentiment to an appropriate minimum. Let me see if I can find that one. It's so funny. No tradesmen of ill repute.
Of 100 denarii.
He always does this.
Further, 20,000 deserving families will be given farms on the public lands around Capua. Further, for the coming year, all rents on low dwellings in the city will be paid in full by Gaius Julius Caesar.
Let me see if I can find one of the later ones. Hold on. I think this is the one where he's like, I think this is literally the one here. This is so funny.
All citizens, be aware that the vassal, Prince Herod, Tetrarch of Galilee, has come to the city. By order of the triumvirate, during his residence here, all mockery of Jews and their one God shall be kept to an appropriate minimum.
By order of the triumvirate, all mockery of Jews and their one God be kept to an appropriate minimum. Bars.
The hand movements are a part of classical oratory. Cicero does it during his Senate speeches. No, it's so sick. This is a great, yeah. they're like, don't, it's not just, they're not mocking because they're Jewish. They're mocking them because they have one God. Like, they're like, imagine how lame. If only they knew. If only they knew. An appropriate minimum. Like, yeah. Great show, honestly. Yeah, they're like, fucking monotheists. Imagine. Anyway, you better accept the role of Grinch for Cutie's play. There was Bread Guild that with every announcement was more and more powerful. Yeah. Anyway, but yeah, I was watching this. How do I integrate in the U.S. as an immigrant as well as you did? Brother, I watched a shit ton of American TV and American movies and read English books and stuff for years and years and years before I even came to fucking It Begins. Yeah, it's not going to happen, okay? Y'all are fucking crazy thinking that I'm going to fucking actually dye my hair blonde. But yeah, as far as personal news goes, yeah, I went on a structured walk with Kaya. Earlier, and it was great. She did a poopy outside, which we're very proud of. She did a poopy outside, and I'm very proud of her. Look at her, little sleepy. She's sleepy. She's so sleepy. Look at her little eepy face. Boop, 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 boop. Anyway, do you agree? What the fuck is this? Forbes names Taylor Swift the 5th most powerful woman of 2023. Who are the first 4? She literally is number 1. Have you heard about the bullshit happening over at South Korea? What the fuck? Apparently pinching your fingers means you hate men. Dude, I don't want to know about what's going on in Korea because their incels are radioactive, okay? So, do you see the tree paint? Taylor's publicist condemned the Deux Moi account that ripped Cutie. I have not. Anyway, listen. Personal news-wise, yeah, I went on a structured walk. Kaya pooped outside. It was great. Other than that, I've been working with my accountants. I've been working with doing business. I've been doing big business deals. And I went to the doctor, which was, regular checkup. Everything looks good. Things are great. Yeah, that's it. Not much happening in the world other than that. Not much happening in the world of HasanAbi Piker. This week we have a lot of fun stuff lined up. Tomorrow is Wednesday. There isn't like anything that I've lined up yet. I might actually have Stabby Baby on. I want to have Stabby Baby on Saturday, however, because I want to do chat advice on Saturday. But listen. Thursday, I do the regular stream. It's going to be a little bit shorter. I'm going to the video game awards. So that's number 1. Friday, we have the blacksmithing stream, IRL stream with Valkyrie and also, I believe, Will Neff. On Saturday, I will most likely try and make a return to Chad Vice. So that's another thing that I'm planning on doing. I also want, and then on Sunday, I will be doing Ludwig's dodgeball tournament, participating in that alongside Daniel Jebediah Clancy. Not on the 16th, blacksmithing. Wait, isn't it this week? I thought it was this week. I might be wrong. Is it not this Friday? I think it is this week. You guys would know better than me. But anyway. Also, how good do you consider yourself to be in dodgeball? Not great. When Matt Owens? Actually, honestly, I could have Matt on whenever he's down. He's always down. I was supposed to go to dinner with him the other night or a couple of weeks ago, and I fucked it up because I was streaming. So yeah, himbo throwing dodgeballs with those pythons. RIP to the opponents. I'm not very good at dodgeball. When Matt Rife? What rep Matt Rife? Any shot on the kick streamers being dicks? I don't know. How would we know more about the stream than you? You're in it. You're gonna come to Durham Miners Gala next year? Probably not. Poor Caroline. She want to do the blacksmith stream. Wait, what? I mean, she can come too. Guys, I don't think people understand. I got no, I got no say in this. This is Ray's paid for charity stream. She gets to pull the shots on it. So yeah, Stavi special is out today. Did he come over on the stream? Not yet, but Stabby Baby is supposed to be coming on the stream this week at some point. Speaking of specials, Stabby Baby specials coming out. Go show support to that. Obviously, today, Ryan Grimm is in the building. Later, in a little bit, he's going to be here. And of course, we are going to be talking about his new book and many other things that pertain to APAC, its influence, its prominence. I'll get him to like look through some of the news stories together. We'll react to the news together alongside friend of the show, Ryan Grimm, old friend of the show, Ryan Grimm, long time. The blacksmithing stream will be on my stream and not Ray's stream. So yeah, do you know who Team Twitch is? Can you drop the lineup or would you be leaking? I have no idea. You think I would know what my fucking dodgeball team looks like? Important people are noticing how terrible Clear is for airports. A profit-seeking entity has no place in a federally mandated process. Nothing hazy about that. This kind of sucks because I'm a Clear guy. I have Clear. I use it. So, I walk right by that bullshit. It's like a kind of, if you fly a decent amount, it's a relatively cheap cheat code to just like not do TSA pre-check and still be able to get like, at least domestically, the TSA pre-check bona fides, except it's like never even open. It's a classic fire. It's like, I think it's like $140 or some shit like that. I don't really talk about it too much because I don't want to leak it because I don't want fucking people to get it and then make it worse. Overall, I'm gatekeeping. How is it different? You just basically fucking put your biometric data on it and then it's just a way to skip the line. That's it. $140 a year. I will pay for that every day. Literally every fucking day. I'll give my DNA. I'll give a cum sample to it if it allows me to skip lines. Anyway, if you have an Amex Plat, you get it for free too. You think I have an Amex Plat? You think I don't even have a credit card. Anyway, let's blast off. Let's talk about what's going on. What was I gonna say? It takes an even worse turn. Amex Plat is the best card. Israel Gaza updates. Zero credit score. Man, I have a house. What do you mean? Like, you could have made that argument before I bought a house, but now that I have a house, like I definitely have a credit score, and I'm pretty sure it's good. You know what I mean? Important Alperan Shangan post. Okay, stop. Don't even fucking show me that right now. Hold on. I'm already all over. 3 million in debt. Doubt the score is good. No, that's how you get a credit score. You have to be in debt. The bigger the debt, the better. Explosion of Virginia. Cuban spy. World's most powerful women. APAC influence with Ryan Grimm in the building. Get in now. Oh, there's so much to cover today, but whatever. Give me a cameo from George Santos. God, I don't really care. I know George Santos is a cameo. I know everyone's like really into it. SCOTUS wealth tax. Impact influence with Ryan Grimm in the building. Get in now. Okay. So HasanAbi. Okay, there you go. His grief is so heavy, Hassan. What do you mean? What? Invite George on stream, you homophobe? I think George Santos is like probably a little too inaccessible at this point because like Z-Way is trying to have him on, and he probably has his sights on like more clouded shows. I can have you. Yeah. What's more clouded than the HasanAbi broadcast? What? The HasanAbi broadcast is nothing. Plus you're a noted foe. Yeah, I also don't want George Santos' ass anywhere near my dog. You know what I mean? I used to have a cameo and I thought it was stupid. I used to have a cameo and I thought it was stupid because like I'm live every day and I give you fucking free sound bites regardless. You know what I mean? So yeah. Yeah, here is the Alperan Shangan 2018 to 2023. My man has had a fucking glow up, you know what I mean? I like him a lot. He is like very similar to Tadic. Even looks like Tadic. He's such a classic Turkish guy. The way he looks is so typically Turkish, you know? The Macy's, thank you for the playlist. Anyway, so yeah, I'm also most likely gonna have Jeremy Scahill on the broadcast at a certain point too. That's something I'm working on too. You know, things are moving. Things are moving in a direction. We got lateral movements, we got horizontal, vertical. We're doing a lot of movements. Yeah, I'm gonna have Jeremy on as well. Any updates on Boomer Norm? No, the Norm communications that were being conducted via Phase Apex have kind of fallen apart, unfortunately. I don't know what the fuck he's doing right now, but honestly, I wish him well. I mean, he's kind of clouded now. Norm is too much of a clouded man to come on the HasanAbi broadcast as well, I think. He got his money up. He got his fucking clout up. He got a New York Magazine article, which is crazy. Actually, I kind of want to talk about that. He got a New Yorker article. It makes me very happy to see a dude who was like straight up dedicated his whole life to fucking being one of the most important Palestine scholars out there. Norman Finkelstein's long crusade, a cantankerous Israel critic, takes a rare turn in the limelight, and he's now getting his fucking clout up. He's getting his money up. You know what I mean? It makes me very happy. I mean, he's such a massive boomer. He did an interview for my documentary a couple months ago. I can try to get him your info. Brother, I'm going to be honest with you. Thank you for your help. But I think you know, I have like probably 100 of his closest people that I'm very close with that have worked with him. It's not about like not being able to reach him directly. He only has a landline. First of all, that's a major issue. It is straight up because, like, think about it this way. I'm good friends with fucking Brace Belden, who literally had to go to his house to do an interview. Okay. I'm obviously good friends with Noah Colwyn, who has also worked with him in the past. I talked to whoever the Zoomer is that runs his account. Okay. It is straight up a miscommunication. Chapo got him on. I could get him on through there. You know what I mean? Phase Apex is real close with Norm. No, Phase Apex is not real close with Norm. I think he knows someone who's really close with Norm. I don't know. I think he might just hate you. No, man, he's 1 million years old. That's it. Adam Friedland had him on too. No, he's just old, man. That's it. He posted my videos on his Twitter account before. I don't think he knows who the fuck I am. It's just very difficult because it's like I said, he's a boomer. He is a perma boomer. And I'm not in New York. He needs like a TV studio to go to, I guess. No, that's not even it. So here's what happened with Norm. Okay. I was talking to him or whoever runs his social media. I was also talking with Phase Apex. We were trying to set this up ahead of time for like almost a month. Okay. So what ended up happening is I'm also talking to Brace on the other hand too. And I'm like, Brace, how the fuck do we get him on the line? Like, how we get him? And what I wanted to do basically was I wanted to get him into a studio in New York so he could be on Discord, right? Someone with a Discord that we would be using so that I could show him, like I could screen share with him and show him like a Ben Shapiro video and then go through a Ben Shapiro video together. He would have fucking loved it, right? I think it would have been great. Problem is, at the last moment, I don't know what happened. He's like, only Zoom. He decided he doesn't like Discord. He only wants to do Zoom. And it's like, why do you have a preference? You don't know anything. Like, what do you mean? I don't see the point of having Norm on the stream. You already perfectly communicate every point about Palestine that he would make anyway. That's crazy. He is one of the best, most well-read motherfuckers on this issue on the planet, dude. Come on. No. Like, he's written many books, incredibly well-sourced. He is the guy, okay? Like, the only reason why my opinions resemble his, which, by the way, we have deviations. There are certainly moments where, like, we don't even agree, but it doesn't matter. It's the reason why, if I sound like him, it's because I've read him, okay? That's why I sound like him. I am, shouts out to H Bomber guy, plagiarizing Norm Finkelstein. Yeah. Like, wow, you sound a lot like, it's like saying, why would you have Ilan Pape on the stream? I don't understand. And it's like, well, because those works are very important. Like the things that they've written on the matter are very important. I also want to have Rashid Khalidi on as well. Oh, Ryan is here. I'm going to bring him inside right now. And we'll get started here. We'll do Israel here. Watch this while I bring in Ryan.
Its assault on Gaza.
Civilians who fled to the south now find themselves with nowhere to go. Our foreign correspondent James Longman is on the ground in Israel. Good morning, James.
Yeah, good morning, Michael. I'm at an artillery position about 2 miles away from Gaza. You can see soldiers there racking up ammunition, the shells ready to be fired out. Israel is refocusing now from the north to the south of Gaza, but that is where Palestinians were told to go for safety. Some 80% of all those inside Gaza have now been displaced. That's 1.9 million people. There's now almost nowhere to go in Gaza that's safe.
They were told to go south. But as Israel ramps up its operations in southern Gaza, the fighting is inescapable. This family, including young boys, running from gunfire on what was supposed to be an evacuation route. And there's no end in sight. Israel's defense minister telling ABC News he believes the war in its current intensity will last at least through the end of the year. He says Israeli military leaders increasingly concede that killing all of Hamas's estimated 30,000 fighters will be impossible, adding their goal is to break the chain of command. They say they've now killed 40% of battalion leaders. These satellite images show Israeli military vehicles staging in southern Gaza, where many civilians were previously told to flee to safety.
Ladies and gentlemen, Ryan Grimm, Washington, D.C. Bureau Chief of The Intercept, is here in the building. Last time Ryan and I stood side by side was like 2018 or 2019 in my one-bedroom apartment in West Hollywood, where you sat in my living room. A lot has changed since then.
You've done all right.
I've done a decent job. Well, because you came on the stream and it gave me the legitimacy and the bump I desperately needed. And you're back. And of course, just like last time, you're only here to shill your book, to plug your book, which is a great book. So, can everybody hear you? Let's do a mic check.
Can you guys hear me?
It's a little bit low.
Wait,
just
I don't see any light here, or should I?
No. There's no light. It's a SM7B. You just gotta directly talk.
How's that?
Yeah, there you go. That's
Better.
how you gotta
Excellent.
do. And I'll lower my audio a little bit in accordance. There's nothing you can do. This is it, chat. There's no other boosting process here. This is like I have this with my. This is an issue. There's a common issue with my Rodecaster every time. Wait, speak into it.
Chat. How's that doing?
Yeah, the gain is like literally maxed out, as always.
I will project into it.
Look, chat. Do you see this? Noise gate is off completely. De-esser. I mean, I guess maybe we can crank up the gain here. Wait, speak again.
How's this gain?
I think it's a little bit better. Actually, I figured it out.
You're like learning how to do this.
I'm still, dude. This is hard. It's a hard thing to do.
It's harder than it should be.
Live streaming and live production. It's not easy. People don't understand it.
That was actually the last time I was in Los Angeles. How have things been out here?
I've been holding it down, man. I've been holding it down pretty hard. You know, doing my very best. Things have been great in Los Angeles. We have crime is free. Crime is legal, as you might have heard.
I have heard that.
Yeah,
yes.
and
so there's no crime then.
Technically,
it's not a crime.
if it's all legal, it's no crime.
Yeah.
Wow, we're beginning to sound like Jank 2024, who I'm voting for, of course.
Do you see they knocked him off the ballot in Arkansas?
Yeah, racism.
It is.
Yeah, it's fine
It is
if
kinda dumb.
it's fine if George Romney gets on the ballot or Ted Cruz gets on the ballot
Or John McCain.
or John
Panamanian American John McCain.
Yeah, John McCain gets on the ballot or Barry Goldwater.
There you go.
Yeah, which is surprising. You wouldn't think that.
Oh, 'cause he was born in like Mexico, right?
No, he was born in a reservation before the state even existed. But then they grandfathered him in.
Nice.
As far as I understand it. So, yeah, it was Arizona territory, and then they grandfathered him in because they were like, "Oh, this guy's racist. Like, of course he's American.
He's fine." Yes.
Yeah. So, all of these people. Wait, what? Hamas asked American liberals to vote for Trump in 2024. What do we do? Yeah, that's the thing. Abu Obaida came out, I heard today, and said, "I'm being sarcastic."
He's
endorsing Donald Trump, who is very famously super pro Hamas and pro Palestine in general.
He did call Hezbollah like super smart.
Well, I mean, he does that all the time. He said that about Xi.
Yeah.
He'd be like, Xi.
Putin? He said that about Putin.
Says about Putin. Yeah. It doesn't mean that his like policies deviate from the American foreign policy blob. As a matter of fact, it's just like more unhinged and off its rails usually. Yeah. Anyway, Doug Burgum dropped, which was devastating. But yeah, you're here. You have a book. Let's talk about the book. You have also a request as well. We're gonna knock out Ted Cruz today.
Knock Ted Cruz out. That's right. Yeah, the book it officially came out today. And so it's called The Squad, AOC and the Hope of a Political Revolution. The cover's like a mock-off of that Obama Hope poster. And yeah, currently Ted Cruz is sitting at, I think, number 13 on the bestseller list, which he gets to by like using his campaign to buy a whole bunch of books. So they put a little cross next to those books.
Oh yeah, they that's like the classic. That's every Republican does that. That's how Donald Trump Jr.'s book got.
And they just put them in warehouses and just let them take up space. And Cruz even sued the FEC, and it went to the Supreme Court, where he was also allowed to like lend his campaign money and then pay himself interest, like a decent amount of interest, and then use the money that he lent the campaign to like buy his books.
That's insane.
And then get paid back with that, and then raise money from small donors on email and from big donors around Texas and around the country to then pay back his own loan. It's a wild grift. So I think he's the most vulnerable to getting knocked off the list.
Yeah, I think it's really funny when Ted Cruz does that. We say, oh, like, I guess that's kind of allowed. But when George Santos does it, other stuff.
Oh, yeah, come on. Yeah.
Like, why?
Yeah.
I mean, I have joked about this already, but like the major problem with George Santos is that he just didn't do the crime by the books. Like, I've talked about this quite a bit with like Dinesh D'Souza, for example. Like, it is virtually impossible in the United States of America to like actually do campaign contribution.
Yes, it's almost impossible.
Fraud. It's like you have to be really bad.
Yes.
Like you have to be deliberately going out of your way to do like straw donations
from like 13-year-old Chinese natives.
Yeah. It's just
maxing out.
It's like very odd. And George Santos did kind of do that, where he actually went above the campaign contribution limit, which is like, again, how do you fuck that up?
He even stole. Did you see this? He stole from some Republican member. Like they gave him his credit card.
Max Miller.
Yeah, he takes
his
the credit
mother's credit card.
Just
he
kept
stole,
swipe.
He maxed out with a Republican representative, Max Miller's card, and his mother's card as well. And the problem is, he went above the, what is it, $2,700, I think, if I'm not mistaken, like the max campaign contribution
way
limit.
above it. Yeah.
He went 5,000 and multiple times.
Yes.
He fucking hit that multiple times, and now they're in trouble with the FEC because like it looks like they maxed out to a Republican, and that's also not legal.
And then there was this big question about where did his $700,000 come from, and the Democrats are all like, they found some Russian that was close to him, and they're like, oh, Russia like got a plant here in Congress, and it turned out that there was no $700,000. Like everybody just assumed that his paperwork was correct, that if he said he got a $700,000 loan, he did get a $700,000 loan. Turns out he just wrote that down so that the RNC would be like, oh, he's got money. Because they only support rich people. Like if you're a regular person running for Congress, they're like, no, thank you. That's not how we do this. So he's like, no, somebody lent me $700,000. And then the Republicans are like, okay, cool. That's your ante. We'll match. Go get them.
Speaking of
made it up. Yeah.
Speaking of Republican donors, an article came out today about an excerpt from your book.
Yes, this is a fun one.
Yeah. And well, I guess we could just go to your article on The Intercept.
Yeah.
Oh God, I gotta skip that paywall.
Oh my God, how'd you get around it?
It's
brutal.
I'm a hacker.
Oh, good man.
No, I have an ad block.
It's awful.
Yeah.
Like it keeps asking for my email. I'm like, you guys have my email.
AOC was offered $100,000 by AIPAC to start the conversation, and she turned them down. So this is from your book, right?
Yeah. Yes. So if you remember, she wins in June 2018. She beats Joe Crowley. Everybody thinks that she's going to be kind of like a trivia question, like who's the obscure candidate that knocked off the next Speaker of the House. But then she starts doing television interviews, and she's just like crushing every single one of them. And people are like, oh, no, it's like Joe Crowley. He's going to be the trivia question. Like, who was the dude who lost to AOC?
Yeah.
And most people probably don't even remember his name by now. He's a lobbyist in Washington at this point. So for the next like 3 weeks, her star is just like
There's people in
rising.
my chat asking who's Crowley.
Exactly. Yes. He. This is Speaker Joe Crowley would be if like AOC had not beat him. He would have been the speaker.
You know
of
what's
Democratic
really
House.
interesting about that? This is something I think about quite a bit. I feel like if there's one guy who should be the most thankful to AOC, it's motherfucking. It's like everyone in the New York Democratic Party orbit, but it's what's Nancy Pelosi's up and coming replacement for Joe Crowley, who's now Hakeem Jeffries.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Yeah.
She made him.
Yeah.
She was the blocking back that like cleared this his just like empty 80-yard run.
Yeah,
to the-
literally,
to the
Hakeem
end
Jeffries.
zone.
Hakeem Jeffries had another like 10 years of percolating before he got to this position.
Yeah.
If it wasn't for AOC knocking Joe Crowley off,
Yeah.
and yet he is so disrespectful to her.
Yeah, and you know, as she says in the book, like he's been like pretty cool with her this year, and maybe he's like, you know what, thank you, appreciate that. But also, they have nothing to fight about because they're in the minority.
Yeah, well,
I mean, they have Israel to fight about.
I
but-
do. Yeah, of course. Hakeem Jeffries, Richie Torres, like all the New York congresspersons in general are, of course, notable for being the most pro-Israel, with the exception of obviously like the New York congresspersons and like New York politics at the state level, at the local level, is like either you're pro-Palestine in a way that is like unheard of historically in America, or you are the most pro-Israel. Like you're
Just
like
rabid.
you're like an evangelical pastor level pro-Israel, where you're just, you know, you're one step removed.
Anti-Semitically,
Yeah.
pro-Israel.
Yeah, you're one step removed from just being like John Hagee style, talking about fucking, you know, it was good that the Holocaust happened. Like John Hagee said that.
Says that and was invited to the pro-Israel rally.
Yeah.
To speak there.
But they're like, you know, John Fetterman style, I guess.
Yes.
Who's another insane, insanely weird avenue there. Okay, but let's talk about it. So AOC becomes more notable,
Yeah, so-
and people start liking her. She's very telegenic. So what happens?
So she's like 3 weeks in, and she's just taking every request that comes in. She's getting bigger and bigger requests. She's eventually on the like late night shows, that's like A+ list celebrity status from 3 weeks earlier being completely obscure. Then she agrees to do this PBS firing line with Margaret Carlson, who's kind of conservative reporter. And during the 2018 campaign, and I bet you remember this. So this is when the March of Return is going on.
Yeah.
Which now all of a sudden people are talking about because like, why won't Gazans do anything nonviolent? Well, it's like, you remember the Great March of Return.
Yeah.
Like every Friday, civil society, it was a bottom-up organized thing. They would picnic, they'd meet down by the fence, and then they would march to the fence, parade around, and they called it the March of Return. They'd look at like the land that used to be theirs, and it was just to symbolize the oppression and the dislocation.
And this was happening side by side as like the embassy was being moved into Jerusalem, the
Yes,
American
exactly.
embassy. In one of those points, like literally, there was like in Abby Martin's documentary. She shows this side by side is like really damning. On the one hand, you have like, you know, Ivanka Trump and Donald Trump and everybody celebrating like the move of the American embassy into Jerusalem, solidifying that like Jerusalem belongs to Israel. Major point of contention for those of you who don't know, for obvious reasons, for historic reasons, but also for religious reasons as well. It's supposed to be the heart of like all three of the Abrahamic religions, right? And on the other screen, you're watching Israeli occupying force snipers take out 42 kneecaps per day by their own estimations, something that the Israeli occupying forces Twitter account has even owned up to, saying, we know exactly where every single bullet landed. We have an account for every single bullet. And they shot around 10,000, wounded and maimed around 10,000 people. Then they shot and killed around 200 plus in that entire process.
And so there was one day where they killed like 60 people. And so AOC posted on Twitter, this is before she wins the primary, she posted like, this is a massacre. Like 60 people protesting nonviolently massacred. Like silence is complicity. Like we need to stand up against this.
Yeah.
And my New York politicians have been silent about this for too long. And so, you know, that got her noticed a little bit. So it's like, you know, who's this New York politician who's, you know, willing to step out on this? And then, but then it didn't really get talked about much until she gets this firing line interview. Maybe we could even find that. So this Margaret Carlson, she's like, so you said in May 2018, X. Like, what did you mean by this? And she said, it's this very vague. I think I have the quotes in here. It's this very vague. Like, what's your
this is
position?
it. Twin Cities PBS.
Yeah, there it is.
Found it.
A few weeks ago, almost. Welcome to Firing Line.
I bet it's toward the end.
Was
I remember watching this.
It's not so much about selling an ism, a color, a party, an ideology, as much as it is asserting and advancing the basic aspects of human dignity in 2018.
So you mentioned DSA. In case our viewers don't know what DSA is, it's Democratic Socialists of America. And what's really interesting is that it has increased its participation.
So let's skip
when
through
it comes to low-skilled immigration, I am not the expert on
here it
geopolitics.
is. That's where she bails
issue.
out. So it's about 2 minutes before that.
Okay.
There in terms of geopolitics.
Maybe another minute. The whole thing is.
Oh, here it is.
Someone that's low will only have like some kind of parasitic relationship to the U.S. economy, and that's not true. Every single person is a source.
She's
of
talking about
economic
immigration
activity.
here, and then she's going to switch over the
And
topics.
what we
I
see
assume
is
she's
that
going to
immigrants
switch over the
are one of
topics
the most
into
entrepreneurial
Israel.
populations in the United States. My district alone is 50% immigrant. You
Anybody in
will
the chat
not
buy the
find
book yet?
more vendors in New York City.
Come on, people.
Oh, what's the best link for them to buy the book, by the way?
You can get it at bookshop.org if you're an ethical consumer, because that buys it from an independent bookstore. But if you get it on Amazon, then you get to see like the Amazon rank change throughout the day.
Okay,
like
so
there's a ranking.
What's the most favorable one for you, so that we can put it in the chat?
Probably Amazon.
Is this your dad? Who is this? This is Ryan Grimm.
That would make me Jenk's brother. Right?
No. Well, no. Jenk is my mother's brother.
Oh, okay.
But okay, so Amazon is the best place for you to for them to get it. Okay, for your purposes. Okay, we'll put it as a link. Mods, if you guys can put the link on top of like Ryan's information as well, his latest book coming out. And for those of you who are just tuning in, I guess because we just started. Ryan Grimm is the Washington, D.C. bureau chief of The Intercept. He's worked with the Young Turks as well. He is a great investigative journalist, author, reporter. Once actually duked it out with the big man. What's his face?
Mr. Waters.
Jesse Waters. That's what we talked about extensively last time you were here.
That was fun.
Yeah. Hold on. Let me. Also, obviously, while he's doing his plug, top of the hour ad break is upon us. I'm going to run that right now as well. Thank you, 34MKD50 for the 50 gifted subs. Allowing 50 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. You know we can't read. Is there an audiobook? I'm sure there is.
Yes, and I read it actually.
Oh, damn. How long did it take?
Now, you guys got to buy the hardcover so that when people come to your house, they see, and you come to your apartment, that, like, you read books. Like, it's important.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. You don't have to actually crack the hardcover. You gotta have it. But, yes, the audiobook is out there, and I read it. So if you...
How long did it take for you to read it? Like
9 days.
No, but, like, what is the total audiobook hour? Like, what's the runtime?
Probably like maybe 9-10 hours. Let me look it up, actually. But it took, like, 2 weeks almost. So like if I'm like moved, they'd be like, I got to do that.
Well, make sure you don't show anything on the camera, by the way.
Oh yeah.
So like,
yeah, there we go. Anyway, yeah, about 10 hours, something like that.
All right. So 13 pinned link and guest command updated. Okay, perfect. So yeah, Ryan is I've known Ryan for a while, and he's great. He's a great journalist. So. Oh, you also host the show.
Counterpoints. You talked about the Ted Cruz.
Yeah. You interviewed Ted Cruz the other day. You do Counterpoints. Was that for the Hill?
It used to be the Hill. Now we're independent.
Okay, that's cool.
Run the Breaking Points network with like Crystal and Sagar.
Okay, that's cool. All right, yeah. Ryan does that as well, of course. Here's the Ryan versus Jesse interaction. We're not gonna do this every time he's here, man. That's crazy. But yeah, at White House Correspondents' dinner at a party. Jesse Waters and Ryan Grimm had a little bit of a scuffle, and Jesse Waters tried to steal your phone, right? If I remember correctly.
Yeah, he wanted my phone because I was filming. I was ambushed. Did the reverse ambush on the ambush guy.
Yeah, he did not like that. Is he a big guy?
He actually is. He's like 6'3", maybe 6'4".
I could beat his ass.
Yeah, you could take him.
I could take him.
Yeah.
He's so bad. He's like he can't do the Tucker Carlson thing at all. He wants to. but he can't do it.
He's got that frat boy shtick, and you can't take it beyond.
Yeah, but you already have Hannity for that.
Right. Now you got
Hannity
two
is
frat
like
boys.
the aged out frat boy who is like a more likable figure overall.
Yeah.
Like Hannity still has that vibe of like you can have a beer with him going for him as like an older frat boy. Whereas Jesse Waters is like the type of person who you don't want to have a beer with because you got to cover your fucking drink.
Yes, he still has all the frat energy.
Yeah. So, yeah, Jesse is the one who popped his wife's tires. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. While he was, yes, exactly. It was his, like, the woman worked for him. He was like one of his producers, and he took the air out of her tires so that he'd have to drive her home. Very romantic.
Yeah, it's really, really romantic stuff. All right, so let's get into it. So we're watching in 2018 Firing Line with Margaret Hoover. This is turning into, I guess, a relatively contentious interview all of a sudden.
Yeah.
Because the issue of Israel comes up.
Yeah.
AOC at the time, I would say, is like very telegenic, surprising. Everyone is like, oh my God, where does she come from? We love her. And then this like weird thing happened where like everyone who hates Bernie Sanders loved AOC, which was my favorite thing because I'm like, but they're the same.
They agree on everything.
They are like they're cut from the same cloth, and maybe
she like volunteered for him.
Maybe in certain instances, AOC more progressive than Bernie Sanders, as a matter of fact, especially in recent times. So, and I think that the exact opposite of that happens against AOC as well from the left, where like people hate AOC but then love Bernie Sanders.
Fine with Bernie,
yeah, and it's just like I don't think you guys are looking at the issues at all and are just like perma stuck on the aesthetics of the matter. Now you might be like an anti-electoralist, Marxist-Leninist, you know.
But then you got to hate them both.
Yeah, Maoist third worldist or whatever. But so then they're both America KKK, bourgeois Democrats. So that's different. But you can't pick and choose one or the other. Like they are pretty much aligned. So let's watch.
Then you will find here. And so this idea that something is low skill and that it's going to be a weight, I think is probably a false lesson.
Do you think that when people say low skill, though, they think it's a weight on the economy? Because I think of it as sort of the robust driver of the economy.
Yeah, I would hope more people would take your perspective. But I think especially now with this current administration, the narrative is the amount of jobs in America are finite and that it's zero sum. And
okay, so she's still talking
someone that's low skill is going to
take many foreign policy positions because you were seating a Democratic incumbent. But now you are very likely going to be going to Washington, and you'll have to sort of build out some of those foreign policy positions. You, in the campaign, made one tweet or made one statement that referred to a killing by Israeli soldiers of civilians in Gaza and called it a massacre, which became a little bit controversial. But I haven't seen anywhere.
It's like 60 people killed.
Yeah, that's crazy that's controversial.
That's controversial.
Wow, it's really wild how controversial it was when you said 60 people massacred is calling that a massacre is kind of controversial. Just a little bit of genocide, you know?
I'll see if I can find her exact tweet while she's talking.
Well, I believe absolutely in Israel's right to exist. I am a proponent of a two-state solution. And for me, this is not a
Wait, I'm sorry, she's
absolutely in Israel's right to exist. I am a proponent of a two-state solution. And for me...
So her position here is really interesting because that's just like, that is literally, depending on like where she's coming from, you could basically state that is like soft liberal J Street style Zionism, right? And even then it's like, whoa, chill now.
This is not
things have changed dramatically is what I mean.
State of Israel. For me,
here's her tweet if you want to hear it.
Okay, so what was her tweet?
So this is the tweet that is quote unquote controversial according to Margaret Carlson.
Someone said, "Don't let this boomer try to find it out."
Thank you.
They called you a boomer. This is a massacre. I hope my peers have the moral courage to call it as such. No state or entity is absolved of mass shootings of protesters. There is no justification. Palestinian people deserve basic human dignity as anyone else. Democrats can't be silent about this anymore. Now, this is in May 14th, 2018. That is, I would say, a long time before it became even remotely fashionable to say anything even tangentially critical of Israel, like on accident, okay?
Right. And 37 people killed.
Yeah.
So she's calling 37 people killed a massacre. And we're being told that that's controversial.
Yeah. That's what she's being criticized for.
As an activist, as an organizer, if 60 people were killed in Ferguson, Missouri, if 60 people were killed in the South Bronx, unarmed, 60 people were killed in Puerto Rico, I just looked at that incident more through just as an incident. And to me, it would just be completely unacceptable if that happened on our shores. But I am,
of course, the dynamic there in terms of geopolitics and the war in the Middle East is very different than people expressing their First
because she's
Amendment
equating Palestinian lives with other lives,
with lives in America,
right? And
black people in America.
She doesn't realize, like, because she's a normal human being at this point, she doesn't realize that that's crossing a line.
Yeah,
like, you can't. Summer Lee got hit for the same thing. This guy in Pittsburgh, big donor against her, said, I heard her compare the discrimination against Palestinians to the discrimination against African Americans here in the United States, and that's very dangerous. Like, you're not allowed to make that universalist
You know why it's dangerous? Because, and I will say this with my entire chest, historically, yes, but currently, if you look at the discrimination that black people face in America, which is gross, and I talk about it every fucking day, okay, every day. If Palestinians, the 5 million that currently exist under Israeli occupation both in Gaza and in the West Bank, got discriminated against in similar levels to black Americans right now, that would be a immeasurable improvement on their lives. Like, the entire world would get together and say, look how wonderful the peace process is.
There'd be peace prizes given out all over the place.
Yes, literally everyone would get a Nobel Peace Prize, okay? Everyone involved would be given Nobel Peace Prizes in that situation. That is how tragic the lives and livelihoods of Palestinians are in Gaza and in the West Bank. It's like a sliding scale of, like, if you're in Gaza, it's the absolute worst. If you're in West Bank, it's like genuinely devastating and it's directly an apartheid, obviously. And then if you are a Palestinian citizen of Israel, then we arrive at like the Jim Crow style discrimination that is legal in the state of Israel because there's an apartheid state based on Jewish supremacy. It's not like
it's written into law.
Yeah, it's not like a crazy thing that I'm saying, but because, of course, if you're uninitiated with the issue and you look at it from the outside, but you are also perfectly aware of anti-Semitism, which is a gross bigotry, of course, you think, oh, there's no way.
Can't possibly be true.
This can't be true. This guy's probably being anti-Semitic. Like, there's no shot, right? But I do think that since 2021, especially with B'Tselem, Human Rights Watch, Amnesty International, and all of these other like liberal NGOs and human rights groups openly stating that Israel is an apartheid state, things have shifted quite a bit. I would say since 2021, especially so. It's like people can just have a moment of honesty and openly state it. And then if pushed back on, you could just go back to the liberal NGOs and be like, well, they're saying it too because it's the correct thing.
And this is before that kind of shift.
Yeah.
And also she's not steeped in it, as you'll see.
Yeah, of course.
Yes, but I also think that what people are starting to see, at least in the occupation of Palestine, is just an increasing crisis of humanitarian condition. And that to me is just where I tend to come from on this issue.
You use the term
she thinks this is like a fairly basic and fair thing to say.
What did you mean by that?
So run that back. Sorry.
She goes, the occupation of Palestine. No, it's fine. She said the occupation of Palestine, and she's like using normal human language because she's a normie. She's like a relatively well-read bartender who's like assessing the situation as a normie.
She used to watch TYT a lot.
Yeah. And of course, I don't know if she watches anymore, but I feel like Jank is very critical of AOC from time to time, so I don't know. But regardless, well, now she watches the HasanAbi broadcast.
Obviously, yeah.
So she is just like approaching it as like a normal person would, to be like, well, it's like kind of fucked up. And of course, you can't do that. There is no, you can't, you have to be incredibly careful in the way that you talk about it, especially in 2018. This is what I've talked about in the beginning, like when I started this iteration of the siege, right? As I've covered it time and time again over the course of the past 10 years, I've very publicly, very vocally been supportive of Palestine and Palestinian emancipation. And one of the things I told people was like, there's absolutely a double standard, and you cannot ever be callous, and you cannot ever use words that will be misconstrued and weaponized against you, because there's a long track record of doing so. You know what I mean? Don't call AOC a bartender. She's a congresswoman. No, at this point, she literally was a bartender for much longer than she had been a congresswoman.
She's not sworn in as a congresswoman yet.
Yeah.
She's not even a congresswoman-elect. She had won the primary.
Yeah, this is in 2018.
Yeah, she worked in the bar in 2018.
Yeah.
I think what I meant is like the
run back her question, because her question is really wild.
Increasing crisis of humanitarian condition. And that to me is just where I tend to come from on this issue.
You use the term the occupation of Palestine. What did you mean by that?
I think what I meant is like the settlements that are increasing. And
Jordan Ewell in the chat said, based Ryan, 36-month subscriber, also known as really chill guy.
Excellent.
In some of these areas and places where Palestinians are experiencing difficulty in access to their housing and homes.
Oh,
do you think you can expand on that?
She's like, God.
Oh, God
she's
damn
like,
it.
And she's like, come on. Because all she said is the occupation of Palestine. And I think in her mind, she's like, I know that there are third rails everywhere on this issue.
Yeah.
There's landmines, but I don't know exactly where they are.
Yeah.
Did I step on one?
Yeah.
Because she genuinely doesn't know.
Yeah.
And you could see, occupation of Palestine, like you could see somebody saying, well, that means you believe that Israel doesn't have a right to exist. But she already started the interview saying
Israel has a right to
Israel
exist.
has a right to exist for two-state solution.
Or she could mean like when she says occupation of Palestine, like what do you mean? You think Palestine is an independent state, an entity, which is not, how could you be a state without a standing military or like your own personal form of governance? Like, are you talking about Gaza as a separate entity? Like there's so many questions and someone with like very limited knowledge can very easily just like cut through whatever pro-Palestinian talking points you might have, because that is the normative position for in the eyes of Americans, is that like it's not even a question, right? Like what the fuck do you mean Palestinian people?
Yeah, I mean, I think I'd also just I am not the expert on geopolitics on this issue. For me, I'm a firm believer in finding a two-state solution in this issue. And I'm happy to sit down with leaders on both of these. For me, I just look at things through a human rights lens, and I may not use the right words. I know this is a very honest.
That's very honest, and you're going
issue.
to. I mean, it's very honest, and when you get to Washington and you're an elected member of Congress, you'll have the opportunity to talk to people on all sides and visit Israel.
God, I want to throw up. Oh my God.
This is your introduction to this issue as an incoming member of Congress.
It's so, it's very annoying. Okay.
And visit the West Bank.
Absolutely. And I think that's one of those things that's important too, is that, especially with the district that I represent, I come from the South Bronx, I come from a Puerto Rican background, and Middle Eastern politics is not exactly what's at my kitchen table every night.
Yeah, and that's an important point too.
Sure.
People don't understand that.
I despise I despise the fucking incredibly high bar you must always clear if you talk about human rights abuses that our most important ally, our forward operating base in the fucking Middle East, is engaging in on a fucking daily basis in the maintenance of an apartheid regime. Anyway,
so I don't even think she did that badly with her answers. It's just the body language.
Yeah, and you can tell she's uncomfortable. Yeah. So what happens after this?
So she and Bernie decide that they're going to Kansas to get behind this guy, Brent Welder.
I remember him.
This is a fascinating race too. He's running against Sharice Davids for an open Democratic congressional nomination to flip a red district. And so AOC and Bernie are like, look, we need to prove that this Bernie style, AOC style populism can win not just in Vermont and not just in the Bronx and Queens, but Kansas. Because Kansas is just it's pure symbolism in every way. So like if we can get Brent Welder, who was a Bernie delegate, a labor attorney, elected, and then have him beat the Republican, that's a huge message to the Democratic Party that this is not just cool for like blue seats, but we can actually have a governing majority.
Real left populism works in red states and red districts. That's what the point is.
And so she and Bernie fly out to Kansas. We can talk about how that race unfolded because that was fascinating too. But Corbin Trent, while they're out in Kansas, this is about a week later. He gets a call, and guy's like, "Hey, I'm calling. I'm with AIPAC, and we saw your interview on Firing Line." And in the interview, she says, "I want to talk to people on all sides." Mm-hmm. And he's like, "I can put this together. We already have $100,000, ready to go to start the conversation. We'll educate you, make sure that you know the right things to say. They also sponsor a trip to Israel, so you can come back from that trip and say you've done this and that, and there's a lot more money where that came from. And so Corbin took it to both AOC and Shroycott, not because he thought that they might take it, but wanted to tell them about it. And they at that point, she's like internationally famous in just 3 weeks, so money is pouring in. It wasn't even a question that they weren't going to take $100,000 from AIPAC. And it's not like AIPAC writes a check like from AIPAC to AOC. It's like a bunch of different AIPAC donors bundled together, and then they meet. And so they turned the money down. But it was like this introduction of like, oh wow, this is how this issue goes, because Corbin also thought like, what if she was any one of the other 434 members of Congress who's not like a celebrity?
And you would, by the way, his expectation is perfectly valid as a New York congressperson, because time and time again, I don't know if he directly did this, but I know AIPAC has with Richie Torres, and we see the other side of that. We see what happens when you do get that money and you do actually internalize the Hasbara operations and become a very vocal mouthpiece. Fetterman didn't take an AIPAC deal; he took a Democratic Majority for Israel deal, if I am not mistaken.
AIPAC was like,
but
AIPAC was kind of hovering on the sidelines as well. But
he
worked with DMFI.
Yeah, but we can talk about that as well in a second. But I guess the point is, she didn't take that money because she was a Justice Democrat style DSA backed candidate who was not taking PAC money in general at that point, and I don't think even to this day. So.
Yeah. And didn't need it, which is the key thing.
And didn't need it as well. And she did not take that, and she did not take the trip. J Street does the alternative to this, I guess. Right. And I know Bowman did the J Street thing, where they are the soft Zionist liberal side, where J Street has actual, even at certain points, anti-Zionist in its leadership as well. But the president, of course, is like a liberal Zionist. And they do trips to the West Bank. It's like AIPAC does like a birthright style trip, and then J Street does the trip to the West Bank, where they show you how bad the occupation is and how the apartheid looks like, what the apartheid looks like.
And that changed Bowman's understanding of it.
Yeah,
because like when you see that for yourself, because like you were saying earlier, it's so hard to believe that what people say about it is true. You're like that can't. No, there's exits that only people with Jewish license plates can go off of? No, that can't be possible.
That sounds a lot like another thing that we all know what it is historically. It's the apartheid, because it is.
As Ta-Nehisi Coates said, like when he went to this area of the West Bank, he's like, this all seemed very familiar to me. Like I understood it, but he understood it more historically, because our like white supremacy now is integrated through just various like inchoate systems, not written right into law in that way. That's Jim Crow stuff that TNC is familiar with from like reading about it, talking to parents and grandparents, but not anymore. Like there are no separate but equal schools, or we've resegregated our schools through other means.
Yes,
but
we have obviously America is like kind of goated on white supremacy. It was built around white supremacy, so we're very good at massaging white supremacy into all of our institutions in a way that is like very insidious, where even if you are a black person, sometimes you don't recognize it. Like it's constantly reinforced through our education system. So it is way more difficult to identify unless you have personal experience, which of course many black and brown people do have personal experience. Oftentimes traumatic experiences with like some of the organs of white supremacy, whether it be the police or the criminal justice system, or even like your teacher or someone in a position of power early on in your life. Israel's supremacist values are very much codified in a way that you normally don't see in the 21st century in a Western aligned nation, especially. You don't see that ever.
Yeah. Unless, you have to go to something crazy like Saudi Arabia, but nobody defends Saudi. Nobody's like, Saudi Arabia has a right to exist with its like beheading people and
exactly.
Like,
they don't do that.
We're like, they're our ally and they're useful and we like the low gas prices.
Well, Trump kind of did that.
Yeah.
Where he was like, what are you going to do? Buy $10 billion worth of weapons? If we don't sell it, Russia will.
Yeah.
So
exactly.
there are people who at least take that stance, the honest stance, I would say. But yeah, it's I mean, I think like a lot of people in my audience are very much initiated with this, obviously. And they're very familiar with this process, but it's interesting to see AOC deviate away. But it's also very important that people understand that this is how the money faucet begins and how it takes hold, and then in an alternative timeline, maybe AOC is like Richie Torres now,
right? So their next play then, so Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib get elected the same cycle, and then January of 2019. Is when Democratic Majority for Israel puts its pact together, like in direct response to these members of Congress coming into office. Like that's and they're very clear. Like they don't explicitly necessarily name them, but they're like there are rising voices inside the party that are not sufficiently supportive of Israel, and we need to organize within the Democratic Party to push back against that.
So I remember something about Democratic Majority for Israel that I want to talk about. If I'm not mistaken, didn't they also have some of the same guys that operated in the UK against the Corbyn campaign as well?
That sounds familiar.
I feel like they had ties to some of the people that were also operating the similar like anti-Corbyn smear campaign in the UK as well. And Democratic Majority for Israel is set up on January 29, 2019, 4 years ago. Their first target actually isn't Ilhan Omar or Rashida Tlaib. It's Bernie Sanders.
In the presidential.
Yeah. Which is really funny because Americans are not as like developed to understand that you could be Jewish and anti-Semitic. Which I don't think Bernie Sanders is, by the way. Do not misunderstand me. But that is a thing. You can be an anti-Semitic
like
Jewish
Kissinger.
person. Exactly. Great example, actually. But to the broader American public, a figurehead that is beloved, the most popular congressperson at the time, who is Jewish, being smeared as an anti-Semite, they're going to be like, the fuck are you talking about? So I think that was when they kind of like...
And they ran their ads against him. They didn't talk about, and this was their pattern all the way up until very recently. They would never talk about Israel-Palestine in their ads because it does not work in a Democratic primary.
Yeah.
To like call out Bernie Sanders for being somewhat critical of the occupation, and so what they hit Bernie for was his heart attack. They're like, he can't stand up to Trump because he had a heart attack.
Yeah.
So and the same, like they hit like Donna Edwards, this who used to be a member of Congress, and they spent $7 million against her. They said she was like bad at constituent service. So they just find something and just like hammer it. But they don't say, she's too supportive of Palestine or she's like too critical of Israel, because that doesn't work.
But at that point, they've gotten their licks in, and people are very aware of it. And one of those people that's very aware of the Democratic Majority for Israel's PAC activity is a big, towering lieutenant governor of Pennsylvania, who is now a senator, John Fetterman.
Yeah.
And I think that's a important thing to recognize and talk about as well, because a lot of people ask, what the fuck happened to John Fetterman? Like, he was always like iffy on Israel, but it's usually a position that I'm like understanding of, because I know that you can't really say too much and not get hammered. So I always thought that he was just deflecting. Or he was just basically saying like, yeah, I'm pro-Israel, whatever, who cares? Like,
just don't nuke me over.
Yeah,
this.
please don't fucking own me. And it turns out, no, he got that.
Yeah,
I don't know what happened to him. He got the head transplant.
Yeah, it's like we can explain like 50 to 60% of it, but I don't think all of it. But the 50 to 60% of it is in the book, and it's a wild story. He's got what's his name, the it was a right-wing congressman from this Pittsburgh suburbs who was running also for Senate. And that guy, he was like a very Rahm Emanuel 2006, 2008 right-wing Democrat. And Connor Lamb.
Oh, yeah, Connor Lamb. Yeah.
So it's Connor Lamb against John Fetterman.
Who, by the way, outflanked Fetterman the other day, which was crazy. Anyway.
I bet it's a little bit of bitterness from what I'm about to talk about. So his campaign was 10, 20 points down, and he's running out of money because he's completely backed by big donors. And at a certain level, you tap out those max donors. Like, those rich people have more money, but they can only give it to a super PAC. They can't give it directly to you. So he puts out a couple of memos where he's like, look, I'm going to lose to Fetterman unless a super PAC comes in. Mm-hmm. And here's how much a super PAC needs to spend. Here's where they need to spend it. Here are the messages that work on Fetterman. The thing with the gun where he, like, pulled a shotgun on a black guy.
Yeah.
First, like that's a very clean and fair hit at the time, and you think back and then you're like, oh yeah, actually, huh?
No, I think that was like, I think in Pennsylvania it went it could go in either direction. I remember analyzing it at the time, and I was like, well, what are they trying to get him to fucking definitely win? Because like. Rural Pennsylvania
is like,
rural Pennsylvania is going to look at that and be like, oh yeah, no, I love this guy. What do you mean? He tried to fucking shoot a black jogger with a shotgun, thinking he was like a shooter. Yeah. Fuck yeah, I'm gonna vote for him extra hard.
So Connor Lamb's putting out these memos, and while Connor Lamb is putting out these memos, the key super PAC in question here is DMFI, but then AIPAC is also spending $30+ million that cycle as well. But they're kind of following DMFI's guidance. DMFI working with some other big money PACs, but they're the ones that are like calling the shots. And the other PACs told me this on the record for the book, that like, we were just following DMFI's guidance. So like they have a name like Mainstream Democrats PAC, which is funded by Reid Hoffman, the LinkedIn billionaire. And they're like, we just, whatever DMFI tells us to do. Like, they're smart. We just do that. So John Fetterman's campaign sits down with DMFI, and they're like, what do we need to do, for this not to happen? And so they have their meeting about Israel-Palestine. Fetterman's campaign sends DMFI there, and they've talked about this. This is all on the record. They send them the platform. Here's our Israel-Palestine situation. DMFI is like, this is good, but it could be better, and they like make edits and like kick it back, and then the Fetterman campaign stamps it, and then Fetterman agrees to do an interview with this really a good news outlet. Good in the sense like they get a lot of scoops. Jewish Insider. There's a couple really good reporters there whose work I follow, because it's like kind of on the other side of my beat. And so he volunteers to do an interview, and you often see you saw Katie Porter like right before her California race. Like it's like you have to do an interview with Jewish Insider and talk about what you think of BDS. Talk about what you think of conditioning aid to Israel. Like those are the key things. Yeah. And so he goes on, and he's like, and he doesn't even get asked about a couple other things. And he's like, I just want to, even if I'm not asked, he's like, I just want to say, like, I find BDS to be horrific, immoral. He's like, I'm not progressive on this issue, was like one of his quotes.
Nice. Like,
because the lead of the article in the Jewish Insider is like, John Fetterman is often lumped in with the squad, and so there's been concern among the pro-Israel community that he shares the squad's politics when it comes to Israel-Palestine. But he assures Jewish Insider that he does not. And then they just quote him, bang, bang, bang. And like, and he talks about like there had recently been that Iron Dome vote. He's like, I thought that was appalling and outrageous. So he just, you could see him laying it on extra thick in that interview.
Yeah.
So he was already kind of there. And now he's also getting squeezed from both sides. Somebody like Omar, AOC, Tlaib, etc., they only have to worry about a Democratic primary. Whereas for Fetterman, they've got two shots to knock him off. They've got the Democratic primary, and then AIPAC could also come in and back, because DMFI can't back the Republican. But AIPAC can come in and could spend enormous amounts of money on a Republican to beat him in Pennsylvania. So he has extra incentive, or extra vulnerability.
And it kind of failed, because it seems like Dr. Oz told the Republican Jewish Coalition that Fetterman was okay with pressuring Israel to respect the elemental human rights of its Palestinian citizens and non-citizen subjects. Fetterman was clarifying that he's not okay with any such thing, which is insane. Like they were doing a race to the bottom where like Dr. Oz,
human rights.
Yeah, Dr. Oz is like, dude, Fetterman thinks Palestinians are human, and then John Fetterman was like, no, I don't. No, I don't. I don't think that they're human. I think that they're subhuman, actually.
I will go on the record right now.
Which is crazy. Like that is, God,
that link to Jewish Insider.
I fucking hate American politics so much sometimes. It's just like so gross.
Yeah. Yeah, he was okay with pressuring Israel to respect the elemental human rights of its Palestinian citizens and non-citizen subjects. Fetterman was clarifying that he's not okay with any such thing.
And that he had an unwavering commitment to Israel's security and that he was in favor of additional military assistance without any additional conditions. So overall, it's like, I thought, Harvard guy, very hard to shake that off. You know what I mean? Like, that was always a thing in the back of my mind. Like, technically, he is like a Harvard guy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He presents himself a certain way, but he still has that background.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, he grew up pretty rich.
Yeah. So that, in and of itself, I always thought would may come up as an issue down the line potentially.
Like, does he have what are his class politics?
Yeah,
after
exactly.
Coming through that,
exactly. But he was always pretty consistently solid on labor in general. But I think that is the progressive accept Palestine thing comes into mind immediately in this situation, except he's gone above and beyond, like way above and beyond what he's like outflanking Nadler at this point. You know what I mean? The fuck are you doing?
Yeah.
Like,
he's like the furthest.
You have like a calcified senator or a congressperson, and even they're like, dude, this is ridiculous. Like, the anti-Semitism equals anti-Zionism stuff is like out of control. There are literally there are Jews that would be considered anti-Semitic under this ridiculous
Israel
messaging bill
born in 1948.
Yeah,
like anti-Semitism is thousands of years old, and
the resolution that you were talking about the other day that passed with 14 no's, which we'll see what happens. We'll see what comes of that. But it's he is it's pretty awful that he took this like super hardline, super militant stance in his like pro-Israel position. I'm shocked at how above and beyond he went. I think there's a really interesting analysis here from Edinger Mentum, where he says, when I did research about him during the Fettermania 2 months ago, he had one thing I kept finding throughout his career was a reliance on personal branding above all else. This makes him completely impossible to move on issues where he decides his stances on a whim. He goes, his basis for his entire brand is being unapologetic and antagonizing about things he believes in. What he's doing now with the Israeli flag is almost the exact mirror image to the thing he did when he was lieutenant governor, where he hung a gay weed flag over the PA state capitol. So that's fine and dandy if you're doing it for like American issues, if you're doing it for an issue where you're like, definitely progressive on. But if you're doing it on a more contentious issue, especially one that pertains to defending genocide, a lot of progressives are going to see that and go, what the fuck are you doing?
Yeah, so the argument here would be he's going for you might not agree with me, but you understand that I'm, a man of principle, which is undercut by that whole, here, can you edit my policy position on Israel-Palestine? But yeah.
And then you arrive at things like this. John Fetterman was asked on, I believe, CNN last night about human rights abuses. Okay? Where is it? Where does anyone have the? He was denying. Oh, here it is. Jacob Kornbluth had the video. Here is a CNN interview with John Fetterman with Abby Phillips. Do you believe that anything that Israel has done in these 6 weeks of fighting has amounted to a war crime? Here's John Fetterman's answer.
Extraordinary civilian death toll that has happened as a result of this war. Do you believe that anything that Israel has done in these 6 weeks of fighting has amounted to a war crime?
Of course not. Of course not. And it's like, let's not forget what Hamas started.
Of course not.
So he didn't realize that the extra evil-based answer would have been, of course, but I support whatever they need to do.
Yeah.
Like that's which is more of the Ted Cruz response. Like, get out of here with the entire idea that they would be subject to international law is offensive to me. But yeah, he's like, of course not.
He's doing
which is just like.
I think this is the Richie Torres dynamic playing out once again, where they're like Streisand affecting a lot of the shit that Israel does by offering unconditional dick riding support. Okay, Hasan's probably the most delusional streamer there is. Talk your shit, King. Talk your shit. I fucking posted your shit. I pinned you so you can tell me what your grievances are, and then we can actually talk about it instead of you crying about meat riding. Okay, so. Here's the thing, though. Richie Torres, when he equated the Jewish space laser anti-Semitic conspiracy to West Bank checkpoints and Jewish-only streets in the West Bank, he did this wonderful thing that ended up backfiring and causing more people to know the truth about the West Bank. And John Fetterman is doing that here as well. When he goes on the defensive and turns around and says, like, no, Israel hasn't done any war crimes. One, he looks like a fucking buffoon. And two, more people go, wait a minute, I don't know if that's the case. And then they investigate a little bit further. So
yeah, I feel like Torres, because he deleted that one of those posts eventually. I think he got, I think somebody talked to him. It might have even been Jeremy, who, Ben Ami, who, he was attacking Jeremy. He's like, who was the founder of J Street. Because Jeremy came in. Jeremy came in and he's like, I sponsored the trip that Jamal Bowman went on to the West Bank, and everything he said is true. And Torres comes back to him like, well, then your trip is just producing hate in people. And he's like, how dare you? And then lists his whole...
And he literally was like, listen, my grandparents literally killed Palestinians, okay? Do you understand?
Like in a proto-terror group, like ahead of the...
How dare you say that? They did terrorism to Palestinians. How fucking dare you?
So he deleted that because I think... I wonder if he was like, why didn't I get to see this? Like, because he's taken at least one trip to sponsored by AIPAC, probably more. And I wonder if part of him was like, wow, I was lied to. Like you don't trust that I could like see what they're doing in the West Bank and still support you? Because it did that. I would imagine that's why somebody would be like, hey, back off of this one, because this is not good turf for us. Like, let's move back to October 7th.
Yeah.
Like, let's not talk about what's going on.
But that's like so transparently the method here. Like, they constantly recycle back to, well, remember October 7th? Yeah. Remember the massacres? They were devastating. And it's like, at a certain point, once it's 2 months in and you've done an October 7 almost every fucking day for the past month, like, people are going to be like, okay, well, what the fuck are you doing? Yes. What are you doing?
Yeah. I see Haaretz has the total of civilian slaughtered at 820 on October 7th. And
the total is still 1,200. It was originally 1,400. It got reduced because 200 of those were charred corpses of Palestinian militants that they could not identify appropriately at first. So it went down to 1,200, but 820, I believe, is civilians.
Which is 820 too many. Israel, killed 700 yesterday?
Yeah.
Or the day before? 700 too many.
Exactly.
But if you're not talking about the 700, but you are talking about the 800.
So and the assessment, the damage assessment on like their targeting, like more information is coming out on Israel's targeting capabilities. We already know about the Dahia doctrine. I've talked about it quite a bit. But like the 972 magazine investigative reporting showed
if a 3-year-old gets killed in a building, it's because somebody made a decision. That her life was worth sacrificing for whatever the target was. And that's from the 972 article. And sometimes that target is just what they call a power center. By power, they mean like a big building, like an apartment complex.
No, specifically, there's 4 tiers of targeting that that Israel engages in. And the last 2 tiers, like the last 2 tiers are basically like a direct Hamas operation, like a tunnel or something. Okay, the one above that is actually still a civilian target where like a Hamas militant may or may not be living alongside other civilians. And then the other 2 targets are directly just straight up civil society places, like specifically to break the will of the Palestinian people under no uncertain terms. Like they very openly blow up universities, mosques, hospitals, schools deliberately so that they hope so that they hope that like the Palestinians will turn on Hamas.
Yeah, that was the 1982 plan in Lebanon to destroy so much Lebanese civil society that the Lebanese would kick the PLO out of Lebanon. Be like, look, like it's the same way that you make life miserable for the Taliban, so they kick Osama bin Laden. But that's different. They're going after the actual Taliban, like what Israel was doing, going after civilians. So that civilians would tell Arafat, "You need to go to Tunisia or somewhere else because this is causing us too much trouble." Yeah, and that was the explicit strategy. Enough civilian misery that the civilians turn against the PLO. Now they're trying to do it with Hamas, which is so much more embedded into the just kind of fabric of Gaza society.
And what only ends up happening in that situation is like you create more radicalization and a more hardliner stance towards
because
even more reactionary.
Because the PLO could actually literally get on boats and disperse, which is what ended up happening. That's not really. I don't understand how you could possibly do that with Hamas.
Yeah, but also there's a secondary part of that. When you destroy civil society, you create volatility,
more
which
gangs.
Will then then you have the Hezbollah rising to power.
That's where Hezbollah comes
and
from.
being and being seen as like liberators to many parts of Lebanese society for that purpose. So like you're never going to be able to deal with things like this militarily. It has never happened, in my opinion, in the history of counterinsurgency,
unless it's a complete ethnic cleansing, like the Tamil Tigers. You know, that situation where they cornered like 60,000 civilians, and inside there are like the 5,000 remaining Tamil Tigers, and they just killed everybody.
Yeah.
And then you're like, oh, okay, well,
if you don't do that, if you don't do full blown ethnic cleansing, you are never going to be able to squash the will of the people.
The world didn't say shit about that, and that I think is.
But that's also different in the sense that like it's not directly being filmed every single day on American news and on TikTok and on independent outlets,
being done to people with that we now have parasocial relationships with.
Yeah, exactly. Like so many Palestinian journalists that are documenting their lives every single day. And therefore there, and also our connection to Israel as well as our most important strategic ally in the region, like because there's also currently ongoing campaigns in Burma, in Myanmar, right? You have rebel groups that are fighting against the military, and there was an ethnic cleansing campaign against Muslims there beforehand as well, and. Like the reason why it is not as in your face, or is not something that like Americans are paying attention to, like it happened the last time even, is because the American connection and the American involvement is not as personal in that situation.
Yeah, Americans don't care about anything going on around the world, so there's a really high bar. Like our direct involvement has to be extremely intense.
Yeah, so. That's something to consider here. If you're like confused as to why people don't care about
they broke the first ceasefire, and then they attacked Israel and murdered over 1,200 innocent women, children, babies, everything, and brutalized it in the most unspeakable kinds of ways. And so that really is the ultimate criminal war kinds of. This is absolutely an unequivocal attack to destroy Israel, and we must remember that that's how started all of this.
But are you comfortable, Senator, with the number of Palestinians who have lost their lives? 7,000 children.
By the way, you didn't get banned. You got auto-modded by Fossabot Concrete Fork, for the record, because your piece was too long. Gave you a fair chance and watched today instead of just going by what others said, but you totally proved their criticism right. Israel's doing on October 7 every day is so obviously disingenuous. If you haven't noticed, Hamas places centers of operations by, in, and under the hospitals and schools you're acting like they destroy just to annoy Palestinians. It's wild seeing your self-admitted propaganda evolve in the face of contradicting evidence. I'm going to be as charitable as humanly possible to you and say that you are probably unaware of the actual Israeli magazine that we were referencing, Plus 972, in Israel's targeting capabilities and like how they assess certain targets to blow up. It's the Dahia doctrine that Ryan also mentioned that started off Israel's bombing campaigns that deliberately targeted civic buildings, continued onwards into its many sieges inside of Gaza. And the real reasons as to why they do that is specifically to annoy the Palestinians into, and this is the same principle behind why America does sanctions, even though it's an act of collective punishment, and oftentimes fails unless it's our allies, to create an environment that is so unsustainable that like the population then turns on its elected leadership or dictators or whoever, right? And it doesn't work. Obviously, it's. I think that is a falsehood. That is a false reason to just do ethnic cleansing, because I think Israel's opinions are pretty clear on this. Like, there are enough Knesset members, enough people in positions of power on the Israeli military that has openly stated that they are interested in raising Gaza as an act of vengeance, but also so they can take it over and annex it almost entirely. So
yeah, I think this concrete guy, whatever his name was, should go read this story, log off, go read this story, report back then if he thinks that we're being unfair here.
I banned and unbanned him. Hopefully he will. Hopefully he'll stay in here and give it a fair shake. But yeah,
but listen to what they tell you when they tell you what they're doing. Like, they're being explicit. They're being clear in the Israeli media. Don't listen to the U.S. politicians about what Israel is doing, because they're not. They're just completely changing what is being said by the Israeli politicians.
Yeah, I mean, there is an operation here, obviously. Like, the Israel Foreign Ministry is pretty openly interested in massaging the narrative and contextualizing their acts of violence every single day. That's why you have, like, Mark Regev and almost famous figures like the Concreus guy, whatever the fucking fat-headed Frankenstein-looking motherfucker, what's his name? Concreus.
But yeah, you've got to look at what they say to Israeli media, because Israeli public opinion at this point is full of bloodlust, is full of the demand for revenge. Netanyahu is hanging by his political skin of his teeth, or whatever the phrase is, because his entire life in politics, he's been, I'm the guy that's going to protect Israel. And I'm the guy who's going to stop a Palestinian state. I'm going to manage a never-ending conflict, and he didn't manage it. He did not manage it, and so he moved a bunch of troops north. He overlooked all of these like very clear intelligence assessments, and so he is getting punished. He also is facing potential prison if he leaves office.
Yeah,
which is wild.
Oh, I think it restarted actually. He is so deeply unpopular. On 9/12/2001, or at least like a month into 9/11, there were polls conducted that saw what we now call a rallying around the flag effect around George W. Bush. George W. Bush had what, like a 90% approval rating at the time. In the immediate aftermath of October 7th, the security candidate Benjamin Netanyahu, who's run time and time again on saying he's the guy who will keep Israeli secure, had an 85% disapproval rating. That is historic.
So he's feeding what he thinks the Israeli public wants, which is vengeance against Gaza, so that he can like somehow recover politically, or at least live another day, extend his political career, and see what shakes out next. And so the things that they're telling the Israeli public are the truth about what they're doing, and the Israeli public is cheering that on. Was it you that was posting that the number one like song in Israel right now is this like genocidal?
Oh, I did post that. I haven't even looked at it yet. Have you ever watched Rome? This is a great show.
Yes,
unrelated.
It's so good.
Let me delete some of these tabs, and then we'll talk about that right now, actually, because I have it right here somewhere. This is the song that is the number one song in Israel right now, called Harbu Darbu, apparently. And I wanted to take a look at it, and this has like all of the, and I hope all my my 8 Israeli leftist chatters can help and tell me if this is actually the correct translation or not. making Abu Ali, you dumbasses, I swear, here's my word, they won't be a forgiveness. Who do you think you are coming here screaming Palestine for free? Spit on you, sons of Amalek, which is like what Netanyahu said.
Genocidal,
Yeah.
champion.
Left, right, left. House all countries in uniforms from Galilee to Eliad. Yeah, by the way, let me just say, good job to everybody celebrating the Haredi Jews fucking joining the IDF, okay? We saw what happened in the West Bank the other day, okay? Suck my dick. All the dummies who were like, oh, look, even the Orthodox Jews are like now adorning the fucking uniform. Quite a controversial. Are you waving to your daughter?
Iris, yeah.
Oh, okay. Hi. All of the.
Hey, Iris.
This is I've talked about this before. Like, this is a very controversial take in Israel, is that like a lot of Orthodox Jews, some of which are incredibly militant towards like continuing the occupation, continuing the expansion of the West Bank, or even in the exact opposite side, Orthodox Jews who are anti-Zionist, who believe in the Messiah coming back and you know, Jews not having a nation state.
Only the Messiah can bring about Israel, right?
Exactly. But like ultimately there's a lot of like super militant Orthodox Jews who would always get a religious exemption from serving in the IDF, and a lot of people fucking hated that. IDF is supposed to be a secular institution regardless, even though it's not, whatever. That's besides the point. And so everybody, a lot of the ultra-Zionists in Israel were celebrating the fact that like a lot of the Haredi Jews were joining the IDF and like adorning the uniform, taking on the uniform and stuff. And then one of the settler dudes literally shot a former Israeli police officer in the West Bank, executed him in fucking broad daylight in cold blood because the dude had neutralized two Palestinians who were, you know,
they were shooting, like they were carried out a shoot, like two dudes carried out a shooting.
Yeah, two dudes carried out a shooting in the West Bank. A former police officer who's armed takes him out, okay, and then he throws his gun to the fucking side, puts both of his hands up, okay, and is begging and screaming in Hebrew, saying like, I am Jewish, you know, I'm a former police officer. The fucking reservist, the settler reservist walks up and he's like showing his fucking ID card and everything. He's like, I have a Jewish ID card. I have a Jewish ID card.
Look at my wallet.
Boom, executes him in fucking broad daylight.
And his argument was he thought he was Palestinian.
Yeah.
Didn't say like he thought his life was in danger because he'd already thrown his gun. It's like, and they only agreed to investigate after a lot of pressure. But the clear takeaway there is that if that man was Palestinian and had his hands up and had just saved the street from people who were shooting it up, killing him would have been okay.
Yeah. He I mean that's the standard. Yeah. Like, especially if he wasn't wearing the fucking IDF uniform at that point. You have the Mountain Boys and numerous other factions in the West Bank right now that have like already been armed by Ben Gvir, or even before then, that are operating as like the Klan, basically, like an ultra religious version, like a Jewish version of the Klan, operating in the West Bank and doing pogroms and shit, and that's like his indifference to the life of another Jewish person, because he thought that this like former cop was a Palestinian is pretty apparent. And they didn't even arrest him originally.
Right.
They didn't even fucking arrest him. This became a major point of controversy in Israel, where they were like, what the fuck are you doing? You didn't arrest this guy? You fucking executed him. We watched the tape.
Because the guy did the heroic thing of like storming at two armed guys who were shooting up civilians.
Yeah. And basically only after pressure mounted did they end up arresting him. And I believe now he's in under house arrest. Yeah. So like he's not even full blown fucking arrested. So yeah,
little administrative leave for the gentleman.
Bibi called that guy that got executed a terrorist. Wait, really? No shot. Did you read this, or are you simply dismissing it? Sorry, your analysis of the rally around the flag of Israelis is incorrect. Most Israelis, 94% want. No, most Israelis is not true. No, 94% of Israeli Jews want Gaza flattened. Okay. The Israeli public is too far down the Zionist rabbit hole and will take decades of reverse brainwashing. Yeah, here's the thing. You're using the Israeli Democracy Institute polling, I believe, and it doesn't matter. It's 94% of Israeli Jews that said that Gaza is not being bombed hard enough or being bombed just right. However, That doesn't mean shit. They don't like Benjamin Netanyahu. That's what I'm talking about.
Right. They might like somebody worse than him.
Yeah. But they don't like Benjamin Netanyahu. Right. That's the point. 85% saying they don't want Benjamin Netanyahu's major. It's very important to understand.
Right. We're not trying to say that they don't like him because he's carrying out an ethnic cleansing. That's not the point.
Yeah. Okay, so here, let's continue with this. We brought a whole army on you, and I swear we won't do forgiveness. We're talking about the Golani Brigades, Nahlavim. Sea crops, air crops, artillery crops, paratroopers attention from Arabic Harb and Darb, war and strike, Harbu Darbu, a big mass. All the units on the IDF are ready for a Harbu Darbu over your head. Combat engineers support Kafir, support and Kafir. All the IDF units are coming for a Harbu Darbu over their head. מרגישים את תל אביב כל הבנות דופקות לחיילים בבתים וגם הוא בחדשות פתאום נראה לי חתיך הם צועקים עליי חינם פלסטין אבל משום מה זה נשמע לי כמו מבצע לחגים Wait, what is he saying? She's going too fast. But for some reason, it sounds for me like a holiday sale. Free Palestine. Oh, she's saying like it's free. It's free land. Half a minute and the whole country is wearing uniforms. In reserve, enlisted, all of them. 1-2 shoot. All my friends are in the front line. One for grandma and one for grandpa. Writing names on the shells for the kid in the Gaza envelope. Upper Galilee and Central Israel as well. Everybody's ready for a gang fight. Let's go, let's go. Someone said racist Rosalie or whatever. All the units in the IDF are in a mood for a Harbu Darbu over your head.
What the hell's a Harbu Darbu?
I guess it's a mass gathering, but it's a play on harb and darbe. Like harp means in both Turkish and Arabic war, and darbe means like hit. So I guess like in Hebrew it's like they're saying like a mass gathering on your head. It's like a double entendre, war and strike. Come on, dog. All the IDF units are coming for a Harbu Darbu over their own head. Another X for the weapon, because every cunt's last day. Wait till we rain, you bitches. Every cunt's last day. Everybody who planned, everybody who supported, everybody who carried it up, everybody who murdered. Every cunt's last day. So at the end here, they start talking about Hassan Nasrallah, Mohammed Deif. They talk about Mohammed Deif. They bring up head of Hamas's Izzadin al-Qassam brigades. Ismail Haniya. Abu Baklava. Abu Bakr. I think, right? Or is it Abu Baklava?
Oh, yeah. Then I heard about this. Bella Hadid.
So then they fucking talk about, like, they place Ismail Haniya and then fucking Abu Ubaida,
like the head of like Hezbollah and Hamas.
Yeah, and Nasrallah, the general secretary of fucking Hezbollah, to like Bella Hadid, Dua Lipa, and Mia Khalifa.
Yeah.
I mean, at that point, it's like, what are you doing? Like, what do you mean? What the fuck are you saying? Like, these are your targets? These are your targets? Is like Hassan Nasrallah and then Bella Hadid. Why? Because she's fucking Palestinian. Yeah. And she had the audacity to say, like, hey, Palestinians are human beings. Like, not really doing a good job beating the fucking bloodthirsty monster allegations of this fucking song.
It doesn't help the argument that this is all about Hamas if you're calling for Bella Hadid's head.
And Dua Lipa. Which we defend unconditionally around these parts, okay? So, anyway, so that's it's good. Translations accurate from what I could listen is so fast. Yeah, it's just everyone that's not like unconditionally saying that there's nothing more scary to the Israeli occupying force than a Palestinian baby is an enemy immediately.
Everyone but Fetterman.
Yeah. So, you know.
Right. So that is who the Israeli government is now addressing. And that's why the Israeli government is being honest about what they're doing in Palestine. They don't want to. They want to sugarcoat what they're doing to a U.S. audience, but they don't want to sugarcoat it to these folks.
Oh, yeah.
Right. And we bear a responsibility for this climate, too, in the sense that, remember very early on when Biden's like, I don't believe those death numbers coming out. Like,
oh, yeah.
That gave the signal that the gloves were off and that, like, this is really going to be like a kind of like wiling out of over top of Gaza. And that helped to produce this expectation. So we also own it's, so we can't just say, well, it's just genocidal populism.
Yeah, I mean, it's this is the culmination of 75 years of occupation, which started with an inception point of death and destruction, the Nakba, 750,000 Palestinians being forcibly displaced from their homes, which led to obviously millions of Palestinians now in permanent refugee status, 6 million of them in permanent refugee status, living in like neighboring countries in Jordan and Lebanon and many other places. And then 5 million Palestinians living under the cruel and brutal Israeli occupation, which has only gotten worse over the course of, especially since 1967, where Israel graciously afforded some rights to the Palestinian citizens of Israel, only to continue its massive occupation and apartheid regime upon the now 5 million Palestinians that live in West Bank and Gaza. And of course, in order to continue the maintenance of such an apartheid regime, you have to constantly recycle incredibly racist, agitative propaganda. If you don't do that, people are going to be like, what the fuck are you doing? These are human beings. And of course, Americans are not as initiated with this stuff. Even like I would say evangelical Zionists, which outnumber Jewish Zionists at least 10 to 30 to 1, right, in this country. And that's
many
before we get to the
actively anti-Semitic.
Yeah,
also.
Many who are exactly actively anti-Semitic, who believe in a theological Armageddon justification for why Israel must exist, at least
cannon fodder for the second coming or whatever.
Exactly, at least until the second coming happens and the rapture happens, in which case, like, of course, all of the Jews would then burn in hell, eternal hellfire, unless they convert to evangelical Christianity. But beyond that, there's also a much larger mobilization of Christian Zionists in the country who themselves, in my opinion, are not necessarily knowledgeable in the same way as like the knowledge required or the information that constantly has to be manufactured and recycled in Israel proper for you to consistently believe that like these are justifiable acts of violence and not a incredibly racist nation state that is lashing out as a belligerent occupier who, for the first time ever, felt a price for its ongoing occupation in many, many years. So yeah, that part is important to take note of. Let's move on to Israel's ramping of operations in southern Gaza. We're going to watch a couple of these videos unless... by the way, you can leave whenever you want. I want to...
I'm good for like another hour or so.
Okay, perfect. All right, well, we're gonna move on to Western media coverage over the matter, but I'm going to run the 3-minute ad break here as well because the top of the hour passed by. Here it is as we move on into Israel ramping up its operations in southern Gaza. Now, remember... El Shifa Hospital is supposed to be the headquarters of Hamas. Yeah. And yet, for some reason, the tunnel structure was uncovered in it. It was openly stated that the tunnels were actually sealed off even before October 7, it seemed. Like they kind of gave us a brief look into that tunnel structure, which they refuse to go into in other parts of Gaza, of course. The brave boys and girls of the IDF. So... what's happening now? Well, it turns out actually they moved. The Hamas headquarters have now moved onto other hospitals.
Now.
It's in Han Yunis, yes.
After weeks of promised safety in the south, the IDF now dropping leaflets telling those already there to evacuate immediately to safe zones marked on a map published online. But with limited electricity and power, access to these maps will be difficult.
In the safe zones, it's a false narrative and it's a dangerous narrative. People don't have the transport, they don't know where they're meant to go.
That seems like Hamas talk to me, brother. UNICEF, more like united in seeing the light of Hamas and Allah? I don't know.
600 Americans are still inside Gaza, including Rawia al-Farah's father.
people are sheltering together. So there'll be like, 20, 30 people all together, and there's not enough food.
Israel insists they are warning people. U.S. security officials say this is not typical in combat.
They have actually taken the quite unusual step for a modern military and identified precisely the area that they intend to have ground maneuver.
This is one of the things that disgusts me to my core is like, obviously as a Turkish person, I've always had a bit of an outsider's opinion on like American foreign policy in general. I think that definitely is I have a different perspective than many of my counterparts in the online space as well. But one thing that always will disgust me forever is these apes that wear these fucking suits that talk about how, the international rule-based order is actually being sustained by the American government. American hegemonic power has actually been great for the rest of the world. And then they sit there and violate their own fucking rules that they've made up, okay, and act like they are the civilized party here. There is nothing civilized about Israel's actions. It is barbaric.
And you had some folks after Russia, this is like in the DC blob foreign policy community, after Russia invaded Ukraine, there was like a giddiness about being on the right side. Like, Russia invaded, like, that's wrong. It is. You should not invade.
Yeah.
And you could just see how satisfied so many American foreign policy wonks were to finally not have to kind of be justifying the worst like excesses of military adventurism, but instead be defending a sovereign country. And you can, we're not talking about that conflict here. We're talking about how they felt about it. And a bunch of them will privately be like, wow, we really blew that. Like that we got to do that for like 6 months or something.
Yeah. It was, it did feel like for many Americans, because for many Americans, it was like, no, this time it's good.
Right, yeah.
Like, we're the good guys. We're the good guys.
Invade this time.
Yeah, we're the good guys. We're defending. We're defending. And like, I would always make comparisons at the time with Russia's actions to the United States of America. And those very same people would get so mad at me. They'd be like, oh, Hasan, this is a whataboutism. It's like, and because they couldn't comprehend that, like, when I'm making a comparison, when I compare a country to the United States of America, that's not positive. I'm not running defense for Russia. Yes. That's offense, okay? That's me saying they're doing the worst thing you can do, which is what America does, okay? But internally, they had internalized that, like, American exceptionalism and that jingoistic narrative, the Western chauvinist narratives that they had internalized, that they didn't even identify it within themselves, that they were like, what do you mean you're comparing it to America? Shut up. Don't even bring up America in this situation. But yeah, we saw them, we saw the Western, or not Western, but the foreign policy apparatus have a conscience for a brief moment, as you saw John Kirby cry almost. Like he was tearful.
Talking about the Ukrainian civilians.
Yeah, talking about civilian targets being bombed into oblivion by this scary Russian invading force, which
it's heartbreaking to think of. If you go back to when he was crying over the Ukrainian civilians, there was a massacre in Baku, but then there were, I think it was like a dozen civilians killed, and he was brought to tears. Which every single one of those is a tragedy and brought tears out in all of their family members and their loved ones. But it's several orders of magnitude less than we're seeing on a regular basis now.
Yeah. It's like what was it? If Russia had said, if Russia had dropped flyers before like blowing up a fucking
like a cathedral
power grid or some shit, that like it would be valid. Is that what it is? Was that Bucha is the area, I think, not Bakhmut. Oh. There was a lot of war crimes that Russia engaged in Ukraine. Yeah. Like no one is questioning that. Okay, I myself, contrary to what my haters might say, have never questioned that. I have said since day one that it is a war crime and unjustifiable to invade Ukraine. I've also, of course, mentioned that America's interest in Ukraine was to maintain the conflict as long as physically possible in an effort to openly atrophy and maybe even destroy a foreign adversary's military.
Which didn't happen. They did the reverse. But still.
Here's what I mean. I said that at the time when I first said this. People said, Hasan, how dare you? America has an honest interest in this. This is moral. America is the emancipatory party here. You're fucking asshole. Shut the fuck up. And then, of course, the Elizabeth Warren, Lindsey Graham coalition came out and openly stated that verbatim. Chris Murphy said it verbatim. For 5% of the U.S. military budget, we were able to wither away our foreign adversaries' military to the tune of 50%. That's fantastic. That's money well spent. We didn't even lose a single American active duty service member in the process. I'd say that's a pretty good fucking investment. That was always the American interest in the proxy of Ukraine.
And defending somebody who's attacked might be the right thing, but that doesn't mean they did it for the right reasons. There's lots of people being attacked. Yeah,
exactly. Now, I also said, and I don't know if I haven't actually talked to you about Ukraine at all. I haven't seen your comments on Ukraine at all. But now we're also saying we don't have enough money for Ukraine.
Right.
Like
we're going to run out.
The money is running out.
Bullets and bombs by the end of the year if they don't. Right. And Republicans are saying if you want to keep this Ukrainian Russian war going, you have to pass our border security bill.
Yeah.
Like the lock, stock, and barrel, like the whole thing.
But there is not enough appetite for Ukraine anyway. So, like, I don't think the Democrats are going to take a fucking hardline stance on that and, like, pass a reactionary border bill. But they might.
Because they also, I think Democrats would like to have their hand forced to pass a reactionary border bill.
Yeah, I mean.
That they could pin on Republicans.
Yeah, Joe Biden, on the other hand, doesn't even need to have his hand forced. He's fucking going nutty with it by building the wall and continuing to build the wall. Continuing Donald Trump's legacy, thank God. Both continuing Donald Trump's legacy in the Abraham Accords and the continuation of the Abraham Accords, so on foreign policy front, and also within his maintenance of America's white nativist immigration policies as well. So, something to consider here where the election season is coming up. And it's important to recognize that whenever people try to tell you, but like, what are you going to do? Not vote for the marginally better candidate? It's like, well, I think we should get some concessions. So, but let's continue with Israel's
And they have asked
operation.
the people in that area to move out.
Our producer, Sami Ziara, forced to move his family for the 17th time since the war began.
They are really scary. We don't know what to do. We are displaced from one to another, trying to protect my family as much as I can.
2-month-old Adnan injured in strikes on Khan Yunis. He was born just the second day of this war. Airstrikes destroying this orphanage.
We can't turn away from what is...
More Hamas, I think. Yeah.
Orphanage, yeah.
Well, and this lady as
evidently a moral failure in the face of the international community.
I'm fairly certain that that's Red Cross, right?
Right, yeah.
Red Cross is famously a neutral organization. In order for it to operate in conflict areas, they have to maintain their neutrality. Shocking that a Red Cross member openly is talking about how devastating this is.
Growing pressure for both sides to return to the negotiating table, with those 122 hostages still in Gaza.
Now, the intensity of the fighting in the south is now putting aid at risk. Only 100 trucks got in yesterday. That's well below the number in the days previous. And thousands of Gazans are now camped out close to that border with Egypt, hoping for some safety. George.
Okay, James, thanks very much. Let's get more on this from our chief White House correspondent, Mary Bruson. And Mary, the administration increasingly concerned this humanitarian crisis could turn into a strategic calamity for Israel.
Exactly, George. And the White House is really ramping up the pressure on Israel now to do more to protect civilians, protect civilian lives. And the White House has said they do think that Israel is getting that message. But when I have
they're getting the
officials
message.
here,
They're hearing it.
Yeah, they're hearing it and going, fuck you, bitch.
They know people
on
are
whether
saying
sharing these leaflets, whether disseminating these maps with evacuation zones, whether that is enough, whether Israel can really be...
Why would that be enough? They did that last time. They did that in fucking northern Gaza too. And then they bombed the evacuation routes. This video right here is Israel opening fire on civilians and journalists on a fucking evacuation route.
Be more targeted in their attacks, given that you now are trying to squeeze so many Palestinian civilians into such a small area. George, the National Security Advisor, telling me it is simply too soon to tell.
And lingering concerns over a wider war with Iran.
Yeah, we know this is a top priority. The White House deeply concerned.
Yeah, I think like So I want to hear your perspective on this. There's the one area where I think the Biden camp was like deviating from neocon or like whatever belligerent term we'll use in the future for Trump's style of foreign policy, was its dealings with Iran. I think that while on the one hand, they were certainly following through on the Abraham Accords, on the other hand, I think both secretly and not so secretly and openly dealing with Iran and maybe even starting the steps of normalization. One of the things that they did before October 7th was the release of $6 billion in frozen funds that Iran actually was owed.
Which we then refroze.
Which we have refrozen since then. But to me, that's a testament to like Biden quietly and not so quietly saying like, Iran, we will deal with you as a partner and we will start to make concessions. What do you think about that?
Yes, but also he failed to get back into the Iran nuclear deal.
Yeah.
And they said that they were going to get back in, but clearly they failed to do that. And they must, like, if you unilaterally withdraw, like, immediately after signing a deal, like we did, Obama signs the deal, Trump just withdraws from it immediately, you're going to have to make some concessions to get back into the deal with the other side. Like, we're constantly going around saying, well, how could you ever, like, do peace talks with Putin? Putin is just a gigantic liar. Russia was part of the Iran deal. They didn't walk out of it. The question for hardliners back in Iran probably is like, how can you make another deal with the United States? They just owned you. Like, they just cut the deal and then immediately walked away from it. So if you're going to get back in the deal, the U.S. has to give up some extra concessions for screwing that whole thing up. It was whatever we did, we did not get back into it. There was all sorts of drama with the Rob Malley, the diplomat, was like,
oh yeah,
the CIA came after him and like yanked his security clearance, said he was too close to Iran or whatever. Like, so
yeah.
they kind of bungled that.
But I think him being brought on originally was a testament to that. The real Biden did have a commitment. Yeah.
Rob Malley is as good as you're going to get when it comes to like a diplomat.
When you got a motherfucker whose credentials are being revoked by the CIA, then yeah, that's a guy that you are interested in. Like that's only a guy that you activate when you're legitimately interested in dealing with Iran as a serious partner.
On leave from State Department. Twitter bio.
So that's like, and he was in the Obama administration as well. Obviously, he was
kind of a drone war critic in terms.
Yeah. Which another aspect of Joe Biden's foreign policy was also like I think reining in the
Got
drone
rid of it
war.
almost.
Yeah. Like. So there are certain...
Withdrew from Afghanistan? Like,
yeah, that was a great move as well. There are certain aspects of the Biden administration that, well, you could still chalk up the, not the drone wars, but the withdrawal from Afghanistan to be a continuation of the Trump-era policy. Would Trump have the courage? Yeah. Would he have had the political capital that he was willing to expend for such a thing? Probably not. But it was literally his policy and his negotiations that the Biden administration actually relied on and continue to fulfill the terms that had been set from the Trump administration. So I always find that very strange. And you know, when I'm talking about the Biden foreign policy, like, yeah, there's definitely, like we said, the drone war being completely almost completely restrained. That's a good thing. Having this guy on board and like talking to Iran or restarting the normalization process with Iran, not a bad thing. Those are good things.
What drives me insane about the way that the entire Iran deal and broader like confrontation policy with Iran unfolded is that you've got these hawks who, and AIPAC, it was their, and Mark Mellon, the head of DMFI, ran AIPAC's like anti-Iran deal lobbying. Like all of this is bundled together. They argued that we needed to get out of the Iran deal so that you could contain Iran because Iran's this, sponsor of terror, on and on, all these terrible things. So they've got a policy idea that they say is going to lead to better outcomes down the road. They get to implement their policy. Like they won. They tore the Iran deal up. They isolated Iran. They freeze the money. And then they want no responsibility for the outcome of absolute carnage throughout the Middle East. Like, this was your idea. Just like Netanyahu said that he was going to manage the occupation rather than come to a two-state solution, the Israeli public rightly is like, yeah, you didn't do that. You failed at that. At the same time, our hardliners are like, we don't want peace with Iran. We want to manage the conflict with Iran. Yet our public is not critical in the same way, and the hardliners can just kind of keep it moving, and just say, well, we need more cowbell. Like, we need more hardline. We need to bomb Iran.
Yeah. So I don't know where this will go. I mean, you have obviously escalations coming from Iranian-backed the Houthi government in Yemen. So you have that. They're literally fucking very openly and flagrantly, in ways that you haven't seen since 2016, like attacking American vessels, even like American carriers, right, and bombers.
At some point, they're gonna like seize some American vessel or something. Yeah.
Yeah, and you know, they're like, there's gonna be a retaliation for that, and
Probably
then
won't be American workers on it though.
No, it's always
migrant
all
labor.
Of these,
like
all
when
of
they,
these
when
crews
they
are
seized the
international.
Israeli ship. Yeah, it was. It's
they
like
rarely
some
ever
poor Laotian guy like winds up as a hostage, or Thai guy.
They are. I mean, they overcoming. What do you call it? Iran-backed Haas Zero Head. Wait, come on, man! Saying the Houthis get fucking weapons from Iran is not a controversial subject.
They're Iran-backed.
What do you mean?
They have some agency and independence, but they're Iran-backed.
You can agree with it, or I mean, you can say that they're Iran-backed and it's good, or you can say it's Iran-backed and it's bad. But like, you can't say they're not backed by Iran. What the fuck? Like, it's like saying Hezbollah is not fucking getting funding and
Hezbollah, Hamas,
and help
Houthis,
from
Syrian militias, some Iraqi militias. Like, Iran's got its proxies.
Like, where do you think these guys get their missiles from, man? What do you think is going on? You know, you love watching the fucking Al-Qassam Brigade TikTok compilations, but you don't really consider that it's not just like handmade. Some of the missiles are handmade. The RPGs are handmade in Gaza for sure. But like, what do you think the fucking missiles they're lobbing in to Israel proper is like handmade in Gaza? No.
Yeah, don't be blinded about that stuff.
Yeah, they're certainly getting it from.
Which is a good reason to reach a peace deal with the main actor in the region.
Yeah.
Because then you wind down this conflict as well.
I think it's because of the double standard. Nobody says U.S.-backed IDF because it's a given. Like, that's why I don't say it. I say it so much that it's like there's no reason to mention it. I mean, that's like the broadest part of my coverage is consistently talking about how Israel is a state. Is an American state and an important state, not like a shitty one, not like Montana, okay? We care way more about Israel than we care about like the state of Montana. Let's be real, because it's a forward operating base. It is a fucking unsinkable aircraft carrier. It has its own fucking espionage agencies. It's a destabilizing force in a resource-rich region. It's very important to us. Way more important than Wyoming or Montana or any of the fucking flyover states. You take offense to me saying that? I don't know. Maybe you're like a big Montana defender.
Montana's gorgeous, but we would trade it for anything else.
Yeah. So here is Mirjana Spoljarich, the president of the International Committee of the Red Cross, which is famously a neutral organization.
In Gaza hospital, and the things I saw there is beyond anything that anyone should be in a position to describe. What shocked me the most were the children with atrocious injuries and at the same time having lost their parents with no one looking after them. We are facing a situation here that will not be healed by sending in more trucks. We need to provide protection to
She's saying we need the military to come in, the international military. Like, she's saying blue helmet time. Like, bring in the motherfucking international military to fucking defend Gaza, which I agree with. I think Gaza deserves a motherfucking Iron Dome, okay? Both sides. If you want to do both sides, I think Gaza needs better targeting systems and an Iron Dome. That way, we could figure out if Hamas truly does want to, if they have their own Air Force and they have bombing campaigns, like we can see, are they interested in blowing up the entirety of Israel proper in the same way that fucking the Israeli occupying force has been? Or would they actually go after simply, military targets? Who knows? We will never know until, that equivalence occurs. Just saying.
The civilians in Gaza, to the women and children, to the elderly people that I saw today that have nowhere to go. The majority of people I met today have been displaced several times. I met people who have lost limbs because they needed to evacuate between treatments. and they lost a hand or a foot because they couldn't be treated in the hospital where they arrived first. I was told today that the North has lost its entire surgical capacity. We have to find solutions to this. We can't turn away from what is evidently a moral failure in the face of the international community. I'm calling on all parties, on everyone who has an influence, to de-escalate and to find the military solutions to what is an immense suffering of the people on both sides. We have to protect the rights of the people. We have to protect the rights of the civilians. We have to protect the rights of the detainees. We have to protect the rights of the hostages.
I love when people say, do you think Israel would target the UN forces if they entered Gaza to assist? I don't know. Let's think about how many UN officials they've already murked and then went on to UN. Gilad Erdogan, okay, went to the UN and delivered a fucking speech directly at the United Nations saying that United Nations workers were Hamas. Like, there is no stopping this force. There's no stopping this brutality. Okay, they do not give a fuck, and those weren't the armed UN workers. Okay, these are not like armed UN blue helmet militaries or anything. These are just straight up like teachers and whatnot, or people that work in like the grain silos or wherever, like the food depots and shit. I mean, they blew up a row of ambulances. Like, they don't give a shit.
Right, and then they're like, well, there might have been Hamas in there. Might.
Yeah. Terrorist. You're looking at your phone. Is there something you want to bring up?
No, I was asking, because I'm doing CNN not till 4. I was asking what time they're coming here.
Oh.
But we could talk about, you want to switch to the Brent Welder thing, or you want to do some more of this?
I want to do a little bit more of this because, like, there's I want to cover like the updates, especially because there's a really good one here where Jake Tapper gets shocked.
Oh,
Now,
yes,
Jake Tapper is, I will say this with my entire chest, an Islamophobe, okay? This man is not like a person who thinks, in my opinion, like most Muslims are good people. I will say that.
I don't know about that.
Really?
Yeah. You think?
Have you listened to Jake Tapper talk about Rashida Tlaib and fucking Ilhan Omar on no uncertain terms? I don't know. I am not a big fan of Jake Tapper.
I think he's tough on everybody, and so it comes across that way.
Are you about to go on Jake Tapper's show?
No.
Oh my God, you are about to go on CNN. So
Burnett.
Okay.
Concerned about this
Jake's an Eagles
spiraling
fan, so
into a wider war.
Yeah, I am no fan of Jake Tapper.
Iranian-backed militants
I did call him a cunt one time. I will admit. That's and he got very mad. Did I get in trouble? I was at the Young Turks at the time. That was like my final act of resistance. Or no, I wasn't even at that point. I had left. No, I said like I called him the head cunt at CNN, and he was like quote tweeting me and being like, you need to apologize to all women in media for calling women in media cunts or something. And I was just like, no, you're the cunt. You're the head cunt. Like, I'm talking about you, Jake. Anyway.
Attacks in the region. The White House is now vowing to take appropriate action, as they say, in response to the latest Houthi missile and drone strike in the Red Sea over the weekend. But so far, the U.S.'s efforts to retaliate have not deterred them. Now, the White House is now considering launching a multinational naval task force.
I think he unblocked me. Or maybe he never blocked me. I don't know. Absolutely disgusting. The misogyny is appalling. The great and professional this person, Breonna Keller, and all the women of CNN are owed an apology. I said, I'm not referring to the women specifically when I say everyone in established media. I'm talking about people like you, Jake, you and everyone else who engages in dishonest smears of this one psycho's Twitter threads just because it targets progressives, which you obviously hate.
Yes.
Anyway, I mean, I definitely was.
Did you apologize or?
Fuck no. He can suck me. Anyway, sorry. That's my opinion on my own. Ryan does not like what I just said. Okay, you can disavow. Me. Thank you. It's fine. He's just.
No, I like Jake. I think he's actually a really good reporter. I think what people pick up on is like the way whatever he's pushing on, he's going to push hard on.
Yeah.
And so when people see him pushing hard on Rashida Tlaib, they don't see look like this. This is good.
Look, yeah. I'm a balls and strikes kind of guy. Okay, so here, fair is fair. I've shown Wolf Blitzer, the GOAT, okay, literally a person who worked at AIPAC, ripping into some of the foreign ministry spokespersons when they were trying to desperately contextualize this next batch of fucking dead babies, right? And why it was totally valid as a target. And here is Jake Tapper, shocked against Mark Regev. Let's take a look at what he had to say.
People of Gaza know this better than anyone else. And when this is over, I'm sure you'll see an explosion of pent-up rage by the people of Gaza against Hamas for everything that they have brought upon.
That's their goal.
Yeah, no, totally. Definitely. Yeah. Yeah, that's how that works. Like, for example, here, let's look no further than, I'm not even going to fucking do the thing where I talk about, like, the apartheid, the occupation, all that stuff. October 7 happened. Y'all fucking got mad at Benjamin Netanyahu, but you were way more mad at Hamas. Or Palestinians in general, like every single fucking Palestinian, as a matter of fact. 94% of Israeli Jews said, you were mad at Bella Hadid. You're talking about killing Bella Hadid. So it didn't happen, did it? It's not like you fucking unseated Benjamin Netanyahu or even turned around and went, actually, as a matter of fact, we should stop doing the violent things that we've been doing, as a matter of fact, and we should just do the exact opposite. That didn't happen. So why the fuck do you think Palestinians are going to turn around and be like, wow, it certainly is Hamas's fault that Israel blew up my fucking apartment complex, my school, my hospital, killed half of my fucking family, and I'm the lucky one that I'm alive. Why would they ever fucking turn around and be like, yeah, it's not Israel that did that, it's Hamas that did that? Of course they're not going to say that.
But
It's
I think
fucking ridiculous.
Your point about prioritizing the anger is a good one. Like, Israelis do say, like, Netanyahu brought this about and we hate him as a result, but their higher priority is going after Hamas. I bet you got a bunch of Palestinians who are like, yeah, I wish that they had not done some of this stuff on October 7th. Absolutely.
100%.
But who they're really...
That's why they're more popular in the West Bank than they are in Gaza. Because Hamas has... I mean, there's always been this internal conflict, obviously, between the Palestinian Authority and Hamas as, like, militant resistance against Israel versus, like, supposed political dealing with Israel. But if Israel and every single Israeli politician and every single Israeli coalition government in perpetuity since the 90s has basically fucking neutralized the Palestinian Authority and Fatah and like pretty much anyone that has ever negotiated with them, from the PLO, Yasser Arafat, all the way to now the Palestinian Authority, and then utilize the Palestinian Authority as an arm of the Israeli security apparatus, literally apprehending Palestinian militants in the fucking West Bank, and even like offering names of like Palestinian children so the Israeli government can fucking snatch them up, then yeah, of course they're going to fucking hate that. You're literally pushing people to violently resist, which, by the way, they have more of a legal right to do so than Israel. Israel, as the belligerent occupier, does not have a legal right to
the law is that
to defend themselves against Gaza.
The law is that if you're an occupying power, you're responsible for the well-being of those you're occupying, and presumably you're also supposed to wind down the occupation.
Yes, you cannot do that. Israel does not have a legal right to defend itself in the way that they are trying to contextualize this violence. Israel, on the other hand, Palestinians, on the other hand, do have a legal right to resist violently against the Israeli occupation. Obviously, there's like boundaries upon what you can do.
There's war crimes.
Yeah,
right.
You can still do war crimes in the process, and certainly October 7 had a litany of war crimes. I'm not a denier of that. Obviously, there were atrocities.
But now it makes it harder to prosecute them when neither we nor Israel nor Hamas or anybody recognize the International Criminal Court. Be a good reason to have an International Criminal Court.
Yeah, well, good thing we fucking won in 2002, I believe, said we would literally invade The Hague.
Right, yeah.
We just made up a new law that said, hey, if you ever apprehend an American service member, we will invade The Hague.
Yeah.
And then in 2018, Donald Trump openly pulled out of the international criminal courts. So, it's great stuff. We obviously don't give a shit, and neither Israel, I don't think, has ever signed off either.
Yeah.
So,
Gazans.
That might be wishful thinking, Mark. There are a lot of innocent people being killed by bombs that Israel is raining down upon Gaza. And even if, as I know, the IDF believes that that Israel has killed 5,000 members of Hamas, That's thousands of innocent people, including women and children, babies that Israel has killed. And even if it's an accident, even if it's collateral damage, it's a lot of innocent lives that have been killed by Israel.
So you are correct that we don't want to see a single innocent civilian caught up in the crossfire between the IDF and the Hamas terrorists. And we're making a maximum effort. I mean, we've been leafleting and urging people to leave areas of combat from day one. And the truth is most Gazans did vote with their feet and did exit areas of combat, and wisely so.
They voted with their feet. By the way, if you find this to be gross and disgusting, this kind of contextualization of what's happening, this humanitarian disaster that they've brought upon a 2 million population in one of the more densely populated areas of internal refugees from like historic Palestine, mind you. Okay. Well, it's only a simple continuation of the 1948 rhetoric of the Nakba and the way that that has been contextualized and even lied about for a very long time until, like, I guess the early 2000s when declassified information came out and the new historians rose up from that, including Ilan Pape and Avi Shleim and many others. So he like, I've heard this, like I've seen this, I've read about the contextualization of the Nakba in an identical term, which is they're leaving. Maybe they're leaving on their own volition, right? Or maybe they're leaving because the Arabs told
voting
them.
with their feet is such an incredible term.
Yeah, it's it would never, none of this would ever stick as like valid propaganda if you, for a brief moment, thought of Palestinians as human beings. That's it. But there are plenty of people who, I guess, don't dehumanize Palestinians or haven't thought enough to dehumanize them. So when they hear someone operating with this kind of like arrogant Hasbara, as I like to call it, they go, what the fuck? What do you mean? Voting with their feet? Like, the fuck are you saying?
That's the other, that's the upside in our poor education system in some ways, because then people come into this issue without the propaganda ahead of time and are just receiving it as it is in real time. Be like, no, actually, was somebody like voting with their feet and leaving their home? That doesn't scan to me as like an explanation.
Yeah, if you haven't gotten the neoliberal indoctrination that you would have gotten at like college campuses or whatever, where like, you know, people that you trust to be honest and earnest gave you this historical assessment that I would consider to be genocide denial, then you're uninitiated. So you do have kind of like AOC, to do a callback in 2018. You have this same perspective where you're like, what? I'm just saying they're humans.
They're humans and they shouldn't be shot unarmed.
Yeah, it's like, that's kind of fucked up. Wait, do we have to shoot them? That seems weird to me.
We don't want to see a single Gazan civilian caught up in the crossfire. But we're working against a brutal enemy who deliberately wants to use Gaza's civilians as a human shield to protect its war machine. And it makes our job just so much more difficult. But I think, and I've seen the numbers, and I can't share with you yet, but when this is over, we can have a serious discussion when the fog of war is behind us. But I am convinced, though every single civilian death, and especially children, is a tragedy.
First of all, 73% of the casualties, the murders that Israel is engaged in, has been children under the age of 18, women, and the elderly. So across the board, if they are even calculating this in the grossest ways possible, military age enemy combatant, military age male, as like every single military age male in Palestine, in Gaza, that was fucking lasered by Israeli rocket fire, if they consider all of them to be Hamas, even then it's only 27%. That ratio in and of itself is fucking worse than the ratio of Hamas on October 7th. I'm a lesser evil voter, guys. I got to vote for Joe Biden over Donald Trump. I'm a lesser evil voter. If Hamas in Israel is on the ballot, I'm voting Hamas. Lesser evil.
Right. They should be careful with those analogies because, I mean, nobody's going to take it to that level. But when you
I'm taking it to that level.
When you start putting those numbers up, you're like, wait a minute. You're saying that's good, but then like what moral leg do you have left to stand on? Also, that of that 27 or 23%, whatever it was, I know for a fact that plenty of those were not Hamas fighters.
Yes, of course.
And I feel like as a like I would be counted like as a 45-year-old boomer. Like if I got in this, they'd be like, well, I mean, maybe he was.
Journalists are counted in those numbers. There are plenty of, there's 60, almost 60 journalists that have been fucking eviscerated, that have been destroyed, that have been killed by Israel. Some are in fucking Lebanon too. Like, you know, it's insane. You have journalists that are like running away from the Gaza Strip because they're worried that wearing a press vest makes them a target.
And they get lumped in as military-aged male.
Yeah. I saw 73 at the last count. Yeah, it's just the cowardice of the American media to not defend their own, like in this situation, is also additionally disgusting. It's just, it blows my mind that they're not even like I thought at least like journalists would care about like other journalists getting killed, and you know I lost that opinion immediately. I realized they don't give a fuck when I saw the Reuters message on their own Lebanese journalists getting assassinated by Israel, when they did neutral language to talk about their own fucking journalists being assassinated. It's nuts.
And we don't want to see it. In comparative numbers, if you compare Israel to perfection, of course we'll fall short. But if you compare Israel to other Western armies who've been fighting terrorists in built-up urban areas, I think Israel will not come out badly in the comparison. On the contrary, but I think it will be.
On that point, like your point is one that they need to think about. Like if you take, we all believe that October 7th was a horrific atrocity.
Mm-hmm.
But if you take that and say, okay, 800 civilians were killed, roughly, 400 police and security.
Yeah.
And
IDF military security.
That's a 2-to-1 ratio. That is horrifying and should be condemned.
Way less children too. That's another thing. Like when you look at it, because like we're not even doing that same exact assessment.
If that's horrifying, how can they say that the exact same ratio is not horrifying when they carry it out? What are they comparing themselves
to? Because the enemies are not human. That's the whole point. So internally, when you do that in Israel, everyone's like, yeah, you're right, dog. Keep it $150. These guys are not real human beings. Let's go. When you do that in Western media, however, the person sitting across from you is going to be like, what the fuck are you saying?
And Jake does push back here.
Yeah.
Seeing that the IDF really has done everything that is humanly possible to try to safeguard innocent civilians.
It's very hard to believe that, especially on a day when one of our producers lost 9 members of his family who were not members of Hamas, not members of the Palestinian Islamic Jihad, not members.
This is why he's conservative, by the way. Let me just say something real quick, okay? I'm glad that he's pushing back. Respect. Much respect to Jake Tapper for doing that, okay? Holy fuck, it took like 58 days of ethnic cleansing for him to fucking...
He had some other good ones.
He had some other good ones too, for sure. Now, let me tell you something. This is an inherently reactionary perspective when you cannot value humanity and human life as this like standalone thing, and you can only think about it when someone has been impacted by it. It's literally like the Dick Cheney not being anti-lesbian concept. You know what I mean? Because like his daughter's lesbian, so then he's like, I don't really care about the gay stuff. It's fine.
I think he has stood up against some of these atrocities in the last couple months. And I think but you can see it in his face here. Like, look at his face.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like, it's 58 days, man. It's just so many fucking days of like death and destruction. Like, how do you sit there and like push back here? And you deserve praise for pushing back here. I think he does deserve it. But like, having said that, he's also consistently hyping up the narratives on the other side as well, putting himself as like a beacon of honesty and truth and playing both sides of the matter, I guess. But ultimately, I think, he's done a much better job than Anderson Cooper, I'll tell you that much. However, I think that like this is more so, maybe I'm a little bit more cynical, but this is more so a way to maintain your credibility.
Although there's value in maintaining credibility in the sense that, because then it lets people like us be like, look, Jake Tapper is saying this. Don't take it from us. Like, believe it from us. And yeah, the guy then starts to try to blame the 9 family members for getting killed. It's like,
this is when you used your inside voice. Okay. Yeah. You're not supposed to say this in the English language. Maybe you could say it in Hebrew at like channel 14 or whatever, or channel 12. You can't say this in English on CNN. Because when you say this in English on CNN, you forgot your job. Your job was to try to contextualize the violence in an appropriate manner.
Of any group, just 9 people just trying to live their lives.
First of all, I extend my sorrow to him and my sympathies.
There you go, good start.
But if I saw your report correctly, and please correct me if I say something wrong, that happened in northern Gaza, in Gaza City, where a month ago we already asked all the civilians to leave. And most of them did. If there was like 1,200,000 people there was only a couple of tens of thousands left. And one has to ask, yes,
only
they had ample opportunity to leave. I don't know what happened. I don't have the specific circumstances. I know there's deadly combat going on now in the north, still between these IDF and Hamas terrorists, yes? And we don't want to see anyone caught up in the crossfire, but why didn't they heed the advice and leave the area?
You can't blame them. There's now
I don't blame them.
But you can't. There's fighting in the south now. I've been asking this since October 7th. Where are these people supposed to go?
So at the beginning, it was easier because the fighting was concentrated in the north, and we just asked.
That's not true. That's not true. That was not true. They literally blew up a tank. Even after they started the ground invasion, I remember a tank blowing up a fucking family. Only the mother survived. Okay, a tank straight up blew up a family on the safe evacuation route in the south.
And they have been bombing.
Bullshit.
They've been bombing Han Yunis since the beginning.
Yeah, and they blew up the fucking Rafah crossing at first.
Which is all the way at the bottom.
It's bullshit. Yeah. It's fucking bullshit. And of course, they've never stopped bombing the south either. It's fucking bullshit. And guess what? They blew up the north nonstop, right? What is this? It is interesting that you do not mention the 12. Thank you for the $10 donation. It is interesting that you do not mention the 1,200 Israeli citizens murdered on 7/10, which included babies, children, women, and old people who were slaughtered in a barbaric manner, and not to mention the abductees, including a 10-month-old baby. It's interesting that you must have tuned in literally just this very moment.
We just talked about them
because we were
5 minutes ago.
Literally just talking about it. Just rewind the fucking VOD. Rewind the VOD. Actually, as a matter of fact, it's impossible for you to not have heard me talk about it. I've been nonstop talking about it. So that's crazy. That number is down from 1,200 to 1,000? No, it's not.
I think it's 1,137 or something at this
point.
point.
They lowered it again? I thought that I thought it was 1,200.
Well, that's because they're including Israeli military casualties in Gaza since then. So
okay.
That brings it up above 1,200. But on October 7th, I think you can just Google the Haaretz article. I think it's 1,137, which people round up to 1,200.
Yeah, I mean it's fine. It's not
you don't want to split hairs over.
Yeah, I'm not the type of person who's also said things like, "Oh, it was mostly the IDF that killed its own civilians." I don't think so. I saw it.
Sure, but
yeah,
but
of course,
but not the majority.
But I also saw at least with my own 2 eyes, at least 100 civilians being killed, at least by Palestinian militants. They filmed it, right? So the idea that it wasn't the Palestinian military actions there that genuinely led to a tremendous amount of civilian violence, a tremendous amount of civilian death and destruction, incorrect.
Right. If you don't want people apologizing for the IDF, don't apologize.
And for the record, this doesn't shake my confidence on Palestinian emancipation. That's the difference. I think a lot of people still are very desperate to make Palestinians be the perfect victims, right? There's this endless interest when you are so far removed from the situation on hand, where you're no, you don't understand. They actually didn't even kill a single civilian. They're really good. They're really awesome. They were so awesome on October 7th. No, you can say that it was a fucking slaughter. You can say that. That should not change your opinion on Palestinian emancipation. That would be fucking ridiculous. Okay? I will never argue to wipe out Israel with a fucking nuclear strike because so many Israelis are voting for the Netanyahu admission. That would be inhumane as fuck. That'd be barbaric. That'd be psychotic. That'd be genocide, right? It doesn't work that way. You have to have consistent principles in this matter.
I'm curious for your take on this because you more in this world. My sense was that a lot of people on October 7th that said some really gross stuff defending it have these tight social media feeds, and they didn't even see a lot of the slaughter. And then once they saw the civilian slaughter, they were kind of dug in, and they'd already said asshole shit. So they didn't want to take it back and look like
probably. I feel like you don't have to like outflank or outmaneuver Ismail Haniyeh. You know what I mean? Like when he is going on the record and being like, yeah, this was a much more, or Abu Ubaidah, who said on October 8th that this was a much more successful operation than we thought it was going to be, and a lot of civilian casualties occurred as a consequence of that, which was, you know, inappropriate. And then some of them were actually the IDF. Like, you don't have to literally be like, no, those guys are wrong too. They all deserved it. Every Israeli baby deserved it. Like, that is an insane thing to
Makes
say.
you look like a psycho. Yeah.
And it's an especially insane thing to say, okay, when you are in the Western world and you are trying to reach a broader audience in the Western world. If you want to defend Palestinians, you have to do that in a way where, you know, you're talking to other people who are maybe just as uninitiated as you are, or even more uninitiated. Okay, that's it. That's it. That's the whole point.
Oh, there's the list right there.
Yeah. No, this is from November 23rd though, and also I can never fucking.
I know, even though I
Haaretz
subscribe,
is so
like,
incredibly fucking paywalled. It's like ridiculous, dude. God damn it. Fucking liberals, man. I really want to understand from the river to the sea and the history at this point, and I'm too afraid to ask. We could talk about that later. I mean, I have videos on it if you want to watch. Like, I talked to my former co-host Ethan on that as well on my YouTube page. Like, it's, you know, there's plenty of stuff that you can find on it. But don't be afraid to ask questions. It's just right now I'm gonna. I'm not going to talk about it currently.
People to move south, and that was relatively simple. Yes, I'm not saying totally simple, but relatively simple. Just go south of the river. But now we're being more specific because it is more complicated in the south. We've actually designated areas in the south which are safer areas, which are especially. There's a number of them. We've shared the maps with the United States. It's been shared also with the UN and the other humanitarian organizations. Listen, we have to hit Hamas in Khan Yunis. They've got a strong military infrastructure there. They've got a network of tunnels. If we want to destroy Hamas's military machine, and we have to act in the south as well. Senior Hamas commanders are there under the ground in Khan Yunis. We can't not go there. But in going there and to defeat Hamas, we're also going to make a major effort once again to try to safeguard civilian lives. And that's why we're urging people there now to move to the new areas that we've specified. And as the ground operation starts, I can assure you that the escape routes, the humanitarian corridors that will allow civilians.
Yeah, it's just journalistic malpractice to, like, at this point, unflinchingly repeat whatever an Israeli official says. You're bad at your job. I'm sorry. It doesn't matter. Every single time an Israeli organ of the government, a Knesset member, the defense minister, a part of the fucking foreign ministry that you know is specifically there to propagandize Israel's actions. Every single time they say something, you should immediately go, hold on. Here are the 100 previous instances where you've said identical things and it turned out to be not true. If you don't do that, you're not doing your fucking job. Okay? I'm sorry. You're not doing your fucking job. Am I wrong? Like, listen, it doesn't fucking matter. Like, same with Russia, right? Same with Russia. If we had this level of connection and this level of allegiance with anyone, okay, Saudi Arabia, for example, if they openly lied this frequently, if, let's say, genocide being conducted with our weapons in Yemen, and then you have, like, the same level of contextualization that is occurring with, like, Saudi ministers, right? And they keep going on television and saying, no, you don't understand, like, the Yemeni children, like, they deserve it. Like, this is, you don't get it. Like, the school bus that we blew up, they deserved it. It was a terrorist school bus. It's the Houthi Iran-backed school bus. We had to kill 250,000 civilians in Yemen because they were, terror children, right? If they so frequently lied like this and got caught in a lie, at a certain point, it would never go unchallenged.
Yeah.
It would not. The only country that is an extension of our foreign policy apparatus is Israel, that we rarely ever fucking question, despite the fact that they have no credibility, none, no credibility whatsoever. I will stand on that. Another harm reduction argument. Okay, another harm reduction argument comes from Hamas, Hamas-backed health ministry, right? The Gazan health ministry is Hamas-backed. They say this all the time. They have
an infinitely better track record of accurately assessing the damage than Israel has. Okay? It's ridiculous.
Even Israel at the end of every Gaza conflict will put out their own list of what their estimate is of the casualties, and they will match up with the health ministry.
Exactly. They've also been cross-verified by the Human Rights Watch before, and they found that
State Department.
Yeah,
uses
the
them.
State Department uses their numbers. Like, their numbers have always been reliable. Okay, does Hamas end up?
It's names of people who died at a hospital.
Yeah, exactly. Which Israel has access to because they have the population registry, by the way. So that's another reason why it's like so fucking ridiculous. Okay. Anyway, regardless, again, when you look at Hamas's track record, okay, on things that they've lied about, you have to analyze it within the context of like, what will they gain from lying? Okay. Like, for example, it came out that the hostages that were being released were given Klonopin, right? An anti-anxiety medication that many of you probably are familiar with when you take it. A lot of people take it on flights and shit like that, okay? People were saying like, oh, they drugged them to make them look good. Now, I think that's fair. I think that's a fair assessment to make.
Yeah.
The other understandable counter to that would be also that like it is an intense situation, and therefore they want to make sure that like, you know, nothing scary occurs, right?
And people have such a hard time talking about this because if you say anything about it, people are immediately like, oh, so you think that they're awesome because they like cared about the anxiety of their hostages, and so therefore they're okay. It's like, no, nobody's saying that. That's not the point. The point is we're just rationally.
The point is there is a rational.
They,
exactly.
Yeah.
The point is there's two schools of thought here. Either every single Palestinian and every single militant, every single Hamas member is a anti-Semitic, barbarian, rapist monster who's literally not operating on like any rational thought whatsoever, and they're just simply angry and you know, seeing blood, and they're always like lashing out in incredibly violent and barbaric ways. Or some of them are anti-Semitic, certainly, but ultimately there's a rational thought behind the actions, including on October 7th. No matter how barbaric it is, this is not a justification. It is analysis, okay? It's not a justification for October 7th. And that's my point, is that, like, yeah, of course they're behaving in a rational manner in this circumstance. Like, even the hostage-taking operation. Why the fuck would they take hostages, which is, you know...
Because they're trading hostages.
Exactly. Why would they take hostages if they were just going to go kill them inside of Gaza? They would just do that as they did inside of Israel. Sorry. Anyway.
And like when it was shown that like they brought that one hostage to the hospital for medical care, it's like, oh, you're saying that Hamas cares so much about... No, rationally, a hostage is worth more alive. That's not to praise.
Well, not for Israel doesn't give a fuck, so they have no way of understanding that. Because
from their perspective, they're like, maybe they're worth more, but yeah.
Yeah, Israel doesn't understand that because...
They do believe that because that's why they have the Hannibal directive. Otherwise, they...
You mean Samson?
Is it the Samson?
The Hannibal directive, I think, is the... Or wait, no, is it the...
I think Hannibal's the one where...
which one is the nuke one? The other one is kill the hostages, the Israeli hostages.
Kill the hostages, yeah.
I thought it was the... Hannibal is right. Okay, never mind. You were right. I was wrong. Samson is the nuke one. Hannibal is the correct one. Samson option is the nuke the world option. Hannibal is kill the hostages option.
But Hannibal shows that they do actually value them alive because they understand that they're worth more alive.
Yeah. No, I think like I think they get it, and this mass protest that has occurred in Israel from the hostage families shows that, because if Hamas has very much alive Israeli hostages, their family members are gonna be like, "Don't fucking bomb them, stupid!" Like
when they one of the poignant elements of Israel restarting this war after just a couple days was thinking about it from the Israeli family's perspective. Every day you're seeing a couple hostages released, and you're hoping and praying that it's your loved one that gets released, and then you just want the ceasefire to continue so that every day you get a new kind of lottery number pulled that hopefully mine will come home. And then you had Ben-Gvir being like, "Oh, I'm going to take the government down if we don't restart this war."
Yeah,
you're like, they're releasing hostages. Like, just keep doing this until they release the hostages. And then to see the war start up again, obviously the hundreds of people being killed every day in Gaza are feeling it, but so are the Israelis whose family members now are less likely to get released.
Absolutely. We're gonna move on from this to I want to talk about this. This is a really good. This is a really good interview between Cristiano Monpour and the guy who left the State Department, the American Victor Boot, the weapons trafficker for the State Department, literally was like, "Yo, fuck this shit, I'm out." Not realizing that he was British, by the way. Ew. But anyway, I mean, I guess he's an American. But this was a very enlightening conversation. There's really important parts about this, especially with respect to how Israel operates with Palestinian human rights groups. I'm gonna go pee really quickly, and I'm also gonna take Kai out as well. But Ryan, you got the you got the
What
reins.
influence does the United States have as Israel seeks to avenge the slaughter of 1,200 people on October 7th and to remove Hamas from power in Gaza? Our first guest tonight, Josh Paul, resigned from the State Department soon after October 7th in protest of what he said were unscrutinized U.S. arms transfers to Israel. In his resignation letter, he said the Israeli response and American support, quote, will only lead to more and deeper suffering for both the Israeli and Palestinian people and is not in the long-term American interest. And Josh Paul is joining me now. Welcome to the program.
Thank you very much indeed for having me.
When do you want me to stop this?
I was struck by what the U.S. Defense Secretary said. I mean, this is a very bold military assessment that this amount of civilian killing is going to lead not only to this tragedy that the world is witnessing, but a strategic, he used the word defeat.
Yes.
And so tell me, how do you assess what he said?
I think he's right. And I think what you see is a tension between those of us who have worked in political and military fields on the ground in the Middle East and in the defense establishment, in the uniformed services, who understand that this is not going to work. This is not going to lead to the result that Israel wants. It is just going to prolong.
She asks him, like,
to have resigned. So a number of factors. The first of which is just the scope and the.
This is, you know, we've done this a bunch over the years. Israel has done this a bunch over the years. What's different? Why'd you resign?
Scale. You know, here we are 2 months into this conflict, and we have seen 3 times more children die, 6,000 in Gaza, than in 2 years of Russia's war against Ukraine. We have seen over 50 journalists killed, over 100 UN aid workers, over 200 medical professionals. You know, do you know what it takes to be a doctor in Gaza?
We've interviewed a lot of them, and it's a terrible situation for them.
The scale of the loss has been astounding, and of course my role in the State Department involves approving many of these major arms transfers that are going to Israel.
So here's how he gets to it. It's his job to sign off on these weapons transfers.
Right now, that are enabling this killing.
But this is American policy. It's not like these are rogue transfers. This is American policy, bipartisan, decades long. Israel is America's strongest ally in the Middle East, and America provides the most aid in the world to Israel, and obviously to Egypt as well, but in general to Israel. Again, what is so unscrutinized about this? What was so different that made you resign publicly?
Well, in all the arms transfers I've been a part of discussing before, including to Israel, there has always been...
I love this. She's like, yo, what the fuck? Like, you're the guy. You've given Israel guns. What's going on? Like, you're the guy who has the maximum amount of, like, understanding for routine rule breakers, right? Like war criminals that you have funded. You funded so many war criminals. What the fuck's going on?
Been space for discussion and debate. You can raise concerns about how are these arms going to be used. Do we have confidence that laws of war, laws of proportionality are going to be respected? Do we have concerns about some of the units that these arms might be going to and their track records? What was different here was that there was no discussion. There was no space for that discussion. There was simply an approach of essentially the barn doors are open, and that remains the case. You know, the Wall Street Journal reported just in the last couple of days that America has transferred over 4,000 dumb bombs to Israel, several thousand guidance kits, and 45,000 artillery shells. So the barn doors remain open, and while I'm certainly encouraged to hear what Vice President Harris said, what Secretary Austin has said, for as long as those barn doors remain open, I don't know why Israel would take those warnings seriously.
Can I just read the State Department response to your resignation? Basically saying that it expects and appreciates employees have different beliefs. And of course, one thing that is actually kind of interesting for all of us is to know that there is a dissent, there's an official dissent channel in the State Department that allows people to air their concerns. And that was, history from the Vietnam War. This is what the State Department says about you. With respect to this specific criticism that's been aired, we have made very clear that we strongly support Israel's right to defend itself. We're going to continue providing the security assistance that they need to defend themselves. But the President and the Secretary of State has spoken to this very clearly, that we expect Israel to abide by all international law as they defend themselves. Israel says it's doing that to the best of its ability.
So I think we have a responsibility as the larger, more powerful partner in this relationship to give advice, to give guidance, to step in when things are not going right. And when we say that we have a responsibility to, or a commitment to defend Israel and to support Israel's security, I think we have to look at the situation on the ground and say, is that what is actually happening? Is Israel more secure as a result of our assistance, or has our military assistance enabled Israel to move ahead with the expansion of settlements in the West Bank, to continue the siege of Gaza, and to take steps that ultimately undermine its own security rather than leading to a comprehensive peace?
As you know, the U.S. administration believes, whether it says it publicly or behind closed doors, that the only way to get...
Did you hear the dissent Slack channel that they got at the State Department? That shit's probably crazy. Yes. They're like, hey, guys, come on. 50 children.
Yeah.
50 children today. Like, what are we doing? What are we fucking doing, dog? It's awesome. Yeah, I love this interview because, you're talking to a guy who has so much blood on his hands. And Amanpour is like, why this?
Yeah.
Like, how do you, what the fuck? You're the guy. You're the guy who gives weapons to war criminals. What the fuck is happening? Do you have any assessment on any of the things that they mentioned? I don't know. I'm sure you've seen this interview already. I watched it.
He also, it feels like the guy's unleashed. He's also the one who told the story about a Palestinian human rights organization that came to the State Department.
I think this is that interview,
yeah. With a 13-year-old boy who'd been raped.
He didn't talk about that yet, right, Chad? I didn't miss that.
I don't think he did yet.
Yeah, I will be talking about that.
But yeah, he's saying we even with Israel, and this is kind of news in a way, that the brokers like him would ask, what's this going to be used for? What units is it going to go to? If you, as a member of Congress, suggest that, you're told you're out of line.
Yeah.
He's saying that the State Department currently does that. But he said the difference was after October 7th, he raised these concerns and was told, no, this time, no questions asked, put it on the boat, get it over there.
No, 100%. It's, the Leahy Law is
it's in place.
It's another one of those suggestions, like the Geneva suggestions, right? We have these ethics rules and laws in our own self-governance where we're not supposed to give weapons to war criminals who are engaging in war crimes or people that we consider to be, maybe a little bit too reactionary. Obviously, it's always been a clear violation of such principles throughout the American Cold War, throughout America and America's operations in general globally. It's just that now you can't get even more than 27, I think, congresspersons to say, hey, can we follow the law that's existing in the books?
Yeah.
Which is crazy. This is a step even further than that. The fact that the State Department has no assessment of what the weapons are going to be used for is entirely new. Yes, Leahy. Sorry, not Leahy. Leahy.
We're a critical chat.
I know. Oh, they fucking catch me slipping. They're gonna serve me.
They're gonna let you know.
They're gonna let me know. Oh yeah.
Behind closed doors, that the only way to get, for instance, it's not a secret that there's no love lost between President Biden and Prime Minister Netanyahu before this over the attempted, essentially, these are my words, overthrow of a democratic system in their so-called judicial reform. President Biden didn't even invite him to the White House. It's a total rarity. However, they believe that in order to affect Israeli policy, the likes of which you're talking now, to affect the policy and make it more towards the peace process, they have to embrace Israel, defend Israel, support Israel, in order to get the trust of the Israeli people, so that they can then speak clearly to the Israeli government. And you saw what happened under the Obama administration. The people of Israel didn't support.
Fuck no, that's bullshit. I don't agree with that assessment at all, by the way. Just want to point that out. I think that's
what's she trying to say here?
I think she's trying to say that, like, you had to bear hug Netanyahu so you could get the Israeli population on your side, so you can, like, your calls for restraint would be heard. Bullshit. Okay? That's bullshit.
Also, it's if you are the superpower and the client state is the client state, you tell them what to do. Like it happens all the time. Biden in May 2021 told Netanyahu the Gaza war is over. Ronald Reagan in 1982 called Menachem Begin. He was like, this Lebanese war is over.
Yeah.
And by the end of the phone call, it's over.
It's done. And Yoav Gallant personally also to the Israeli public said a couple weeks prior when they asked, why are you letting in these terrorists? Why are you letting in humanitarian aid for these terrorists? And he said, America told us. The fuck are we supposed to do? There was another article I forget. Now. I think it was like another Channel 12 article or something. It was like originally written in Hebrew about how, without America's military support and endless support, there's no military operations. It just doesn't exist. There's no shot. The idea that like Israel could operate without America's
go ahead. They bought the book. I'm saying thank you to them.
Thank you for buying the book, Chatter. The idea that Israel could operate without America's go ahead and without America's weapons is so stupid. No one in Israel or the Israeli government believes you when you say that. Like, you're wrong. The Israeli government will openly tell you you're fucking wrong.
Yeah.
They show that they care about the American population's opinions on Israel more than they care about the Israeli population's opinions on the IDF. One, because they already have it, sure. But Netanyahu has given more airtime to Western broadcasters since October 7th than Israeli broadcasters. He has very rarely appeared on Israeli television and has very frequently appeared on American television. One must ask the question, why? So if I'm going to sit here and criticize like online leftists or whatever that like outflank the leadership structure of Hamas when talking about civilian casualties on October 7th, then yeah, remember, you're outflanking Israel in this situation in your endless efforts to defend Israel. Ironically, they themselves recognize the importance of America in the conversation.
What the Obama administration, they thought Obama didn't support them.
So, first of all, I would ask where that embrace gets the United States.
Yeah.
If you look at what is unfolding now, it is not only a disaster in Gaza, but it is a foreign policy disaster for the United States across the Arab world and, frankly, across the global South. We seem like hypocrites when we criticize Israel, when we criticize Russia for human rights abuses, but fail to do so with Israel. And so I think that our embrace,
which, by the way,
we have to be careful with that embrace.
Nobody gives a shit about that. America's always been hypocritical. It literally doesn't matter because, like, it's America. What are you supposed to do? America's...
We're going to be like, oh, you got us on the rules.
I talked about this when I was talking about Henry Kissinger. Like, people love talking about how brilliant of a tactician he was, right? And I was like, Henry Kissinger of any other country does not have anything. They got no smoke. Only when you're motherfucking the Secretary of State in America do you get to be as belligerent, okay, or as self-serving, or as violent.
Henry Kissinger is so good at getting like Sri Lanka to do what he wants. Like, yeah.
But also, but even then, major failures. Like, you look at what happened in Laos and Cambodia.
Yeah.
Like, if your goal is to take a neutral country and like make them pro-America, well, you fucked up.
Yeah.
You did the opposite.
You lost it all. Yeah.
You did it. There was a genocide, and on top of that, they weren't fucking pro. They were literally saved by the Vietnamese army. So what the fuck? It's just, I mean, even with Vietnam. But ultimately, it was a failure. It was an abject failure. He was not like a brilliant tactician. He only seems that way because he is holding the reins of American empire. Okay? That's it. That's the only reason. If you're not doing that, then you're seen as Gaddafi, incomprehensible, a despot. Is like your, is how history will look upon you and try to figure out what your fucking genuine opinion was on matters.
Also, he had an accent and had read some books. And
yeah,
so
and wrote books too. Yeah,
people were like, "All right, he must be brilliant."
Yeah, exactly. Americans are so fucking gullible, dude. It's so insane. I wish I should have never worked on not having an accent.
That's true. God.
Yeah, I'd have infinitely more clout. Apparently, Henry's accent also got worse over the years too. He got thicker.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah. Well, I guess that makes sense though, because he's like,
it's working. He's giving the crowd what they want.
No, I wouldn't even say that because like as my grandfather, you know what I mean? Like he has a thick ass Turkish accent too, and it's never changed.
It comes back.
Well, yeah, and also because like once you're above a certain age, like, and you came to America after a certain age, like Henry Kissinger came when he was young though, so I don't know, but. Anyway, whatever. Let's continue.
Draws us in as well. Secondly, of course, the answer is we do have leverage that we can use within that embrace. I'm not suggesting that America should not remain close with Israel. I'm suggesting simply that as we are the provider of arms, as we are the provider of billions of dollars in taxpayer-funded assistance every year to what is actually a wealthy country, we do have a fair amount of leverage. And of course, we provide Israel with security and diplomatic backup across the region that has enabled its integration.
Leverage.
We have a lot of leverage here to set Israel on a better path and to end this senseless killing in Gaza. We are not using it.
How does what happened on October 7th in Israel was barbaric? Mm-hmm. It was savage.
Yes.
We've heard the stories of rape and gang rape, of children being shot to death in front of their parents. We know what's happened with more than 250 people who've been taken hostage, including babies. How does a nation get, I don't even know what the right word is, beyond it?
She doesn't want to say vengeance. That's
right,
what,
can't say
but that's what she's looking for. She's looking for, she's going to the thesaurus to find a fucking word that's not vengeance, that implies vengeance.
And she's going like payback. No, that's not it. That's not.
Yeah.
I don't know what the right word is. How does it get to feel that it's being supported and that it then doesn't, have to do what's going on in Gaza right now? The Elders, which is a group of former presidents, prime ministers, and...
It is pretty indicative. I mean, it does say something that she can't think of justice. Right. Like the word justice would be the appropriate word to use here, but that's like so far beyond the lexicon at this point when you're describing Israel's actions, because everybody fucking understands it's not.
If you think about that #1 rap song, they're not talking about justice.
Yeah. They're talking about revenge, retribution, violence, blood.
And UN officials have also questioned, now they've just put out a statement questioning arms transfers and talking about the inhumanity that's happening in Gaza that's rising to an intolerable level.
I think what happened on October 7th was an absolute atrocity, was 1,000 atrocities. I think at the same time we condemn those atrocities, we have to condemn the atrocities that happen every day to Palestinians in the West Bank. You mentioned sexual violence. I was part of the human rights vetting process for arms going to Israel, and a charity called Defense of Children International Palestine drew our attention at the State Department to the sexual assault, actually the rape of a 13-year-old boy that occurred in an Israeli prison in the Mosque Bia in Jerusalem. We examined these allegations. We believe they were credible. We put them to the government of Israel. And you know what happened the next day? The IDF went into the DCIP offices and removed all their computers and declared them a terrorist entity. I think it is vital that atrocities not happen to anyone, not sexual violations, not any kind of gross violation of human rights. We are looking at a situation where there is so much
Israel was like, thank you for the tip.
Got it. We're on it. We're on it. Yeah.
We're on it immediately. What do we do after that? Nothing. Right. Same with the other Palestinian human rights group that I use all the time, like that is a prisoners advocacy group. What is it called? Amir? I forget.
And this might be around the same time that they raided those 6 other Palestinian human rights groups, and we raised a tiny bit of complaint, and Israel sent hundreds, maybe thousands of pages of documents, both to the EU and to the United States, to say, look, this is all our evidence that they are, terrorist organizations. The U.S. said 0. The EU actually examined all of the information, and like 6 months later, they come out and say, we've looked at everything, and there's no evidence here to support the claims Israel is making.
And yet they're still considered terror cells, by the way, by the Israeli government, which my naysayers, will regularly love to bring up. If I bring up like Adamir which is a Palestinian advocacy group for Palestinian prisoners.
Designated terror.
They go, oh, Israel declared them a designated terror group. It's like, that's fucking insane, dude. Yeah, they said UN workers are Hamas. Who cares what they fucking say? They're insane. It is a psychotic, racist government. It is a incredibly supremacist, racist government. Of course they're going to say everyone of their enemies are fucking terrorists. Holy shit. Anyway, it's like they don't need any real justifications for it. A 13-year-old was apprehended. The question should begin there, not at like prison rape in the hands of like a corrections officer. But instead, the first question in that situation, after you're done being incredibly shocked at the barbaric nature of Israel's apartheid, you turn around and go, wait a minute, a 13-year-old in prison? How the fuck did that happen? A great question that should be posed regularly. Why the fuck was a 13-year-old in prison?
Dehumanification, where people are not seen for the value that they have. And I think that's true whether you're talking about those who are attacked on their kibbutz or those who are attacked in their homes in Gaza or in the West Bank. What we really need is to center the human beings who are at the core and who are suffering so much in this conflict.
Do you believe that in order to have some kind of peaceful resolution, so this never happens again, that Hamas has to be removed from power?
How do you neutralize Hamas? The answer is through a lasting political settlement that provides a Palestinian state, not a process that promises one, holds out the promise, and never gets to it. You neutralize Hamas by showing the Palestinian people that if they want to succeed, the route is there for them to do so through a political process rather than through violent resistance. Until we have that political process in place, you cannot defeat the Palestinian resistance.
So, that's
it. Hamas thrives on occupation, injustice, misery. You want, and not just Hamas, anything that replaces Hamas.
Yes.
You want to end that. You bring in the opposite. You bring in sovereignty. You bring in justice.
We also have no framework of understanding 75 years of occupation because, like, it is the longest lasting apartheid regime. So that's the other fucking issue here, that, like, over the course of the 75 fucking years, obviously, as the colonial power sets the tone and sets the standard of violence, and the violence of its regular maintenance of an apartheid regime, but also the violence that it engages in the many sieges that they call mowing the lawn. Like, yeah, the reaction to said violence is going to also increase as a consequence of the colonial power and the amount of violence that it uses.
And you also have, 2 million Arab Israeli citizens, roughly?
Yeah.
Who, as we were talking about earlier, like, live under Jim Crow, but compared to Gaza, compared to the West Bank, are living in
they're
Sweden.
They're living in under incredible circumstances in comparison.
And those 2 million people do not engage in violence randomly.
As a matter of fact, they're
Israel.
Victims of violence
They're often
quite
victims of
regularly.
violence, but they're not engaged in organized violence against the Israeli government.
Yeah.
And they're living under different conditions. So the claim that there's something like inherent in the Palestinian nature that is going to make them dangerous to live with in Israel is belied by the fact that there's already 2 million people who have some semblance of rights and do not.
Yeah.
And it's also belied by the fact that it's obviously racist.
Yes, and even then, it's like there's a lot more to be done in that situation for the Palestinian citizens of Israel. So. There's so much work to be done in that circumstance too. It's bad, top to bottom, start to finish. Every aspect of it is like unjustifiable, and you're kind of gross if you try and justify it. But again, the reason why like people talking about the people recycling atrocity propaganda from October 7, okay? The reason for it right now is to remind you as to why Israel is on a quest of vengeance, is to shift your attention away from all of the dead children that you see on screen, okay? When you turn on your social media and you're blasted in the face with like fathers holding their children in plastic bags and whatnot as a consequence of Israel's regular upkeep in the Gaza Strip as its bombing campaign continues, it is to say, hey, don't think about October 6. Don't think about October 9. Think about October 7. Remember what happened. It was really bad, which it was, okay?
So that's why it's totally good and right that we're doing.
There's a quote from Lois Frankel, the South Florida congresswoman who quit the Congressional Progressive Caucus over Israel-Palestine, in this New York Times article from the other day about who's the Lean In author, the Facebook. She wrote the book Lean In. She was a Facebook executive.
Sheryl Sandberg.
Sheryl Sandberg. So she and the Israeli ambassador hosted at the UN a sexual violence kind of panel. Saying why is everybody? And Lois Frankel was there, and her quote in the New York Times article was chilling. It was something like, "All anybody wants to talk about is all the people in Gaza who are being killed, and nobody will speak out about this." It's like, search for Frankel in there. Her quote. It's
Accounts of sexual violence by Hamas are aired amid criticism of the UN. By the way,
like who are they saying is not condemning rape and sexual violence? Like,
it's well, I'll tell you, the one thing that they very racistly, even in the Haaretz article, the main like prosecutor who's supposed to be combing through these like victim testimonies, or not victim testimonies, sorry, because there are no victim testimonies, as a matter of fact. There's only secondhand accounts for the most part.
Some of which because the women were killed.
Some of which because the women were killed. The UN, like one of the UN investigators said, we would like to open up our own investigation into this because it's a fucking war crime.
Yeah.
Like, what do you mean? Of course there's going to be an investigation for it.
That's a win. Like, if you get somebody to investigate the Hamas war crimes, that's a win.
It blows my mind that the response to that was, well, she's, Jordanian or Lebanese descent or something? She's Arab. That's why she's asking for additional investigations. It's like, that is the most insane thing I've ever heard. Everyone wants to know what fucking actually happened. Okay? What happened? Like, the assessment and the investigations have to happen. It is ridiculous. It is ridiculous to just go, wow, it's really racist that you're asking for proof on us saying mass rape gangs occurred, and there was that one secondhand testimony of like there was a gang rape happening, and then like they killed the woman while the guy was inside of it, and it's like, dude, like I will never discount ever that in any kind of military conflict, especially one with like militia groups, okay, that sexual violence will occur, okay? Of course it's going to occur. This does not obviously mean it's appropriate. It's not like I can't believe I have to repeat myself on that front, okay? It is totally valid that people want investigations to occur into this, to make an assessment and to literally fucking hold people in contempt to figure out who did it so they can fucking actually prosecute it properly. Yeah. Like, it's ridiculous. It blows my mind. Have you heard the Haaretz article? They even say that the proof is circumstantial that rape was widespread. Yes. Part of the reason why I didn't cover it too much is because we simply, at this stage, still don't have enough information.
So check the search for Frankel there.
I've been internally raging about for about 2 months, said Representative Lois Frankel of Florida, who heads the Democratic Women's Caucus. There's anti-Semitism involved, and there are some folks who are more interested in portraying the loss of life in Gaza than highlighting the complete inhumanity and viciousness and the brutality of Hamas. Ms. Frankel plans to introduce a House resolution later this week condemning the use of sexual violence in war, and has been pushing for congressional hearings on the topic. And it's like, who the fuck is like pro-rape in war? I've never met a single fucking person.
And for the chat, if you have any book readers out there, there's a book called Our Bodies, Their Battlefields. It's just one of the first like deep historical dives into the use of rape as a weapon of war, something that gets overlooked because men have historically made up historians, and so they thought of rape as like something that like is an unfortunate side effect of war, but she finds that it's kind of central.
Yes.
To a lot of intimidation strategies.
Sexual violence is 100% central to acts of terror in almost identical ways in which like blowing up civic buildings are. Right? It's supposed to demoralize and humiliate the population, the civilian population, in incredibly violent ways. It has happened time and time again. There's evidence that it is systemic, okay?
Right. So for people who are like, obviously you want an investigation, you want evidence, but anytime you're trying to suggest that it might not have happened, you're running up against the grain. Like,
Yes.
chances are it's going to happen. Like,
The
that's
only
how war is.
the only circumstance in which, like, when you look at October 7th, is that it is a hasty military operation being conducted and they're going against like a much more militarized a group of individuals, and there's like a very clear-cut agenda there. But also
there was also a bunch of like
random
gangs
people.
and random
Exactly.
people.
There's also going to be criminals that like took advantage of the situation as well. So like discounting it is ridiculous.
And there's a sense that they don't even know where all the hostages are because of that.
Yeah.
Because some randoms like see that the fence is down and see that like the entire Israeli army has just like collapsed, and then they're like going grabbing hostages and rampaging.
Yeah. So the issue here in this circumstance is that like absolutely zero people are going to be like, no, rape is totally valid. That's psychotic. Okay. I don't think anybody's saying that. I think everyone is understandably saying, what did you drop? What did you do? She scares herself sometimes. She's just like, what did you do?
They want to highlight what's going on in Gaza rather than the complete inhumanity and viciousness and brutality of Hamas.
Yeah.
And she's just angry that you're not still talking about that every single day. But instead you're talking about what's happening in Gaza.
Exactly. So I don't know what else to say about it. I mean, I know that like wait, why is this 14 minutes and the video that we watched was only 10? That's weird.
Forces, it is the Palestinian police who line up in between. And what that does is it undermines the legitimacy.
Oh, shit. He actually went in deeper.
He did, yeah.
That's crazy that the fucking YouTube video cut that off. That sucks. I do want to talk more about that. But anyway, as far as like Hillary Clinton coming out like and talking about like now it's there was a Believe Women campaign that they initiated originally, and then they turned it into like I think Gal Gadot, Hillary Clinton, and everyone else is bringing up mass rapes and atrocities. And why would the New York Times report on something so serious if unsubstantiated? I mean, I don't know. What do you think? I think that yes.
I mean, I'm going to like, yeah.
I think that the statistical likelihood of it happening is high.
Very high.
Which is precisely the reason why people are just taking it, which is precisely the reason why people are just like reporting on it as a matter of fact. I think that's what it is. There was one other thing that happened in this process. I think it was there was a spokesperson that Barak Ravid of Axios that like made
Matt Miller. I know what you're talking about. So Matt Miller, the State Department spokesperson, said he said the fact that it seems like Hamas is not the fact is it seems like Hamas does not want to. Yeah.
State Department spokesman Matthew Miller says it seems that the reason Hamas refused to release all the women who it held hostage was because the terror group didn't want them to tell what they went through while in captivity in Gaza.
So then the AP reporter presses Matt Miller about this, and he takes it back.
Yeah. Here it is. Here is the C-SPAN situation. Major fuck up, by the way. Like, this is supposed to be one of the most skilled people when talking to the fucking media. He knows everything that he says is going to be reported
and parsed over. And,
in response to one of the questions about sexual violence, I'm just interested because the phrasing that you used was curious to me, at least. You said you have no reason to doubt any reports that rape was used as sexual violence was used by Hamas. You said the fact that they, meaning Hamas, continue to hold women hostages, okay, that is a fact. The fact that they continue to hold children hostages, that is also a fact. But then you said the fact that it seems one of the reasons they don't want to turn women over that they've been holding hostage, and the reason that the pause fell apart is that they don't want those women to be able to talk about what happened to them during their time in captivity. The fact that it seems, is this just conjecture on your part, or do you know, do you have very good reason to believe, evidence to believe that Hamas is deliberately continuing to hold on to female hostages because they're concerned that they will speak about atrocities that they were subjected to?
So I will accept the edit, not fact. Seems is a better way to say it, but let me answer the question.
Fact.
But Barak Ravid reported it as such.
And then later, Jake Sullivan got asked that exact same question, and his answer was, I don't know. Like, I'm not going to speculate.
The humanitarian
we don't have
pause.
any intelligence on that.
Yeah, which, by the way, they've operated on faulty intel already numerous fucking times. So much so that the 40 beheaded babies thing went all the way up the fucking pipeline to the motherfucking president, who immediately solidified it, like made it permanent, made it a matter of record. Like, that was insane. That was like a pivotal moment for me, at least. That, like, I know that his brain is fucking leaking out of his ears, but god damn, dude, like, it's crazy. And at the time, I mean, I guess the New York Times also reported on the beheaded babies as well, like, without. I mean, I don't know. I feel like they were more critical of their coverage. There's a lot of the major outlets, like in legacy media, are gonna be a little bit more critical of IDF propaganda. The reason why they have to be is because they have to maintain an air of credibility when talking about the other stuff. I think.
Yeah.
That's my cynical perspective on it, at least.
Yeah.
Which resulted in a release of hostages was negotiated with some very clear terms, and that was that children and women would be the first priority to be released. Near the end of that pause, last Wednesday, Thursday, when we were getting towards the end.
Okay, one other thing I got to mention here. Now, he walked it back. There's also another party here that, of course, suspiciously is always missing from the analysis, and that is, of course, Hamas, Islamic Jihad, and many of the other Palestinian militia groups and their speakers, right? Their spokespersons. Now, obviously, if you are interested in covering the matter adequately, you have to look at what they're saying as well, and then match that against, one, their track record of credibility, if they have it or not, and two, perhaps even more importantly, what the rational behavior in a circumstance would look like. We talked about this briefly when we talked about the maintenance of the hostages and why they were offered medical care and most likely were not being ruthlessly tortured and subjected to sexual violence, because that's your negotiating chip. That's your bargaining chip. You have to make sure that they are treated
Right. It's not
with the
ethical,
best
it's
care.
utilitarian. It's pragmatic.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's the pragmatic thing to do. And for that reason, if you look at the actual statement, not on mass rapes on October 7th or whatever the fuck people are saying. I'm talking about the actual statements as to why the hostage negotiation process broke down. Hamas said that the remaining female hostages, with the exception of the 3 that they were willing to continue in their offering, were IDF members. Now, this is something that's like supposed to be super simple to assess, right? Like, Israel has the information.
Right. Who are they?
Like, why is the American media not looking at who those hostages are, whether there's veracity to the statements issued by Hamas that, like, the remaining female hostages are actually IDF soldiers? Have IDF soldiers been previously released in the first couple of batches? And, like, these are female hostages that are IDF soldiers that haven't been released? Is that unique to the circumstance? So, because all we have in the absence of, like, real journalism in this situation is to look at both parties and just analyze it on the virtue of the virtue of, like, their past track record.
And on like a higher level in DC, you see the same thing happen with virtually no presence of Iran in like the Washington conversation. You get the UAE perspective, you got Turkey, you got Saudi Arabia, you got Israel with its that's got a megaphone. Then you have this gigantic political country that is subject to what's being decided on in Washington, but because of sanctions has no presence there.
Yeah,
and because of sanctions, and also because I in the very beginning was making a lot of efforts to try to, like, when we were covering the Taliban, we'd figure out how to get Taliban spokespeople on WhatsApp and get their comments. Like, you try to get everybody's perspective as a journalist, and so we made a bunch of different efforts to try to get to, like, a Hamas spokesperson or something, but we were told they're just constantly changing numbers, and, like, because they're underground literally, and they're just not
there's logistically speaking, a truce needs to occur for hostages to be released anyway, and they know that. Like Israel knows that. We saw it. Like you can't. There's a network of operatives that are not even in constant contact with one another that like need to do that in order to be able to coordinate to release hostages to begin with. So,
and it puts the Western media in this bizarre situation where you've got sometimes you've got like news or statements attributed to Hamas that actually never were made by Hamas, or an entire day will go by where people will be debating, did that come from Hamas?
Yeah.
Was it on their Telegram channel? Was it translated correctly? Just a gigantic clusterfuck.
Even with the Al Ahli hospital, not Al Shifa, but the Al Ahli hospital, Israel shutting off communications, Israel starving out the Palestinian population, and routinely stopping their electricity and even their telecommunications by bombing Paltel, the telecommunications structure for Palestinians in Gaza, plays this role of like making the fog of war significantly worse, where misinformation thrives. It actually sometimes ends up working against them, because if you look at the situation with the bombing of the Al Ahli hospital, like there are definitely things that on the Hamas side that under normal circumstances they would have immediately been able to bring up, like fragments, for example, or even the fact that there is reports that like there was a bomb squad at the crater, like immediately afterwards, but we didn't find out about that until fucking months later. The reason for that is because there's no fucking media on the ground. Yeah. There's very little coverage happening. So of course the fog of war is going to extend, and sometimes it's actually going to work against Israel's interests, right? So it's their own making in this situation. The fact that like America is not saying stop killing fucking journalists that are inside of Gaza, and only allowing an inside snapshot into Gaza by either unverified, sometimes social media accounts, or embedded reporters with the IDF. That is like it's a one-sided affair, and you can really manipulate what kind of information gets out. But ultimately, there's still so much information that is going to get out that is not going through the careful vectors of correction that the media would normally engage with, a little bit at least.
Right, and it becomes tough for the Western media, because then anything that is not 100% critical of Hamas all the time is run through so many different layers of editors.
Yeah.
And even if you're not, like you said, not justification, just doing analysis and just doing fact-finding, it's like, well, what if this fact actually, it looks beneficial to Hamas in this situation? Well, that fact has a much steeper hill to climb than what Fetterman can do and go on and just say anything he wants about what Israel is doing.
Yeah.
And those facts just go downhill.
Yeah, I'm a believer that, like, judging by who wanted the truce to continue, okay, and who wanted the truce to end, if I look at both parties in the situation, there are plenty of members in the Knesset that have openly said they want the truce to end, or to never even begin with, okay, to never even start, right? Of course, Hamas and the Islamic Jihad and all the Palestinian militants want the truce to continue. So why the fuck would they lie about the hostage situation? Like, it doesn't make any sense to me. And I wish that we could actually comb through the statements, if we even care to hear their statements at all, to make these assertions, to make these assessments.
Treat us like adults and like let us. Like,
and it fucking pisses me off that, like, even looking at anything that is like not immediately like Hamas are barbaric rapist monsters, shut the fuck up. Only the IDF is like the truthful party here. Anything that doesn't do that is treated like they're pro-terrorist. Is very 2002. Like it's giving war on terror pretty aggressively.
Yeah.
And that's no way to arrive at the truth, and it's very frustrating, at least for me, especially because like I have limitations as to what I can personally gather from where I'm standing.
Yeah, with so little, and with no Western journalists on the ground.
Yeah, well, they can't, because that would genuinely put them in harm's way. Not of Hamas, by the way, but of Israeli rocket fire and Israeli snipers. Anyway, let's continue with this.
Through violent resistance. Until we have that political process in place, you cannot defeat the Palestinian resistance.
The Palestinian Authority on the West Bank is a different entity to Gaza, which rules, to Hamas, which rules Gaza. You have worked with the Palestinian Authority,
Yes.
specifically on security. Can you tell me how that went? Because the Israeli government for many, many years, particularly the Netanyahu governments over the last many, many years, say that they have no partner for peace. They've even threatened, and I don't know whether they've carried this out, not to keep paying the Palestinian security officials in the West Bank since October 7th.
Yes, I was part of the...
Arrogance, sheer arrogance. Since the PLO, since the beginning of like the actual peace process with Yitzhak Rabin, Israel had every opportunity to show to the 5 million Palestinians that are now 5 million living under Israeli occupation that if you work with us, we will give you amenities. You will be treated like the Palestinian citizens of Israel that you mentioned, right? Inevitably, we will allow you to be a part of our civil governance structure. They never did that. They ruthlessly dismantled and neutered the Palestinian Authority and then only utilized it as a part of their own security apparatus, routinely, even with Yasser Arafat, all the way back then, routinely using Arafat and the waning influence that he had upon the Palestinian population, far from the governing mandate that he originally had in the first ever elections, where there were like 85% or something, 87% popularity. They sicked the Palestinian Authority on to other governing factions that were supposed to be a part of the Palestinian coalition. The Democratic Front for the Liberation of Palestine leadership, the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine leadership, leadership within Hamas. This created an environment, and it was deliberately created, by the way, this environment, this destabilizing environment was deliberately created so that the only Palestinian resistance was one that would be understandably declared a terror organization.
That's right. Like in 1988, you have the PLO recognize the right of Israel to exist and say we want a two-state process. You never have had in any circumstance the Israeli government do anything other than say that they're aspirationally at some point down the line could be perhaps Palestinian sovereignty of some sort under certain conditions. And when the peace process was set up, the process required both sides to do different things. One of the things that the Israeli government had to do was stop the settlements and also dismantle some of the settlements and give some land for peace was the idea. Instead, they did the opposite, continued building settlements. And the line that she came up with, the line that she mentioned there, no partner for peace, that was a deliberate strategy of the right in Israel to demolish any Palestinian institution or organization that could be a partner for peace so that they could then say there is no partner for peace.
Yeah.
And then you just have endless conflict. And then we will manage the conflict through a series of checkpoints and use the Palestinian Authority as our kind of goons to carry out this occupation. And then, of course, in that circumstance, the Palestinian Authority becomes corrupt and self-dealing and enriches itself and completely loses the support of the actual population and is just seen as just handmaidens of the occupation. So they successfully create a situation that's irresolvable.
Yeah, this is an interesting take. The no partner argument is ridiculous. History is complicated, but it's very easy to disprove. In 2008, the Annapolis negotiations between Olmert and Abbas came extremely close to a solution, which, by the way, I would say, extremely liberal assessment of the situation, and was only shut after the courts went after Olmert. In 2012 interview, Olmert himself said the Palestinians didn't reject peace; they delayed agreeing because the process was done. It was on the verge of being done.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Right. If Olmert had actual labor Israeli politician, right?
Yeah.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Had been allowed to stay in office, he felt like he could have made a deal with the Palestinians, that they were ready to make a deal. But he was driven out of office and replaced by a right-wing government that ripped up.
And it happened every single time. It happened after Rabin. Rabin was assassinated, but even if he wasn't assassinated, there was a very real likelihood that, judging by the polls at the time, that, and he openly admits this, that Netanyahu was going to win.
Yeah.
Netanyahu literally said immediately after he was assassinated that it was sad that Rabin got martyred because he would have defeated him anyway. Okay, he literally smoked on his fucking pack. He smoked on the Yitzhak Rabin pack, okay, openly on television. So that's that's something to consider with respect to like the broader Israeli appetite for a peace process and negotiations. So, all of this stuff is ridiculous, and it is culminated in so much violence, and it is the Israeli design. It is the American design. I'll take it one step further. It's not just the Israeli design, it's the American design, for sure.
US Security Coordinator, which is the team responsible for training and building the capacity of Palestinian security forces in the West Bank. The reason it never worked was because we were always doing it on behalf of the government of Israel. The goal was always to show to Israel that the Palestinian security forces could be trusted with Israeli security rather than with Palestinian security. So what they end up doing, for example, is when there is a protest against the Israeli Defense Forces, it is the Palestinian police who line up in between. And what that does is it undermines the legitimacy, as it would have. There's
only been one instance, I think it was the first Intifada, or no, not the first Intifada, the second Intifada, where unironically the Palestinian police actually opened fire for once on Israeli occupying forces. That was the first and last ever time, because they were literally they were standing in between the Israeli occupying force and the Palestinians that were protesting, and they were, they recognized their own humanity for a brief moment, I think. And there's like assessments on that as well, on whether or not that was a consequence of like who fired first, right?
Any country, when you see your security forces not protecting you, but protecting someone else. So if we're going to make this work again, we need a process that really starts with statehood rather than laying out a convoluted path to get there.
So how does that happen? Because obviously there are many people, including our next guest, an Israeli and a Palestinian, will talk about their shared vision for the day after, so to speak. Do you really think there's that opportunity? Won't it take an intense international commitment, energy, and not only that, Arab leaders to step up?
Yes.
I mean, where have they been on the Palestinian issue? Where have they been?
I think there are a couple of Arab leaders who have.
Be honest, bro. Come on. You've been so honest so far. Just talk about the dogs that they are, okay? Sorry. I got all the smoke, especially for Erdogan too, okay? These motherfuckers, they love saying like, oh, Israel is the devil, okay? Oh, Israel, shaitan, okay? They are the fucking dogs of the American security apparatus.
Last thing they care about is the Palestinians. Yeah.
They don't give a fuck. The joke, obviously, is that if you told the Muslim world or the Muslim leaders that Israel was run by Shias, they would be more inclined to act. It's just, they are straight up. And they're not lapdogs to Israel, by the way. They're lapdogs to America, okay? Same with fucking Turkey. Erdogan has been one of the most outspoken leaders in the regional leaders, okay? That has been saying, like, Israel, you're doing war crimes. Israel, your time is up, he said. Like, your time is done. You're done. You're no longer going to exist in the way that you do. Such strong terms from Recep Tayyip Erdogan. Meanwhile, his son works with Israel directly. Meanwhile, 40% of the fuel that Israel gets is coming through Turkey, through pipelines directly coming from Azerbaijan, Turkey's other, an extension of Turkey. Let's be fucking real, okay? Directly going into Israel. 30+% of the steel that Israel uses is coming from Turkey. You think he doesn't have power in this fucking situation? If he wanted to cripple the Israeli economy, Erdogan almost single-handedly could do so. But that would mean devastation. It would be over. He'd be assassinated in a fucking heartbeat and he would no longer be a NATO power player. Tomorrow they would open up like the 100th investigations into him and his fucking family members, as the American State Department often does whenever Erdogan steps a little bit too far out of line, when he says things like, you know what, maybe I don't think Sweden and Finland can join NATO. Actually, as a NATO nation, I don't think that that's valid. And then boom, fucking DC, new court case launched against Erdogan allies or Erdogan's son about like corruption charges or whatever.
I gotta do a CNN pre-interview. I'll be right back.
Okay. Anyway, just to remember, Fayar, thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. Yeah. U.S. is the imperious asshole of the world. I just like what I mean. I just like, it's just so stupid when people talk about like the theater that they see in front of their eyes and think that there isn't more to it. You know what I mean? They just see the theater and go, oh yeah, that seems cool. That seems enough for me. That must be the case. You know, like at the top of the hour, there probably isn't a 3-minute ad break. You know what I mean? And then you're like, oh my God, there is a 3-minute ad break. If you're in Romania, if you're a FIR head from Romania, you won't see the ads. Don't worry. I don't think we serve ads in Romania, but we do serve ads to those in America at the top of the hour, unless you are subscribed for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. Oh, I am from Romania. I get ads sometimes from time to time. Oh, shit. Okay, much power to the Romanian criminal justice system. They need to get their shit in order. I mean, seriously, they gotta put Andrew Tate back in prison again, not house arrest shit. None of this bullshit. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
Have stood up on the Palestinian issue. King Abdullah comes to mind. But I think you're absolutely right. To get to statehood, to resolve this conflict, is not going to be something that can be left to the parties to resolve, as we see. And nor is it something where we can simply keep providing arms, keep providing, funding, and trust that they will sort it out. That's not going to work. This does require a significant international effort. The US certainly has a role in that as Israel's closest ally, but so does the EU, so does the Arab world. And I think we all need to come together to address this, or we're just going to be doing it again in 5 years' time, I fear.
And it looks like, I mean, certainly from listening to IDF statements, to the Prime Minister Netanyahu statements and others, it looks like they're in this for a long haul. I had the former Prime Minister Ehud Barak on my program a few weeks ago, and just sort of, it slipped out. He kind of said, yeah, I mean, this may go on for another year.
Well, I mean, of course, Prime Minister Netanyahu is in it for the long haul, because the longer this lasts, the more he can postpone any sort of trial, given the corruption indictments he's facing. So I think we have to be very careful to separate out what is in the political interests of Prime Minister Netanyahu, of his right-wing coalition, and what is in the actual interest and the security interest of the people of Israel.
The people of Israel are behind this war. They cannot live with that kind of threat anymore, and they want it neutralized. But they're not necessarily behind their government. And even some of his very extreme coalition partners, Ben Gvir and the others, have threatened to pull out their support. I don't know whether it will happen, but this is going on right now. From what you know of the political situation there, where do you think this is headed?
I think it's a very difficult question. I think, we've seen as well, and I think been really touched by the protests led by the families of the Israeli hostages outside Prime Minister Netanyahu's house that have been very moving in their calls. And many of those family members have spoken up and said, that don't...
Bro, this guy is spitting too hard. And I don't mean that as like an oi bruv diss, you know what I mean? I'm not saying that because he's like British and he's got fucking bad dental, lad. He's actually spitting, yeah? All facts, no printer. Fucking hell. Fucking hell, man. This lad is a proper bloke. Big time weapons dealer. Shocked to find out that he's got a fucking contras. Proper Pete and Baz style Brit. Proper lad. Top bloke, dare I say. I mean, I'm fucking hamming it up a little bit. He's a U.S. citizen, for the record. Yeah, I mean, he's in the State Department. He's a weapons dealer for the fucking State Department, yeah? We don't let no fucking British blokes near that thing. We only let the Americans do the weapons dealing. A gun runner, if you will. Transporter, Jason Statham style.
Palestinian mothers cry as well, was one of the statements by a father of a girl who was taken hostage. I think that's where the future lies. The future lies in the good hearts of the people in Jerusalem.
Yeah, get it out while Ryan's gone is correct. I can't do this in front of Ryan Grimm, Washington, D.C. Bureau Chief of The Intercept. You know what I mean? So I have to do all my fucking Oibro accents while he's gone and doing a pre-interview.
Jerusalem, in Gaza, in Ramallah, in Jenin, who will find a way to work together. But to do that, we need to insert ourselves. We need to make sure that there is an international backing for a solution that does not, again, dangle out the hope of statehood, but gets there quickly and then moves forward together.
And Josh Paul, you resigned. Are you an outlier? Have you heard from colleagues? Do they support what you did?
I have heard from actually so many hundreds of colleagues at this point who support what I did, who are fighting the fight, as it were, within the bureaucracy, trying to make a difference within their capacities, within the State Department, within the Defense Department, within the White House, on the congressional staff, members of Congress as well. I have been actually really encouraged by the number of people who've reached out to say that they are finding what is happening both a moral disaster and a policy disaster for the United States, and really want to see if they can change and set the ship on a better course.
Did you talk about the senior CIA lady posting Free Palestine? The deep state has truly gone woke, lol. Yeah. It's very rich coming from the guy that sold these weapons. Bro, I'll take it. I don't give a fuck. Sorry. Straight up. When the overwhelming majority of those in positions of power that are, showcasing outwardly how much they love Israel's ethnic cleansing campaign, when you got a guy who straight up is like, nah, this is fucked up, and I'm going to put my entire fucking death dealing for many, many years to use it as credibility, to talk about how brutal and uniquely genocidal Israel is and how ruthless Americans have been in the upkeep of this instance of ethnic cleansing. I forever will respect that. Now, there's another piece. I kind of want to watch this with Ryan when he comes back before he leaves, because this one is really good and it's right in the pocket of his book as well. Ali Velshi, really testing the boundaries of what you're allowed to fucking say on MSNBC, did another absolute fucking banger, talking about AIPAC with Summer Lee. Anyway, did you see that Swedish Tesla strike has spread to Denmark? Wait, really? That's awesome. Yeah, I saw this as well. This is really fucking devastating shit. Audience growth of white nationalists who are on X have pivoted to pro-Palestinian content. Jackson Hinkle, 500K to 2 million. Censored Men, 200K to 700K. Is Censored Men also white nationalists? I haven't seen that. Lucas Gage, I know that's true. Keith Woods, Jake Shields, Ryan Dawson, Lord Bebo. Like, a lot of these guys, 100% straight up fucking white nationalist dudes that are pro-Palestine and are popping the fuck off. Oh, you made some scumbag list alongside Jank? Oh, yeah. I'm on a list of wonderful individuals. Where the fuck is the scumbags list, chat? Someone sent it to me earlier. Do you have the scumbag list? Yeah, I saw our former HasanAbi head, Jackson Hinkledink. This guy used to be a fucking, he was like a massive fucking fan of mine.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, did you create him by like not liking his chats or something?
No, literally. Yeah, that's one of mine.
Thanks
I know
for that, man.
Felix and myself, we like trade off on reply guys that like turn into fucking villains.
Yes.
This one's one of mine. It's very embarrassing, but yeah.
No, it's also on the chat because the chat should be policing its own and should have like bucked him up and made him feel better.
Thank you for saying that. Yeah. Thank you.
They can't all be on like Hasan.
Thank you. It's literally the
need
chat.
Some self-reflection in this chat.
You criticized Jimmy Dore and he left.
Yeah, who's that one on?
No, he literally was like, the type of dude who used to say like, oh, here it is. Here's his Twitter account. I mean, his Twitch account. Top of the hour every hour. Like in 2020, he was posting fucking emotes and like getting excited at the top of the hour ad breaks and shit.
He could be so happy today.
Yeah, if he just like kept
kept doing that.
Yeah. Hasan, you started wearing dresses promoting transsexualization of children and took hair loss medication that decimated your testosterone levels. Why would anyone still watch you? Fallen fan, pipeline.
Wow, yeah.
Scorned fan, Did
you see the video of him at like a firing range in Russia?
I did not. I don't see anything of his. I try not to.
Like
except I did see
an
this
artillery range, not even like a shooting range.
Oh yeah. He was like fucking sitting on a Russian tank pushing Z and shit. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? Absolute psychopath behavior.
Yeah, come on, chat.
Yeah, you don't know you did all that before 2022. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's like, bitch, you were fucking loving my shit when I was doing all of those things that I was always defending. Trans people. You took medication to lose your hair? No, I took hair loss medication since like 2019. So, the thing I wanted to show you before you leave, this is a short one. Ali Velshi has been doing a phenomenal job, really testing the boundaries of what you're allowed to say on MSNBC. If you ask me, he had Summer Lee on to talk about AIPAC and its influence on American politics.
Yeah, she talked to me for the book a bunch. And really interesting stuff from her. Anyway, go ahead, curious.
Joined now by a lawmaker who was able to win against an AIPAC-endorsed primary challenger, the Democratic Congresswoman Summer Lee of Pennsylvania. She represents the state's 12th district, which covers Pittsburgh and much of Allegheny County. Congresswoman, nice to see you in person. You and I have talked many times remotely. Why? I'm going to just ask you bluntly, why did AIPAC invest so much money and energy in seeing you not elected?
I think we'll have a difficult time hearing what the truth is. I speculate that the reason is because I'm a Black progressive woman. Right? There was a trend before I started to run for Congress that we had seen in cycles before that of them targeting a very specific type of congressperson. Right. And to be clear, it's not just congresspeople who are going to criticize Israel. These criticisms also come with a critique of how our government works. It comes of a critique of corporations, of our environmental justice policies. We talk about criminal legal reform and so many other issues that I think and what we can see is when we directly look at who's behind AIPAC, those are the type of issues that those folks also are attempting to protect or to keep folks like us out.
So, and in fact, we could talk about Cori Bush. We can talk about Ilhan Omar. We can talk about Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
Yeah.
Very interesting how these are the main designated targets of AIPAC.
And one of the ones that breaks the mold was Andy Levin, if you remember this. He was a kind of synagogue president. And the most kind of pro-labor. He also was the most pro-labor guy, not coincidentally, I think, in the Democratic Party. And AIPAC, when they went after him, and I have this in the book too, they specifically said the reason they went after him is because he would defend people like Rashida Tlaib or defend Ilhan Omar, and then it made it harder for them to go after Rashida if you've got a synagogue president saying that, actually, no, I agree with her on this.
That's why you see the ADL going ham on Jewish Voice for Peace and all these other Jewish organizations, the Jewish anti-Zionist organizations right now, going way harder on them than fucking actual out and about white supremacists.
You have to clear out their defense.
And you can't do fucking shit about it. Jonathan Greenblatt, suck my dick, okay? 51% of Jews under the age of 35 are actually fucking critical of Israel, and there's nothing you can do about it. You can fucking cry and complain all you want, okay? Fucking bullshit. Literally sucking off Elon Musk after he literally said it's like some of the most anti-Semitic shit you could say, which is like Jews are making America less white.
Yeah, and then he gets on the phone with him. Musk tweets that he's going to ban from the river to the sea on Twitter. And Greenblatt's like, all right, cool. We're
good now. We're good. He's like, I think he's literally losing his own, like, any semblance of, like, authority or any, like, goodwill that he might have had from, like, otherwise progressive Jews who are Zionists themselves are probably going to be like, what the fuck?
So
what are you doing?
Because you actually do need an organization to combat anti-Semitism.
Yeah.
And so to destroy that organization's credibility is, in the end, doing the opposite of what the organization set out to do.
I mean, I think the ADL has.
I don't actually know the history of the ADL that well.
Oh, really?
I know that I've been in their crosshairs occasionally.
Let's just say that they used to partner with the other Israel ally, South Africa, back in the day, and were caught spying on again labor unions, the NAACP, Jewish activists, when they were collaborating and actually using the same spy network that the South African government was using as well. Anti-apartheid activists.
Well, then there should be a real organization. Dedicated to that.
So they're definitely. I mean, the ADL has always been like a pro-Israel organization first and foremost, rather than one that works against like anti-Semitism. So,
So Summerlee's point is that the same interests, the same people, funding AIPAC and funding DMFI, also happen to be super rich. Because if you can cut $1 million check to AIPAC, you've got a lot of money. If you have a lot of money, you care about tax structure, You care about laws around private equity. You care about different, like half them seem to be like sports owners when you go through FEC, like they own, owner of the Bears or whatever. That's all public trough stuff. So you care about public policy in a way that is completely distinct from Israel-Palestine.
Yeah, we missed it while you were saying that. He said, terrorist sympathizer go to Gaza and bareback goats with the rest since you love them so much. I personally, when I hear stuff like that, I think it's very disrespectful to their own mothers because I fucked them. I fucked your mom. And the fact that you are calling your own mom a goat really messed up. Sorry. Ryan.
This is like a fan or something? Like, where do these people come from?
Oh, this is literally on a daily basis. This is one that, like, I caught before the filter grabbed it. I get this all the time. Okay. This is like my daily activities is that I'm a goat fucker. And
people are going to... It's just an odd use of time. But whatever. You guys do whatever you want with your day.
Yeah. A lot of them saying I'm pro-Hamas. Chatter, your mom is the goat. The throat goat. Okay, we're moving on. All right, let's get back to Ali Velshi.
Many people who fit into that category are being targeted because the things that you've said that are critical of the government of Israel or supportive of Palestinian self-determination, you're not at the tip of the spear on this stuff, I have to say.
No. I mean, I think that, objectively, the things that we are saying are measured. We are careful in how we talk about this, but we do recognize that this is a foreign nation state, that just as we would critique the United States, as we critique our own government, that we have to offer critiques of governments that we also give money to. Here in the United States, we give $3.8 billion a year to the Israeli government. And I think that should obviously come with some critique. It comes with no conditions at all right now. That's the extent to the criticism that we offer. That's the extent of our conversation about Israel that elicits this type of response.
And she told me, relative to this, she's like, I was in the Pennsylvania State House. Like, and similar to how at the very beginning of our conversation, we were talking about how AOC said, like, around my Bronx table, like it wasn't a thing that we really talked about. She said the same thing, like in Pittsburgh and in the Pennsylvania State House, Israel-Palestine is just not a major question. The thing she got hit for was two tweets, like it's a thread of two tweets that said, when I see discrimination against Palestinians, it reminds me of some discrimination here in the U.S. That was it. And then they came for her. And the way she put it to me is like, if that's all they're going to use to come for me, like they were coming for me anyway. And it wasn't really about that. Yeah.
No, for sure. It's, I think the ADL or even AIPAC and many other like outwardly ultra-nationalist, ultra-Zionist institutions and their extensions, like the Canary Mission, like that other fucking freak who has the doxing trucks. I don't think they operate on any like virtuous mission. I think their goal is to suppress any invocation that like Palestinians are humans, because it's not even about like truth or honesty or real. They don't have like a real job of trying to find and like dox anti-Semites. Sometimes they might, as a matter of fact, even on accident, or like the ADL's database like has genuine white supremacists as well, because they have to maintain a sense of credibility, right? So when they have more momentum when they say the Jewish Voice for Peace is anti-Semitic, just like this fucking Nazi, right? But it's always about trying to stop any kind of mention, to make it as politically toxic as possible, to simply mention that Palestinians are human beings. And they've really, I think, gone too far. I think that this is just like going to alienate a lot of young people.
Yeah, they're going to come for her again. We'll see this time whether or not the voters there are like, no, this is ridiculous, or if $10 million is enough to do it.
Yeah.
Surprise you that you get that kind of response? I mean, you were really amongst the biggest targets of AIPAC of all, and you didn't succumb to it.
I think it was shocking. I think it's shocking what they're doing to democracy, right? I can think about how it impacted me, how it impacted my district. It's Pittsburgh, it's a small media market. $3 million can go quite far. But I think what we have tried to lift up is that they never talked about Israel anyways. They spent the $3 million to spread disinformation, to connect me with Donald Trump or Marjorie Taylor Greene, who are, in fact are the types of candidates that AIPAC has supported.
Right.
They spent the money to say I wasn't enough of a Democrat, and it harmed voters who were looking to make an informed decision. It stripped them of their ability to make a decision about democracy. So when I say that AIPAC and others like it are an existential threat to our democracy, that sort of money should not come into our elections.
Can we also finish us off with two points that I want to make? One, why the fuck is AIPAC not a foreign lobbyist organization?
The actual answer is that it's funded by Americans, that there's enough I mean, they certainly haven't been caught with any like foreign money. There are so many rich folks in this country that you can prop up a major organization of that size, which is why somebody like Qatar or UAE or even Saudi, like there aren't that many Saudi Americans or
there's a lot of
Emirati
Russian Americans. There's a lot of Russian Americans. There's a lot of Americans of dual citizenship.
There's a lot of Pakistani Americans, and they've like and they've got some wealth there too. And I was talking to a group of them recently who was complaining, like, why don't we have any influence? I'm like, you guys need an AIPAC. Like, you need to organize.
The problem is there's well, for Pakistan, it's a little bit different because it's like also in some ways a client state as well, even though you guys have done great reporting on that, showing the deviations and how severe the consequences. How severe those consequences have been for like minor deviations. But the reality is that, like, of course you can't do a fucking AIPAC for Palestine.
But to your point, Mark Mellman, who was the founder of DMFI, is a consultant for, or was, if maybe he ended the contract a week ago, but he has been for a long time, for Yair Lapid, who was Israeli foreign minister and then Israeli prime minister. So he's like that, and that's literally a consultant for that guy. And he told me for the book, the reason he goes after the American left is that Netanyahu uses criticism of Israel from the left to say Israel needs to go further to the right. So actually, he's going after AOC and the rest of them so that he can take Bibi out and replace him with Yair Lapid, which
I don't believe that.
Hilarious bank shot, whatever. But also, he's actively acknowledging that part of his work here in the United States is for the benefit of an Israeli politician.
Yes.
But if you suggest that he should register as a foreign agent, somebody's like, how are you suggesting
dual loyalty?
Are you suggesting that Israel is a foreign country?
Yeah, dual loyalty, fucking racist, anti-Semitic. How dare you?
Like, she used the word foreign country. It's almost across the line to say that Israel's a foreign country.
No, I say it regularly. It's like, what the fuck are we doing? Like, there's no other equivalent. There's no other equivalence where like a foreign nation can be this hands-on in the affairs of the domestic affairs. Like, bro, you remember the Chicago lieutenant governor, I think it was? Like, that was a DSA-backed guy.
Oh, I think it's a driver. Hold on a second.
Oh, okay. If you got to go, then... yeah, you got to get out of here. Sorry. I just... okay.
Be right there.
Okay. Well, thank you so much, Ryan.
Thank you,
for
guys.
coming on.
Thank you, chat.
And this was wonderful. Anytime you're interested. What do you want to shout out real quick before you leave?
Yes. So the book, it's in the chat. Go buy that thing. I read the audio book. Get the hardcover so you can put it on your table. It's called. Here it is.
It's called The Squad: AOC and the Hope of a Political Revolution.
And it is a good book. You're going to enjoy reading it.
It's a good book.
It's not going to make you happy, but you're going to be glad that you read it.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you.
Thanks, brother. Do I need to
You don't need to do anything.
I'm good.
No, you're good. No, you should be fine. All right. Thank you. All right. Did you say Chicago, or should I say Chicago Lieutenant Governor? Yeah, Illinois Lieutenant Governor. Shut up. Or was it? It was something. It was Illinois Lieutenant Governor, right? That was like a DSA-backed candidate, and then he had to like literally drop out of the race and apologize because like at the time the Chicago DSA chapter had like that he was a part of was like pro-Palestine or something. How fucking crazy, dude. What was it? Am I making this up? I mean, I know I'm not making it up, but I don't know if it was like the Chicago. Carlos Rosa was his name. That's him, right? Just trying to have Jonathan M. Katz on sometimes. Yeah, I like his stuff too. Here it is from The Intercept. Ironically, there it is from Zaid Jilani, who was like only woke on this issue and almost nothing else. Socialists forced off Democratic campaign for criticism of Israel. A candidate for Illinois lieutenant governor is coming under fire for his affiliation with the Democratic Socialists of America and its support of BDS. How fucking nutty. Illinois state governor and candidate for Governor Daniel Bliss and his running mate Carlos Ramirez Rosa. Think about that. Democratic State Senator Daniel Bliss's gubernatorial ticket. He's an alderman now in a member of the Chicago City Council, so that's great for him. But overall, I just want you to understand, like, the absolute psychopathic ways in which, like, people get owned for the lightest forms of criticism against Israel. Okay? Think about that. For a fucking foreign country, get the fuck, suck my dick. Get out of here. No shot. I hope I wasn't being too aggressive with Ryan here. I think I was, though. I mean, I said some shit that I would look at him on camera, and I was like, oh, God. I hope he's not thinking about what happens to him sitting next to me. I did say throat goat. Anyway, a little bit too sweaty. You said to the chatter that I fucked the chatter's mom. I called the chatter's mom a goat, but the throat goat. Also, before you say, also let him speak more next time, much love and glad you got him. Chatter, let me tell you something. If I were to do an interview, which is like usually historically the least successful aspect of the HasanAbi broadcast, for 4 hours, you would have left a long time ago. Okay? Shut up. I know what I'm doing. Okay? If it was simply an hour long, then it would have been an interview. But because he was like willing to sit here for fucking 4 hours, it was like more so going to be a regular HasanAbi broadcast featuring Ryan Grimm. Okay? All right. Here's some interesting stuff going on. U.S. to restrict visas of Israeli settlers over attacks in occupied West Bank.
The U.S. has announced sanctions on several dozen Israeli settlers involved in attacks against...
Several dozen? First of all, there's like 75,000 plus Americans that are settlers themselves. Sanction them across the board. They are in violation of the international law. Halt! You have violated international law. What do you mean several dozen? Immediately be like, we're taking your passport away unless you come back to Brooklyn right now, bitch. You better fucking come back to Long Island, okay? Or else you are not allowed to come back at all. 75,000 plus. Are you fucking kidding me? Those are just the Americans. Get the fuck out of here. Come on now.
Against Palestinians in the occupied West Bank. There's been a surge in violence since Israel began its war on October the 7th. In recent days, Israeli settlers raided a restaurant and launched an attack on a Palestinian father of 6.
Yeah, I'd be up in their shit like, halt, you have violated the law. Your stolen goods are now forfeited. That's what I would say to the American settlers in Israel.
The U.S. State Department is announcing sanctions on several dozen Israeli settlers involved in attacks against Palestinians in the occupied West Bank. Let's get more from our White House.
Then pay with your blood. Anyway.
Correspondent Kimberly Halkett joins us now live from Washington, D.C. So, Kimberly, according to UN experts, human rights groups, all settlements are illegal under international law. Is the U.S. targeting settlers and settler groups in general or specific individuals?
Yeah, this, according to the Secretary of State in his statement that has just come down, would be targeting individuals.
I used to be a settler like you, but then I took stone to the knee. Okay, we got to stop. Okay. For those of you who don't know, we're making fucking Elder Scroll memes. That's so crazy. People in this chat might not have even been alive at this point. You know what I mean? Like, that's wild.
Under the authorities of the United States, those who are not of U.S. citizenship and wish to travel to the United States, if they are affected by these visa restrictions, would in fact be prevented from traveling to the United States. Now, this, according to the Secretary of State, is after many warnings. The United States has decided to use its authorities because it is the view of the Blinken administration that the Israeli government is simply not doing enough to prevent the violent acts committed by Israeli settlers in the West Bank against Palestinians. And so in order to prevent that violence, and after repeated warnings, the Biden administration decided to take matters into its own hands and do what it could.
The Blinken administration, I mean, it's true.
With the tools that it had. And so the Secretary of State in his statement says these attacks are unacceptable, and as a result is announcing these new visa restriction policies against dozens of individuals who undermine peace, security, and stability in the West Bank. And we should point out, Sammy, this also would include, in some cases, immediate family members as well who wish to travel to the United States. We should also point out that there have been limited attacks by Palestinians against some Israelis, and those people would also be affected by these visa restrictions as well. The Secretary of State says he is working with the Palestinian Authority to ensure that there is stability and security in the West Bank.
Kimberly, how is this impacting U.S.-Israel relations, given that some of the members of the Israeli cabinet are settlers who've given their backing to some of the violent settlers?
Yeah, well, in terms of relations, U.S. and Israeli relations, it doesn't appear that the Biden administration is particularly concerned about that right now. It appears that what the Biden administration is more concerned about, or is feeling, is the pressure that it's under, given the fact that there are such high civilian casualties, particularly in Gaza. We have seen all kinds of demonstrations outside the White House. There has been international outcry. There has been global demonstrations. There has even been pressure within the Biden administration. There have been letters that have been sent, open letters. There have even been resignations. And the President Joe Biden's feeling the heat. We've even seen movements such as the Abandon Biden movement in some swing states, organized by prominent Muslim leaders. In other words, for a president who is trying to win re-election in about a year's time, or less than a year now.
This is why I've been saying, do not stop the pressure campaign, okay? Like, we do play a role here. We do play a significant role here, way more than you would expect. That the constant, consistent pressure against the Brandon camp, unironically, is working. It has to work. Like, America is, at the end of the day, theoretically a democracy. Don't say false. Shut the fuck up. Shut up. Don't say false. It does work. It is working. It's working in ways that you cannot comprehend. Okay? That's why I get so mad at people who say shut the fuck up and vote. The idea that your protest and your pressure campaign is not working is also just as defeatist as the other side. People say shut the fuck up and vote, and then people also say, well, you know, shut the fuck up. Your protests don't matter. Okay, well, you're two sides of the same coin then. Okay?
Now, he's thinking about that. He's got domestic concerns. He's not worried about, settlers on the cabinet or what the Knesset thinks right now and how that might play out. What he's thinking about is how he's going to win re-election and what that might look like. So this...
Dude. This is a point that is impossible to fucking shake America off of. It is America's foreign policy that we're talking about. You're out of your fucking mind if you think that like it's going to be that easy to just go, all right, I guess a lot of people are upset. Time to just do a 180. We're good guys now. That's never going to happen. Okay? A lot of you are, I think, young and don't really understand what the landscape looked like for Palestinian liberation. There was no mention of even pro-Palestinian sentiment. There's nothing. That is not like this is a completely new phenomena. So of course it's going to take a long time to shake these geriatric assholes off of their calcified positions. It's just like, it's going to take a long ass time. It's something that you just have to keep doing. What is this? Good article from Mohammed Shahada. Released Israeli hostages exploded Netanyahu. Oh yeah, this is a big one too. We're going to talk about this as well.
This is part and parcel of what this policy is responding to that pressure and taking action. And so that is what the U.S. president has done. But it shouldn't come as a big surprise, given the fact that he wrote an op-ed in just recent weeks in response to the spike in attacks on Palestinians, telegraphing this is exactly what he was going to do.
All right, let's thank Kimberly Halkett, but let's continue.
Allies of Israel condemned a sharp rise in attacks on Palestinian civilians by Jews who are armed and who've settled in the West Bank, the other Palestinian territory, along with Gaza, which has been occupied by Israel. Religious Jews believe the land was given to them by God, and leaders of the settlers say they are protecting themselves.
Come on, dog. This is huge. This is huge stuff. On the motherfucking BBC, nonetheless. Get out of here. You're crazy. This is good stuff. Straight up. I'll say it. I'm walking here, chat. I'm walking here. Time to go on a walk again. It's been a long time since I've done this, but I'm walking here. He's back. What is this?
Alerted that attention all sussy rumblers. I've been alerted that Sneeko is a soy grifter and likes to be twerked on by fresh oily butt in the club. Love Speech wants to thank you for being a cock and helping us escape the Matrix. Lots of love, George Santos. Mwah.
That's insane. The fact that Sneeko's fan base did this before mine is a shame. Straight up. Shame on this community for not getting there first. Okay, so I did want to talk about that. I did want to talk about the talked about like the pressure mounting against Israel, and like America even symbolically taking an approach like this is good. Ultimately, it's a good thing, not a bad one, you know? There's so much more to talk about, however. I'm going to cut this part out. All right, let's get into it. Jewish settlers set up violent attacks on Palestinian-occupied West Bank. Continuation of the same story. We're going to skip that. Let's talk about this guy. Former U.S. Ambassador to Bolivia, Victor Manuel Roja, accused of spying for Cuba. Okay? I don't know what the fuck's going on here. Wait, hold on. Actually, you know what? Let's not do that yet. Hold on. One more thing I want to talk about with Israel. Last thing I want to talk about with Israel is two things. One, flooding Hamas tunnels could harm Gaza's fresh water for generations, warns academics. They are literally seriously contemplating dealing with the Hamas tunnels by just straight up flooding them. Insane. I know that at first I talked about how ridiculous this was. At first I talked about how ridiculous like gassing the tunnels would be, not realizing that, you know, I guess Israel is interested in it. Israel is going that far. They're crazy. Sorry, I was talking to my mom. Flooding Hamas tunnels could harm Gaza's fresh water for generations, warns academic. They are flooding the fucking town, flooding the tunnels. The Viet Cong would just use water barriers to stop gas. It's useless. Yeah, I mean, we'll see what happens with this. This is pretty fucking insane. The other thing I wanted to talk about with Israel was hostages that have been released have given testimony. Okay, what is this? I see journalists and pundits dedicating considerable attention to the recent Wall Street Journal report on the possibility of Israel flooding tunnels in Gaza. It is important to highlight. Wait, hold on. There might be some TOS here. I don't know what it is. This is Joe Truzman. I didn't realize that this was actually coming from Wall Street Journal. Wall Street Journal has been consistently terrible on their coverage on Israel-Palestine. So immediately I think maybe, I mean, I've heard it from like other sources as well, but if the main source is Wall Street Journal, it's a little bit different. Anyway, I see journalists and pundits dedicating considerable attention to the recent Wall Street Journal report on the possibility of Israel flooding tunnels in Gaza. It is important to highlight that this is not the first instance where IDF have employed this tactic. In 2018, the IDF successfully utilized cement to flood a tunnel belonging to Hezbollah, effectively sealing it off. Furthermore, the IDF promptly identified the entrance of the tunnel, underscoring the efficacy of this approach. Oh, great. Never mind. Here's the video from the Lebanese side. It's pretty amusing. Oh, I guess like that's the tunnel entrance, like the cement coming out of the tunnel entrance. No, they're not blocking one entrance with cement. They're dumping a shit ton of cement from the other side so that it like comes out of the Dude, you should see the comment section on those articles. Straight up 4chan shit on the Wall Street Journal. Yeah. So yeah. Haha. You know, I guess hostages might not be in the tunnels. I hope. So that was one thing. The other thing I wanted to talk about was the hostages. Apparently some of the hostages do have the smoke for Benjamin Netanyahu. Here is released Israeli hostages exploding in Netanyahu. We were terribly afraid that not Hamas, but Israel would kill us and then say, Hamas killed you. Hostages were under constant threat from the IDF shelling. IDF helicopters shot at us. Several shouted, Netanyahu, shame. They shelled near us. My husband beat himself. Testimony of the abductees at a meeting with the cabinet. One released abductee told Netanyahu an IDF helicopter shot at us on the way to Gaza. You claim that there's intelligence, but the fact is that we are being shelled. She said her husband is still in Gaza and she fears for his life. I hope a deal for his release is made soon, says Mohammed. The released hostage accused Netanyahu of putting politics above the release of the hostages. She said Netanyahu's focus on toppling Hamas's rule is showing that you have bigger balls and thus saving his own neck for the October 7 failures. There's a tiny group of hostage families that want to continue the ground occupation, but the overwhelming majority of hostage families in Israel are trying to get a ceasefire. Okay? That's what's going on. Netanyahu tried to sweet talk and charm the released hostages, but some yelled at him, shame. When Netanyahu claimed the ground invasion helped secure the hostage deal, a family member of a hostage responded, nonsense. Attendants weren't believing much of Netanyahu's words. The CD you gave me is my bed. It's in my heart. The father. You don't put it on your neck because you're ashamed. Netanyahu, absolutely, absolutely not. Another parent said he doesn't hear for 60 days. The Qatari spoke, these spoke, and others spoke. Only when we started the ground maneuver, only then was the pressure created that began to exert its signals on Hamas, which is a lie, by the way. Netanyahu is literally lying to the hostage families and the hostages directly to their faces. Like, literally, this exact same deal was on the table a month prior, even before the ground invasion. This was the same deal, day one, day two. Certainly a month prior to the fucking hostage release that actually occurred. There were more. The one who stopped this outline is the other side, not us. A family member of the abductee responded, nonsense, Netanyahu, no bullshit. What I'm saying here are clear facts. I respect you too much. I heard your heartbreak. We couldn't take them out, all out at once. The price they want is not prisoners. The price they want is not just the prisoners. And if it's created, the possibility of bringing everyone in at once, do you think anyone here would not agree to this? Would any of the members here not agree? A family member of the released hostages said they were under constant threat from IDF shelling and that they were transported on donkeys and carts without being recognized on the streets. Oh my God. Oh my fucking God. Another attacked Netanyahu's war cabinet said, you're irresponsible and cold-hearted. Here, Bar Goldstein told what his family members who returned from hell in Gaza described to him. Fortunately, I had the privilege of receiving my sister-in-law, Chen, and her children. They were under constant threat from the IDF shelling. You sat in front of us and assured us that it does not threaten their lives. They also roamed the street, and not only in the tunnels. They are mounted on donkeys and carts. You will not be able to recognize them on the street, and you are endangering their lives. It is our duty to return them now. Ben Danzig of Kibbutz Nir Oz also attacked the members of the war cabinet and said, you are irresponsible and cold-hearted. Anyone who saves one soul is as if he saved the whole world. I will tell you, Benjamin Netanyahu, that after my 71-year-old mother, who immigrated from Morocco, saved my little daughter, she held 9 hours on the dial. Where were the soldiers to protect us? Mr. Gallant, we have a right to life. So the least you can do is save the abductees who are in Gaza. And it would be nice if 1 hour earlier, and then it ends there, the quote. I can't see the rest of it. P.S. Hostage taking in the first place is prohibited under international humanitarian law and constitutes a grave breach in international armed conflicts. Civilian hostages should be released. Currently, the only way is a negotiated deal. Israel's assault is endangering their lives. So, the thing is, this is yet another instance of like Israeli news coverage that is making its rounds in Israel and actually literally having a legitimate impact in Israel. But as Elent News also posted, look, not in the Western world. Notice how it's the Hebrew IDF account. Notice how it's only the Hebrew IDF account that's covering this. Why? Because we are not a serious nation. And while we have all the stakes, while we have all the control over this conflict, we are not covering it with the seriousness that it deserves. I'm a fucking idiot. And I'm willing to bet that since October 7th, you've probably seen more analysis from the Palestinian side here than anywhere else. Coverage that includes having scholars on, coverage that includes having historians on, coverage that includes having journalists on, covering it domestically with like coverage that includes having Israeli members of the Knesset on that were expelled. The only other place that offers significantly better coverage than myself is, of course, Democracy Now! And that is ridiculous. That is not what this is supposed to be. I am one man. I have a wonderful community that helps. I have wonderful friends that help. But I'm one fucking guy. I have limitations. I can only rely on BBC and New York Times and all these other outlets, these legacy publishers, and their actual on-the-ground reporting. The fact that all of our legacy publishers have the resources and refuse to fucking do the actual coverage is mind-boggling to me. It's an abdication of duty. It's journalistic malpractice. Very frustrating. Ridiculous. Anyway, further to the statements that have been made in the past day regarding the situation of the abductions in Gaza, the discourse on the issue is irresponsible, inaccurate, and should be avoided. We conduct round-the-clock intelligence surveillance on the abductees and demand from all international organizations to verify their condition and their safety and provide them with medical attention, both women and men. Every moment in captivity endangers our captors. We are doing everything to return them home as soon as possible. It's bullshit. It's bullshit. They're not. And they're doing this to do ass covering. Okay? Here's some more stuff I wanted to cover as well. Where is it? Oh no. Oh no. HasanAbi had in Israel privated her account, so I can't even fucking see it now. God damn it. Okay, anyway, I just followed her. You're in here. Open up. Let me in. God damn it. She had some coverage from Israel as well that I saw where she was talking about the hostage families. Anyway, let me in. All right, regardless, that's it. That's what I got. I've never seen she's a clean, concise, up close, personal takedown on a politician like what this constituent did to Chris Murphy, Connecticut. This kid's a trained sniper. What is this? Huh?
Perhaps on the way out you can...
Hold on, I'm stopping this.
No, this needs to be said now. It needs to be said now. There is no future for this party unless you embrace a ceasefire. This goes for everyone in this room. Everyone who thinks they extol the values of a democratic society where the will of the people passes laws. That is not the country we live in. The will of lobbyists and their wallets are what pass laws in this country, not the people. You might think that voicing your concern for these things is meaningful enough, but that's not true, Senator. We need more than kind words. We need action, okay? We need a ceasefire. That's 8,000 children dead, 20,000 Palestinians killed with American weapons, paid for by our tax dollars. What do you have to say for that? We need a ceasefire now. And if you're unwilling to hear that, then you are unfit to serve in your position. The Democratic Party has no future if they cannot embrace this common cause. You will lose to the MAGA terrorism in every election coming in the future if you do not embrace this cause. People think there are two parties in America. There are not two parties. There is one party. The party of white supremacy and hatred, the Republican Party, and then the Democratic Party that says, okay, we'll concede to you.
Thanks, everybody. Appreciate it. I'm gonna...
Oh my God. Okay, is this a fucking HasanAbi hit or what? That's crazy. If you're in here, I respect you. If you're a chatter, I respect you endlessly. You fucking did that shit. Fuck that politician. Who is he? Chris Murphy, man. He's the fucking Democratic face to America's America's foreign interventions. I respect you. You're fucking awesome. I hope you don't see the top of the hour ad break, which comes at the top of every hour. You know what I'm saying? That was such a fucking HasanAbi head ass take that, like, I will go ahead and say you probably don't see the ads at the top of the hour because you're probably a subscriber who is subscribed for $5 or for free with Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. Maybe you got gifted a sub. Maybe you're a gifter yourself. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. Let's get to former U.S. Ambassador to Bolivia, Victor Manuel Roja, accused of spying for Cuba.
A former U.S. ambassador accused of espionage is bringing back Cold War memories for many Americans. The FBI claims Victor Manuel Rocha, a retired State Department official, was also a spy for the Castro regime in Cuba starting in the 1980s. He has not
Motherfucking
entered
American
pleas,
hero, dog.
to the charges. Manuel Bojorquez has more on the undercover operation that exposed Rocha's alleged covert activities.
This action exposes one of the highest reaching and longest lasting infiltrations of the U.S. government by a foreign agent.
Attorney General Merrick Garland vowed he would utilize the full force of the Justice Department against Victor Manuel Rocha, a former ambassador to Bolivia and career government official.
Between 1981 and 2002, Rocha was employed at the State Department and held a number of senior positions.
Much respect to this guy. For the record, okay, I'll just say it like this. I don't know if this guy actually is a fucking spy. I know that, like, I heard about the operations. I heard about how they got him. They got an FBI guy to portray themselves as like a Cuban diplomat, I guess, to get him to like leak secrets. Okay? But I'll say it like this. Free my man. Free him. Okay? Free him. Why? Come on, man. He got away with it. He got away with it for so many years. And he did it for Cuba. Cubans got nothing, dog. Come on. Come on now. They got nothing. What did he get? What did he get out of this? What did he get out of this? What did Cuba get out of this? Pretty much nothing. Let him have it. Let him spy on America. I say, let him out.
Positions in the U.S. government.
Federal prosecutors say after receiving a tip, an undercover FBI agent posed as a Cuban foreign agent and contacted.
What you are lauding is alleged treason? Bitch, I don't give a fuck. What do you mean? There's treason and then there's treason, okay? Fuck you mean? He's doing treason for Cuba, dog. There is literally not a country more deserving of its spy network operating within American boundaries than... No. This is not the life form of treason. You're misunderstanding what I'm saying. I'm saying I'm on his side, okay? You're misunderstanding what I'm saying. You totally misunderstood this. I'm 100% on his side. There's not a single country on the planet more deserving of being able to spy on the United States of America than Cuba. That's it. I'm pro-Cuba. I'm anti-America on this issue. I'm pro-Cuba on this issue. Are you fucking kidding me? You think this is an own? You think you got me here? You think this is a gotcha? Fuck you. Yeah, no. Free my man, okay?
Rocha on WhatsApp in November of...
Brother, wait till you find out another person who is supposedly treasonous that is a prominent HasanAbi head who I literally interviewed yesterday. What are you doing? Hello? Wait till you find out who my guest was yesterday on the broadcast, dude. Boy, do I have some stuff to tell you. Yeah, listen, dog, Bay of Pigs is fine, but a little light espionage is unacceptable. Yeah, dude, what are the Cubans gonna do, man? What are the Cubans gonna do with all the information? What are they gonna do? Get the fuck out of here. I want to know what that chatter's response is.
Last year, they say they met 3 times in this busy Miami neighborhood. During these meetings, Rocha allegedly claimed his involvement with Cuban intelligence went back almost 40 years. He boasted, "What we have done, it's enormous, more than a grand slam," referred to the United States as the enemy, and said his #1 priority was protecting the Castro regime. Prosecutors have not yet specified what information...
The GOAT, my legend, my liege. Okay, respect to this man. So much respect to this man. I hope he can escape to Cuba. Okay, you fucking kidding me, dude?
They believe Rocha shared. John Carlin is a former top national security prosecutor.
So he had the ability to gain and then share information that would thwart U.S. agencies' ability to collect intelligence on Cuba on the one hand, but on the other hand, he also was one.
Yeah, by the way, that's the real reason why people are pissed. Okay? Because he probably fucking identified American spies, dumbass, in Cuba. Like, as though we need to spy on these motherfuckers, bro. We already crippled them with our sanction regime. We already have tried to assassinate Castro 600 fucking times for the crime, unironically, of the crime of going against the American prop dictatorship of Batista. Get the fuck out of here. You could suck my whole ass dick, okay? Anybody that comes in here and is like, wow, I can't believe this. Like, get the fuck out of here. No shot, man. No fucking shot. Yeah, born too late to win a Hero of the Soviet Union medal. Oh my God, there has never been a more like morally black and white, open and shut case of like this guy is right and America is wrong situation than the Cuban situation. Okay, get the fuck out of here. Suck my whole ass dick from the back. Yes, you're right, chatter. Thank you for reminding me. God, American liberals is there a group more fucking pathetic with no like discernible backbone? I guess like the only backbone they got is when they're talking about American empire and like lightly defending it from the ostensibly progressive position. What do you say? Just an awful take? Fuck no. Listen, brother, I love you, 7-month subscriber. I do. Okay? But I'm going to tell you right now, you are on the wrong side on this, I think.
The key officials.
Nobody yell at the chatter. Stop. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't yell at the chatter. I hate when you guys do that.
Forming our policy.
Is there more stuff on this guy or what? I want to know more about this beautiful boy. Fucking Jesus Christ, dude. Oh, my Lord. Ledge. Absolute legend. Also, at the same time, not the best spy. Let me tell you why. Because, like, honestly, the embargo's still there. I mean, I guess he was able to dodge get Castro to dodge the fucking almost 700 assassination attempts. You know what I mean? Also, he got caught in the funniest way possible. Like, this is the worst FBI. This is the worst the FBI has ever been. You know? At this point, motherfucker wanted to get caught, I think, so he could be in the history books. 40 years, brother.
Just moments ago in Miami, a former U.S. ambassador appeared in court after the Justice Department charged him with clandestine activity for allegedly working as a covert agent for Cuba for decades. Since 1981, 73-year-old Victor Manuel Roca was an American diplomat for 25 years, including a stint at the State Department's U.S. interest section in Havana. NBC's Guad Venegas is outside court keeping
Here, before you try to test my like hypothetical boundaries of ration and logic, I think Jonathan Pollard should have been actually tried for treason and dealt with appropriately. He should not be able to breathe the free man's air in Israel right now. Okay? So before you go hypocrisy seeking, I will say it openly. Jonathan Pollard deserved to be tried for treason and whatever the treatment of that would be for leaking classified intelligence to leaking classified intelligence to Mossad. This guy, on the other hand, is a fucking hero, and he should be celebrated. Okay? Why? You might ask yourself the question, why, Hassan? Why do you not have the same level of opinion on this one for national security interests and matters that pertain to national security interests? It's like, because one is a victim of colonial violence and imperialist violence in perpetuity for the crime of being able to remove itself from the shackles that the largest hegemonic superpower had placed upon them. The other is a incredibly racist apartheid regime with nukes. Okay? So just so you know, I do think that there's a difference between Jonathan Pollard and my hero, my liege, this guy.
Close eye on this. Guad, what more do we know? This really does sound like something that came out of a spy thriller.
Chris, that's exactly what it felt like inside the courtroom. We were in that courtroom as the judge appeared and read the charges against Victor Manuel Rocha, accusing him of acting as a spy of a foreign government. Of course, we know with that complaint filed by the government that this relates to Cuba. Victor Manuel Rocha was born in Colombia, became a U.S. citizen, worked as a diplomat all across Latin America, an extensive career with a resume that included countries like Mexico, Argentina, the Dominican Republic, at one point the ambassador of Bolivia. And of course now this complaint indicates that the FBI was involved as they found this information that they say makes him an agent of the Cuban government, gathering intelligence that would have been used, according to the complaint, against the U.S. government. Here's the U.S. Attorney General Garland speaking about this just minutes ago.
This action exposes one of the highest reaching and longest lasting infiltrations of the U.S. government by a foreign agent. Rocha repeatedly referred to the United States as, quote, the enemy. During the undercover, he told the undercover that his efforts to infiltrate the United States government were, quote, meticulous and, quote, very disciplined. And
bro, they should be so embarrassed. Bro, he literally flexed on your fucking haters. Imagine getting together an entire consortium of journalists to sit in front of all these fucking flags to be like, here are the permanent L sequences that we took over the course of a long and robust diplomatic career for 40 fucking years, and we were only able to catch him when he's 73. My man worked hard. Oh my God, dude. Oh, he was in every fucking aspect of the American government. Jesus Christ. Yeah, he's also retired. I do unironically feel like he just kind of came out. Like, how do you, a person who did this for like 40 years, how do you get got by this current iteration of the FBI? It almost makes me feel like he wanted to get caught so he could just like flex on him. The GOAT, the GOAT, the GOAT. Respect, so much respect. The funniest part is like, he was so outwardly anti-Cuba. Apparently, I did a little bit of reading onto his background. And like, throughout his entire career, these fucking dumbass honkies never realized that this guy was working for Cuba, partially because he was so outwardly portraying himself as a gusano that like, they were like, oh no, he's one of us. Like, he's one of our guys. We have guys like that all over the CIA. That they literally never even caught him. Woo! Oh, love this guy. Respect. So much respect for him. The case against Rocha exposed one of the biggest, highest reaching and longest standing infiltrations of the United States government by a foreign agent. Dub. Big dub. Overall. Yeah, grew up in a housing project in Harlem. Graduated from Taft School, where he was captain of the soccer team. Received master's degree in public administration from Harvard University. That's how you know, man. He went to the fucking He went to the spy factory, and the whole time he's like, yo, fuck these Americans, man. I'm about to fucking spy on them so fucking hard. 2 admins, baby, back to back. 2 admins. Woo! And he went to Yale. November 1981, Rocha began working for the U.S. Department of State, serving as a political officer in the Santo Domingo Dominican Republic Embassy. Then he worked as a political military affairs officer in the U.S. Embassy in Tegucigalpa, Honduras. I have no idea how to fucking say that. Rocha next served as the first secretary of the U.S. Embassy in Mexico City, Mexico. He worked as the director of Inter-American Affairs on the U.S. national security, influencing democracy with the Cuban government between 1995 and 1997. Rocha operated as the deputy principal officer of the U.S. interest section of the Embassy of Switzerland in Havana, Cuba, which was the de facto U.S. embassy until 2015. Rocha serves as deputy chief of the embassy in Buenos Aires. He also served in Italy. Bill Clinton himself appointed Rocha as a U.S. ambassador to Bolivia on June 14, 2000. He was sworn in July 14th. Rocha's 2002 speech, made weeks before the 2002 Bolivian general election, threatening to cut American aid to Bolivia over Evo Morales' support for the coca growers movement, has been credited with boosting Morales' movement for Socialism Party in the 2002 Bolivian general election. Oh my God. Meeting with an undercover FBI agent. Bro, can we please, do we have video footage of this? I want to see how base this man is. I want to celebrate a hero on this day, on this beautiful day. According to a criminal complaint filed against Rocha in the District of Southern Florida, he has admitted to gathering intelligence for Cuba since 1981. Despite the federal government's classification of the Cuban government as a sponsor of international terrorism, suck my dick, America. Suck my fucking dick, America. Sponsor of international terrorism. Fuck you. No, this is just from the AP article. Please, dude, if we could find the video, I would lose my shit. Venezuela is trying to annex a large proportion of the neighboring Guyana. Do you have a take/knowledge on the matter? No, I haven't heard. I don't know enough about what the fuck's going on, but not a good idea. Very bad. Okay, there you go. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't you fucking do it. Now, I said this to Vladimir Putin beforehand as well, and then he ended up doing it, so I'm a little worried. Venezuela had a vote and has voted for annexing Guyana. I think it's pretty funny when countries go, oh, well, we democratically are voting to take over another country. I don't know enough about, I personally don't know enough about Guyana. I suspect that, I don't know what that looks like. I suspect that it is probably another, I have to read up more on it. Guyana's government is owned by Exxon, full stop. Yeah, well, regardless. Not all country Guyana. Not Guyana, just Essequibo, Guyana. It has been a disputed region for over a century.
This borders created were the British Empire by the British Empire. Don't know enough about Guyana. Qualified, disqualified, no politics ever again. The thing is, I personally found out about Guyana when I dated someone from Guyana. Like, I didn't even fucking know. I knew next to nothing. Anyway, Guyana, yeah, I also knew the Jonestown shit, but as far as Guyana goes, like, it's similar to Suriname. It's another one of those, like, it's another one of those places where it's like literally a mishmash of like literally perma-colonized land that brings in slaves and indentured servants from straight up the entire planet. Like, and then the consequence of that is that they have like this incredible culture that is like part Caribbean, part black, like African, part indigenous, part Indian. Is wild. Part Chinese even. It's like, it's wild, dude. It's crazy. Yeah, I dated Surinamese girls here in the Netherlands, and they are fine as fuck. Yeah, I mean, Suriname is I found out about Suriname when I went to the Netherlands. That's another country that I didn't really know anything about. But that's like a straight up melting pot for sure. Go page for a comment between Rocha. No, I want the video, man. Rocha further explained that I always told myself the only thing that could put everything we've done here in danger is someone's betrayal, someone who may have met me, someone who may have known something to get to that point. Rocha assured the UC, the undercover guy, I think, that my number one concern, my number one priority was that any action on the part of Washington that would endanger the life of the leadership or the revolution itself, I want to kiss this man. Dude, how sick. The GOAT. What a legend, dude. What a fucking legend. My warmest regards to the Dirección, and after the UC promised to do so, Rocha said the following. It was decades. I mean, the decades that were deep. How many years? Almost 40. Wow. A lot of danger. They must have told you something because you mentioned Chile. That inspired trust in me, and at the same time, I thought if there's a traitor and they know that I was in Chile, I have to tell you something. Tell me. It gives a lot of pride and satisfaction to see that people like Miguel, who are much younger, but thank you, who are there, thank you, doing, this is not easy. No, it is not easy. No, it is a struggle. It is not easy. How would you thank this man for 40 years of service? Whatever he wants, man. But we are fighting. This is not easy. Thank you for your friendship and help for so many years, right? Thank you very much. Fucking bastard, undercover agent. Have some fucking decency. You're talking to a goddamn hero. Of course, no problem. This is a huge sacrifice, huge, with a lot of tension that you have to manage internally, with self-discipline all the time. When you have the conviction, you have self-discipline. If you had any fucking honor, you would have recognized that you were talking to a goddamn hero, and you would have saved him, okay? You would have fucking destroyed this goddamn investigation. Fake friends, dude. Phony-ass friends in the FBI. Anyway, what else did they say?
And he repeatedly bragged about the significance of his efforts, saying that, quote, what has been done has strengthened the revolution immensely.
U.S. Attorney Merrick Garland speaking about this complaint against Rocha. Now, when we were in the courtroom, we saw Rocha waiting for minutes before the hearing began. At one point, wiping his eyes, blowing his nose. We saw his attorney arrive, tap him on the back. He looked like he was very emotional. And at some point, the judge also spoke to the prosecutors about a video. The judge said that he was able to see a video, and he asked them to share that video, which we assume is evidence, with Rocha and his attorney as they move forward. The prosecutors are asking the judge to keep him detained. The next hearing is set for next week, for which they will be arguing for him to have the ability to continue with this process after posting bond. So that would be the next hearing. But as of now, we're learning more and more details about this. And like you mentioned, Chris, it's like a spy movie. Of course, what we know now is that they're accusing him of working for Cuba for decades. Now, the prosecutors also said that they plan on filing more charges tomorrow, so we might have even more details of what could have been done or what they're accusing him of doing during these decades, as they say he worked for the Cuban government. Chris?
Bro, they're accusing him of being awesome. I hate that there's no, like, it's only just so brief. It's ever so brief, the mention of this man, this beautiful hero. Yeah, he's being accused of fucking doing the most espionage. Like being too good at his job. I'm sorry. Being too much of a hero? Really? That's what we're doing nowadays? Anyway, kind of fucked up.
Let's bring you some developing news coming out 5 Bulgarian nationals suspected of spying for...
Oh, boo. This is irrelevant and boring. I don't care about that. 1, spying on the UK, who gives a shit? 2, spying for Russia, doubly who gives a shit? Who gives a shit?
You could look at any existing socialist country. If you don't want to call them socialist, call them whatever you want. Post-capitalist, whatever. I don't care. Call them camels, window shades. Doesn't matter. As long as we know the countries we're talking about. You can look at any one of those countries, and you can evaluate them in several ways. 1, comparing them to what they had before. And that, to me, is what's very compelling. That's what's so compelling about Cuba, for instance. When I was in Cuba, I was up in the Escambray, which is like the Appalachia of Cuba, very rugged mountains, the people, very poor they were. And I said to this campesino, I said, "Do you like Fidel?" And he said, "Sí, sí, with all our souls." I remember his gesture, with all our souls. I said, "Why?" And he pointed to this clinic right up there on the hill, which we had visited. He said, "Look at that." He said, "Before the revolution, we never saw a doctor. If someone was seriously ill, it would take 20 people to carry that person, because you'd go day and night. It would take 2 days to get to the hospital. First, because it was far away, and second, because you couldn't go straight. You couldn't cross the latifundio lands. The boss would kill you. So you had to go like this. And often when we got to the hospital, the person might be dead by the time we got there. Now we have this clinic up here with a full-time doctor. And today, a doctor in Cuba, when you become a doctor, you've got to spend 2 years out in the country. That's your dedication to the people. And a dentist who comes 1 day a week.
It's really funny that this is such a foreign concept for Americans, by the way. Like, the fact that the government pays for the doctors to get their doctorate, and then in order to repay their debt for all of the the education that the government provided for them, they go and they fucking serve in the countryside. This is the concept. This is the same principle in Turkey too. Much poorer nations than the United States of America are able to pull this shit off. Meanwhile, under the supposedly better private healthcare structure that we have here in the United States of America, bitch, you don't even have any doctors in the urban areas. I mean, in the suburban area, in the rural areas, sorry. You got no doctors in the rural areas. Like fucking pre-revolutionary Cuba out here in the Appalachian.
And for more serious things, we're not more than 20 minutes away from a larger hospital. That's in the Escambray. So that's freedom. We're freer today. We have more life. And I talked to a guy in Havana who says to me, before, all I used to see here in Havana, you call this drab and dull. We see it as a cleaner city. It's true, you got the paint is peeling off the walls, but you don't see kids begging in the streets anymore, and you don't see prostitutes. All we used to have was prostitutes. Prostitution used to be one of the biggest industries. And today, this man is going to night school. He said, I can read. I can read. Do you know what it means to be able to read? Do you know what it means to be able not to read? I remember when I gave my book to my father, I dedicated a book of mine, Power and the Powerless, to my father. I said, to my father with my love. Gave him a copy of the book. He opened it up, looked at that. He'd only gone to the 7th grade. He was a son of an immigrant, a working-class Italian. And he opens the book, and he starts looking through it, and he gets misty-eyed, very misty-eyed. And I thought it's because he was so touched that his son had dedicated a book to him. That wasn't the reason. He looks up to me and says, I can't read this, kid. I said, that's okay, Dad. Neither can the students. I mean, that's not something... I mean, don't worry about that. I wrote it for you. I mean, it's your book, and you don't have to read it. You know, it's a very complicated book, academic book. I said, yeah, I can't read this book. And the defeat that man felt. That's what illiteracy is about. That's what the joy of literacy programs is. That's why in Nicaragua you got people walking proud now for the first time. They were animals before. They weren't allowed to read. They weren't taught to read. And that's why I support revolution. The revolution that feeds the children gets my support. Not blindly, not unqualifiedly. And the Reaganite government that tries to stop that kind of process, that tries to keep those people in poverty and illiteracy and hunger, that gets my undiluted animosity and opposition.
That's the yellow man. You don't have, yeah, someone in the chat said it already, but you don't have to look too far. Without revolution, Cuba ends up looking like modern Haiti. Ironic, because the Haitian Revolution happened, and it was incredibly important. Why aren't you talking about Palestine? I'm gonna fucking... Oh, shut up. I'm going to fucking die, dude. I'm going to fucking die. There's been 5 hours and 34 minutes of Palestine coverage, and this fucking cocksucking motherfucker came in here specifically to be like, why aren't you talking about Palestine? Specifically so that he could be like, oh, is it because the view counts are down? That's right, right? That's what you want to say? Is that what it is? 5 hours! Shut the fuck up! Is that what you want? Is that what you want me to say? I'm joking, bro. Shut the fuck up. Go joke somewhere else, dipshit. Sorry, maybe I'm being too aggressive. Anyway, Oibro's opinion on Americans. Oh, I love that. We'll do that in a little bit. We talked about the fucking Cuban hero. Here's the Arlington, Virginia.
We're going to begin with breaking news overnight. This was a very close call for police officers in Arlington, Virginia. They were trying to serve a search warrant when this happened. Wow. Remarkably, it appears that no officers were seriously hurt in this explosion before the blast. Police say that a suspect had barricaded inside this home. He fired some type of weapon.
Someone made a video demanding I get deported. I'm a U.S. citizen, dog. Where are you going to deport me to? New Jersey? The fuck? I saw a tweet that said that probably felt so good for the house. Yeah, I saw that too. That shit was funny. XQC going to watch it and make some very good, compelling arguments? Yeah, I mean, probably. Maybe they mean it's anti-immigrant and they argue against you. I don't know. I love that this chatter said this and then fucked off, by the way. I want to know. I think it's fun because, like, American dudes saying you should be deported because of your criticism of the U.S. Like, at least this is, like, fun. And if there's an entire video dedicated to, like, deporting me, that'd be fire. I would like to watch that. You know what I mean? Like, at least it's, like, a little bit different than, like, the 7 millionth video. The dorks found the cheat code to getting your attention. I can't even find it. We don't know where it is. Yeah.
Weapon. Nicole Skanga is in Arlington with more on the story. Nicole, good morning. The pictures are very scary.
My favorite thing is like when people go,
Hasan Piker should unironically be deported. Oh, but he's American! Yeah, and Shamima Begum was British. Was. I'm not joking. This isn't theoretical. We already have a working framework on how to...
Yeah, British accent, opinion discarded, my friend. Is this guy even British, or is he trying to LARP as British and he's American? Bro, how about you fucking keep holding the goddamn revolutionary L, okay? How about you sit around and worry about your 13 colony lead that you blew, okay? I do think this is funny. Who gives a shit?
How to deal with third pillarism in Western countries. Let us use it now. I mean, really, the only...
Third pillarism? Isn't it fifth pillar? Or not fifth pillar, fifth column. I think he's like mixing and matching the 5 pillars of Islam, and the proper term would be the fifth column. I think that's what he meant.
crime Shamima committed was to marry someone in an anti-Western terrorist organization. She didn't spend years of her life spreading the Diet Coke version of their propaganda. So it is wild to me that one of them lost their passport while the other is chilling in Hollywood. Pretty strange, because Shamima never...
Wait, is he saying I married the lady Shamima or something? What? This guy's American. He's just trying to make his voice deeper. There's something about his voice that immediately it's like nails to a chalkboard. Like, I think he is trying to fake an accent to come across smarter. He's like he seems like a very Reddit person. What is this? You've seen this guy before?
Hasan Piker tells you the solution to homelessness is to simply build more houses. Keep in mind, he doesn't mean houses like these, or these. Basic progressive bitches and midwit socialists are never actually talking about meaningful, tangible steps one can take to increase housing stock in a country. They're not going to pull back environmental regulations. Not at all, sweetie. When it comes to housing, there are 3 factors, and you can only ever, in the best case scenario, have 2 of them. There is universality, there is affordability.
I'm beginning to understand why, I remember this video. I'm beginning to understand why, like how someone can be so angry that they want to, like, I can't say what I want to say, but you get what I mean, right? Like, I can't say what I want to say because it would be a terms of service violation. Oh, this made me feel violent.
Solution to hope.
It's very, very frustrating. It's the cadence at his rhythm. It's accidentally iambic pentameter, but it's accenting the wrong note. I don't even know what you're saying. It's just like,
to increase housing stock in a country. They're not going to pull back environmental regulations. Not at all, sweetie. When it comes to housing, there are 3 factors, and you can only ever, in the best case scenario, have 2 of them. There is universality, there is affordability, and there is quality. So when Hassan says, build more houses, you're going to get universality, and you're going to get affordability. That's right. In order for homeless people not to make Hassan sad, you're going to live here. You're going to live here, and you're going to eat crickets, and you're going to watch the world like an
Yeah, the World Economic Forum live stream. Famously a socialist institution.
Economic Forum live stream 24/7, and you're gonna like it. You're gonna like it.
It's just like he makes me homophobic, more homophobic than I already was. You know what I mean?
People have rights, but they also have wrongs, and I want people to start acknowledging that. Living in an urban area should not feel like a JRPG, where the second you leave your house, you're likely to have an unwanted encounter. If I want to do something as rudimentary as going to the store, there's one guarding the path, there's one by the cash machine, there's one by the door, there's one patrolling the parking lot. I feel like I'm in fucking Pokemon, dude. I can't go anywhere without being pulled into a fucking battle. Oh, but don't you have empathy for the unhoused? I do have empathy. I want them to be empathetically rounded up, put on empathetic bicycles attached to empathetic power generators, and whipped as they power our cities empathetically.
Why is this allowed on TikTok? What the fuck? I mean, I don't want him to get banned because it's funny. But also, like, I get my shit pulled off TikTok regularly, and this dumb motherfucker is literally like, Hassan should get deported. Like, he's doing his shitty ass fake British accent, wearing a beanie because he's balding. Ooh, don't do it to him like that.
Went on camera and said that America deserved 9/11. Shamima stans aren't going onto TikTok to praise Osama bin Laden's manifesto, while at the same time quoting the aforementioned statement that America deserved 9/11 in the exact same tone and inflection as their—
He's like, oh, I'm so scared. Please. This is the equivalent of like when a fucking boomer on TikTok will at the FBI under something you've said. You know what I mean? He's just doing that. But a longer, I guess, edgier version of it. You know what I mean? He's just like, oh yeah, so yeah, he should be deported because it scares me. Free speech scares me.
Favorite streamer. No, Shamima stans didn't do that, but Hassan Piker fans did. It's so bizarre to me, so queer, because for years I've been hearing from leftoids that words can lead to violence. Well, Hassan Piker's words are leading—
Is he saying my fans are gonna do 9/11 too? This guy's awesome. Hassan is an uneducated lefty Turk and should be sent back to Mongolia. This guy gets it. Praising Osama is less criminal than praising America, in my opinion. Ooh, good take. I've been giggling to your videos for a while, but I have a hard time trusting people, but it appears like you're chill like that. Followed. Dude, there are so many sad Redditors who are just like, who wish that they could just be as like relentlessly racist as their shitty ass older, now 48 years old, divorced dad brothers were in the heyday of the internet. Like, there are so many neoliberals who are just like the fucking the aneurysm when you can't say it meme, basically. When they're just like, I wish I could just say the slurs I want to say, but I can't because I'm in polite company. And they have to just like dance around the subject matter endlessly. Just say it, dog. Be like, oh, Hassan is a goat fucker or something. Okay? Like, many people still do it. Like, what do you think? Is the first time I've heard someone should deport me, that I'm a supporter of terrorism who deserves deportation? You think that's the first? You think a fucking prominent leftist political commentator who's been around for 10 fucking years is the first time I've heard such, ooh, scary takes? You know what I mean? Oh, no. Oh, I should be deported. Like, oh, thanks, man. I got it. Very original comment. Like, the only difference is, instead of being a 48-year-old divorced dad HVAC guy who's like white knuckling through life, okay, and is spending his time writing angry shit online instead of like shooting up his place of work, the only difference between that fucking loser and this guy is that this guy is openly gay. You know what I mean? That other guy probably closeted, maybe not. But like ultimately, this guy just has a gayer accent. You know what I mean? That's it. That's the only difference. He's just like, yes, I have a college education, but also I'm going to make the intellectual argument as to why you should be deported. It's like, okay, dude, got it. Nice, man. Thank you.
His fans to Osama bin Laden's manifesto.
Yeah, even Milo had more pizzazz. You know what I mean? This dude is like, is a shittier Milo. He's like less flair. At least Milo would wear like a vest. You know what I mean? And then a fursuit on top of his like vest, and would run around acting like they're trying to fucking kill him. But he had some level of riz and a real British accent, unlike this guy.
And do you think the words in that manifesto may lead to violence? I don't know. I guess it's a counterfactual.
It's a counterfactual. You can't disprove a negative.
So I would deport Hassan Piker. I would. To me, it's a no-brainer. To me, it's the simplest decision ever made by anyone ever. And I say that completely unironically. He needs to go. He needs to go. Whenever I say this, I get pushback from people who don't know what they're talking about, saying this is a free speech issue. No, it isn't. No one wants to deport him for having bad opinions. That is his right. A right he exercises quite freely. The issue is no one actually understands the nature of dual nationality. Dual nationality is defined by 3 R's. You have rights, you have responsibilities, but you also have risks. There are risks to being a dual national, as Shamima Begum.
No, Shamima Begum is in the UK, stupid. Also, this guy is LARPing as a British. Why don't you fucking deport your bitch ass to England? There is no world in which you can deport a dual national that was born in the United States. Shut the fuck up. That's why you have to use this fake ass British
Begum in the UK found out. When you are a dual national and you commit seditious, disloyal behaviors towards the nation state you are currently in, that nation state has more than one option of how to deal with you. They can do more than send you to prison. They can send you away, period. I mean, let's do a quick hypothetical. Let's say I was half American, half Turkish, but I moved to Ankara and I started streaming. In my stream...
Oh, there it is. This is my favorite part. Oh no. The intellectual argument turns into the racist drivel that unironically reinforces the original argument you made. Oh, if you don't like it, why don't you leave to a country where you will actually be fucking arrested for your take is so stupid. Classic, dude. Again, another thing I've never heard before. Oh, you don't like America? You want to criticize America? Oh, you're saying treasonous things about America? Well, how about saying that in Turkey? It's like, well, all you've done is that you want it to be like Turkey. You want America to be like Turkey. Oh.
I would just shit on Turkey non-stop. I would say that anything it did was bad. I would always oppose its foreign policy objectives. In fact, despite having a political science degree, the only ideological lens I would ever use was that if Turkey does it, it's bad. Turkey equals bad. Yet I would live there for some reason. Yet I would live there. The reality is, no sane nation state that wanted to survive would ever tolerate my presence. Not for a week, not for a month, not for a minute. I would be gone. I don't care about Hassan's opinions, I care about his loyalty, or lack thereof. The opinions only serve as a signpost towards the obvious. The reality is, when any dual citizen displays profound disloyalty to one of their countries, there are unique consequences for doing so. My one and only ask is that those unique consequences simply be applied. Applied when relevant.
I love this guy. This guy's fucking hilarious. Hassan is an e-terrorist at this point. Hassan had to suck off his uncle for internet clout. True and real. True and base-pilled. Keep crying, everybody. Keep crying. Oh, it makes me so happy. It makes me so happy to see these motherfuckers. Like, there is definitely a time and place where I want to, you know, like there's a shelf life on what I have to do, right? What I'm doing. This kind of stuff keeps me going. It fuels me. When I see these motherfuckers who are like, why does he still have an audience? It's like, yes, give me more. Give me more of that, okay? Give me motherfucking more of that, dude. Oh, I love it. Deport him. I don't like his opinions. Oh, yeah, deport this guy because I don't agree with what they say. Truly the American way. But he's handsome, though. 34 responses. He literally has bicep implants, you idiot. Would you say that to a pedo? But he's handsome, though. So was Jeffrey Dahmer. Shamima Baker was too, bro. What? Without the hijab, her head would be chopped off by Hamas, who you seem to support. What does this do? This tweet from him? Hassan Piker spent 3 years stalking and sexually harassing Tommy Lauren, making dozens of videos about her. Now, if you call him dumb, his fans will say you are obsessed with him. Lol, Lamau even. Yeah, there's a difference. Tommy Lauren made dog shit videos who I addressed as a political commentator who I disagreed with. There's a difference between me addressing Tommy Lauren's takes, as I do with Ben Shapiro, versus making entire videos crying about fucking why I can't get deported from the United States of America. The difference is very obvious to someone who has more than a fucking fraction of a brain cell. Yeah, you're not going to believe what this fucking says. I'm willing to bet I do believe it. From today, trips to a lot will no longer be the same. There will no longer be the stop at the Koshi Ramon's Inn to hear the stories of the infiltration and rescue from Petra and the heroics as a paratrooper fighter. What? What? Bro, that hit me in the fucking face. What? That's a mistranslation. Dude, that actually, what the fuck? What the fuck? Bro, I almost read that. I almost read that out loud. I was like, I was not expecting that at all. Okay, you're right. I take it back. I did not believe it. I can't believe that you were right. That was something that caught me off guard. I thought it was going to be some regular racist. You know what I mean? Like, oh, today we're killing as many Palestinians as possible. You know what I mean? Like, that's what I thought. That's what I thought he was going to say. He was not saying that at all. He was saying something totally different. You were right, Chatter. That's a hard R. No, it's just straight up. It's the N-word with a hard R. But I think it's like weird because it's like is it a term of endearment? Like, what's happening? It's a mistranslation, by the way, in case it wasn't obvious. That's what I thought too. Anyway, the racism here, or like the hate-ridden like bullshit here, is not offensive to me. It's nothing I haven't heard before. It's also very condescendingly stupid. Like, it seems as though this guy is very deliberately trying to make himself seem like the least likable person on the planet. And there are many people who fucking despise me out there who probably think I resemble a lot of the qualities that he is embodying to my interlocutors, to the people who oppose my ideology. But I do always appreciate ingenuity, and unfortunately he has none of that. He's just going for the edge factor and trying to pull a Milo Yiannopoulos, but it's not working. You know what I mean? It's like not very good. And the stupidity actually is shown time and time again. Dude be like, I would be immediately deported for saying stuff like, yeah, dog, no shit. Yeah, reading Reddit posts verbatim, that kind of stuff is whatever. I don't really care about that. But I do think that he could at least be like kind of interesting and funny. It's very shitty. Like it's hack. You know that he's blown his pants off now that you're just addressing his existence. Yeah. Is this a Hassan person, a streamer or something? A streamer who claims to be a communist despite being a millionaire capitalist. Being a millionaire doesn't make you a capitalist. He's the nephew of Cenk from the Young Turks, a news organization named after a genocidal group. Yeah, he's some streamer tanky. Yeah. For every 10 haters you get, one joins the ranks.
Guns were the leading cause for U.S. children in 2023.
Oh my god. Oh my gosh. He's literally wearing the fucking HasanAbi fit.
Kami-sama, the town of Bethlehem where Jesus was born still exists today in Palestine in the West Bank. PlayStation is removing some digital content that people paid for from their library. If you thought you owned it, no you don't. Takai-desu-ne. Americans must spend an extra $11,400 in order to enjoy the same standard of living we had in 2021.
You said, this is your Oppenheimer. This is your creation, bro. You're like Oppenheimer. Dude. Or like Woppenheimer, dude. I mean, more power to her.
The Los Angeles Police Department purchased a mass surveillance tracking software called Cobwebs that has facial recognition and circumvents the need to have a warrant. Yokata! Pyong pyong. Henry Kissinger-chan once asked his security detail to guard for sharks in the water because his waifu wanted to swim in Mexico. His security said no, but if the sharks come up on this beach, my agents will fight them.
So HasanAbi, she was in here earlier. Is it terrible if I beg for a sub every hour? It's terrible that she didn't get a sub. And she literally is going to have to see the ads at the top of the hour. Also, I like that we watched this earlier because this was so maxed out on the cringe factor that this actually looked normal in comparison. Like, I'm not going to lie. It's just like, this was infinitely more tolerable. So, yeah. Like, if you pair it with this thing, whatever this fucking behemoth is, who's, like, doing the same old, nonsensical fucking right-wing bullshit of, like, oh, this guy I don't like needs to get deported, but I'm going to try to make an intellectual's argument. The other thing is at least, like, new and different and interesting. You know what I mean? How down bad am I if I find all of her videos normal? Yeah, I mean, abysmal, horrific, catatonic. Like, no saving you. I'll be honest with you.
Good morning. We're just a few blocks away from the scene, and the fire is now under control, but it was quite a different scene last night when the standoff took a dramatic turn. Just before 8:30 Monday night, Arlington police were attempting to execute a search warrant after a suspect inside this house allegedly fired multiple rounds from a flare gun hours earlier. And just as police approached, the powerful blast unleashed debris, including its roof and walls, from the multi-story house into the sky, with flames visible from blocks away.
I've never had a sound wave shock like that. I thought something had happened on my house.
Police say the first 911 calls came in around 4:45 Monday afternoon after reports of shots being fired from inside the house.
As officers attempted to execute that search warrant, the suspect inside the residence discharged several rounds.
And that's when a neighbor across the street caught the explosion on cell phone.
Hasan, no reaction. It's because I saw this explosion on my fucking Twitter timeline 100,000 times already. Also, I don't know if you know this, but I've been covering Gaza every day. Like, I watched their Supreme Court get blown up a couple hours ago. So to me, it's like when I see houses blowing up, I'm like, oh, another day. It's like I've watched entire apartment blocks, entire city blocks get reduced to rubble over a matter of seconds.
In the aftermath, police and fire officials rushed to the chaotic scene. Miraculously, only 3 officers suffered minor injuries requiring no hospitalization, and no one else was hurt. Meanwhile, the status of the suspect who was inside the house during the explosion is still unclear.
At first, it sounded like a bomb went off.
Jared
Okay,
Abelson.
Yeah, unclear? Fuck you mean? It's pretty clear to me what happened to that guy, okay? He's dust now. He's dust. I think what they mean is we can't find his remains, so it just seems like he's missed.
Who lives 2 blocks away from the explosion took this video of the fire just minutes after he heard the boom.
When we got there, the house was already burned down, and it was just a really scary scene.
Police have not yet made any arrests or released details about who is inside the house. Both the FBI and the ATF are assisting in this investigation.
I mean, it could be like, doesn't shit like this happen? Like, it's like gas leaks and shit too. But I don't know. I mean, maybe he had explosives in his house. That shit looked crazy. Sus Nick Sortor thread, bro. Link to the address. Who's Nick Sortor? Bro, he's a Tucker Carlson guy. What the fuck? He's a far leftist that posts anti-white hatred and quotes Noam Chomsky. He accused his neighbors of being spies on social media just 3 days ago. Had a previous encounter with the FBI. Oh, another one of these guys. Heard the guy probably had the gas on in his home and officers tossing a flashbang. I mean, who knows? Hey, man, it's okay. I'm sorry I yelled at you. Hasan, I would like to formally apologize. I was joking about you not talking about Palestine. I watch you all the time. You do excellent coverage. I really didn't think you see my message. I was baiting you. I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I yelled. It was an emotional moment, okay? Thank you, bro. I was sad as fuck. Sorry. You had a lot of, like, crazy shit in the chat, and I shouldn't have blown up on you like that. That was my bad. All right, Grand Theft Auto 6
After nearly 10
release.
years, one of the most successful video game franchises is set to return with a new release. Rockstar Games, the creators of Grand Theft Auto, released the trailer for GTA 6 today, and fans are already talking about the scheduled release. Just take a look.
It's wild that the media is picking this up. Like, as a young boy who fucking started off playing Grand Theft Auto, I think it was 2 that I started playing the entire franchise with. It blows my mind that, like, Grand Theft Auto 6 is the most anticipated video game perhaps of all time, if not definitely of all time. And it it has created this like mania surrounding it, and it's being covered by news like this.
Lucia, do you know why you're here? Bad luck, I guess.
Yeah, like I'm old enough to remember media covering Grand Theft Auto on terms like claiming that it led to mass shootings and it led to violence, and how Grand Theft Auto was the reason why you know, all this shit was happening, and that it had too much pornography in it. You know what I mean? Like they talked about how Grand Theft Auto should be banned. It should be a mature, adult only rating should be used for it. Do I remember hot coffee? Bitch, I've jerked off to hot coffee. It's fine. My parents aren't around. I had to look back.
She tried to make my world.
All right, joining me now to discuss the new release and what's changing in the video game industry is Gene Park. He is a games reporter and critic at the Washington Post. Thanks for joining us again. So a portion of this trailer was leaked.
That's a flashbang.
So then Rockstar decided,
nowhere.
okay, fine, we'll just put it out. But the game actually isn't coming out until 2025. But based on the trailer, what have we learned about the game? What are people talking about?
I think a lot of people, the first reaction is by Florida residents. They seem to be really, really astounded by how accurate life in Florida seems to be depicted, with gators and, you know, like unruly neighbors and quote unquote Florida man meme that seems to be represented well throughout the trailer.
That's hilarious. And as I understand it, one thing that it seems like is that there's a female character that you can play, which I don't know much about Grand Theft Auto, so I'm assuming that that's something new as well.
Yeah, right now the understanding is that there are two characters, Jason and Lucia.
Bro, let me tell you something. Capitalism. Capitalism is the reason why the same news media that literally was fucking using Grand Theft Auto originally as a reason to claim that like all of our other societal ails were happening because of Grand Theft Auto and whatnot, are now doing popular, like, pro Grand Theft Auto coverage. Why? Because it's a fucking multi-billion-dollar operation. That's why. Games make more money than Hollywood. That's it. That's it. That's all it took was for it to become something even larger than Hollywood, so that obviously our news media would cover it with the seriousness that it deserves.
Lucia, it will be the first female protagonist. She's a Latina, and it's basically going to be a Bonnie and Clyde type story. It's basically taking place in the modern day.
So other than having a female character that you can play, everything else looks pretty much on brand for Grand Theft Auto. Hi, kitty. Everything else looks, I have a cat too who loves to be on camera. So yeah, it's on brand for Grand Theft Auto. You know, fast cars, scantily clad ladies, guns. I mean, you name it. It's like, you know, a basket of sinful behavior, vice, a basket of vice, if you will. Yet this franchise endures. And, you know, they've made a handful of tweaks in regards to some of the criticism over the years.
No, they haven't. What? They literally have not ever done that, I don't think.
But basically, it still remains one of the most popular games out there. Why is that?
Mostly because, well, Grand Theft Auto 5 was once called the most financially profitable single entertainment product of all time. It is the second most best-selling game of all time at 190.
Wait, no more Twitch in Korea? Twitch is ending its support for all streaming in South Korea effective February 27, 2024. In a letter to Korean streamers, Dan Klein says, "We will work to help Twitch streamers in Korea move their communities to alternative live streaming services." Wait a minute. What the fuck? Wait. What about Asian Bunny? What about Asian Bunny? Is she a Korean streamer or not?
The fuck?
Yeah.
What are you doing? Unfollow me. What is she doing?
She lives in Florida. Oh, thank God. We're safe. We're safe. We're safe. We're safe. We're safe. Safe. I know a guy in Seoul. I'm sure he's not happy. I mean, this actually isn't surprising at all, seeing as South Korea live streaming developed as fast or faster than America. This would have never happened in the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. True. True. Charming Joe Hachu and Ginny TTY are going to get fucked. Not really. Mostly because, like, they operate out of Europe and America a lot. They'll probably have to move, right? Or, like, what? fuck, you really can't do that. I mean, but they travel all the time. You spoke her name way too quickly. Do you watch her? No, but I did see the Kai Cenat clip, and I covered it. Bro, Will raided into her when I wasn't at my PC because my cousin's kids came over to visit, and her cleavage was all over my second monitor. Yeah, at that point, it's like easier to say that you're watching porn, I think. It's one of those situations where it's like, unironically, it's easier to just be like, nah, I was just cranking a hot one to porn, you know? I was watching pornographic material. Well, in your situation, it would sound more like, I'm watching pornographic material, eh? That's what you would sound like because you're Australian, and that's what Australians sound like. Oi, cuzzy, I was watching some porn, yeah? No. You fuck. Yeah, are you mad that I nailed your accent? It's fine. It's not a big deal. We're just contacting English-speaking streamers and from North Korea, it seems. Wait, what? From Korea? And it seems that this will not affect them for now. I did some research. Apparently, she's also pretty talented at painting and drawing. I just realized something really fucked up. I think Asian Bunny literally gifted me a portrait of myself that she drew of me at TwitchCon. Is that it? She's the one who draws, right? She came up to me at my meet and greet with S-Fan. And I didn't realize until now. She's actually really talented. Yeah. She's very talented. No, I don't mean like the titty thing. I mean like she's Viet, by the way, not Korean. Yeah, I did not know that it was the same person. She beats the shit out of small business owners for protection money. Wait, what? What? Relax, my dude. Better not be mixing up Asian women. No, I was making a joke because there are a lot of Korean streamers out there that do stuff like that. So I thought the one that Kai was watching was a Korean streamer. I think it was on LSF or not on LSF, but on fucking Twitter. The tweet that I saw made it seem like Kai was watching a Korean streamer. Doesn't this mean you couldn't stream if you traveled to Korea? No, I stream out of America. I stream out of American servers. Literally American, dude. Man, shut the fuck up. I know now. Oh, we were gonna watch this and I forgot. Anyway, this is crazy. Have you ever been to South Korea? I have not. Her stalkers are mad at you. Wait, really? Her art that she gave you from her Insta story. Yeah. It's really nice. This photo doesn't do it justice, to be fair. It's actually very talented. Anyway.
Just tell me what you need.
Jump into the first one. Rolling, speed, action.
Sawbuck's looking a little chubby-wubby, so I bought him some new food.
Wait, what the fuck? They got this guy on? No. Isn't this guy's like, what?
Tell me what you need.
Jump into the first one. Rolling, speed, action.
Sawbuck's looking a little chubby-wubby, so I bought him some new food. It's organic and vegan.
Dogs are supposed to eat meat. They're descendants of wolves. You ever see a vegan wolf on the Nature Channel?
I'm a vegan.
Coffee is for closers, ladies. Listen up.
Hey, don't make this a prison hug.
Don't.
Danny Trejo next to Candace Owens? What the fuck is going on? Bro, dude, that just slapped me in the fucking face. How? Icon. Bro, it's not a political statement. Danny will accept any job. He's an iconic actor, vegan taco place owner. That's Machete. One of the greatest Quentin Tarantino villains of all time.
Prison hug.
Don't do anything stupid, other than last year.
I'm a heteronormative, cisgendered white male.
God, this guy always this is now the second thing I've seen this guy in, and he's always like, oh, I'm so gay. I'm doing the gay guy. Is this Steven Crowder's gonna kill this guy and wear his fucking skin to work one of these days? Like, this is the guy they got. They were like, every conservative circle's got to get like a gay guy, you know, a guy who likes to do the what they assume is what a gay guy is, like the heterosexual gay guy. And it was supposed to be Steven Crowder, and now look at him. Like, this guy took his role.
For which I apologize.
I'm black, and that used to be enough, but I'm also bilingual, and I'm non-binary.
We're the Army. We drink more before 9 a.m. than you Navy pukes do all day.
He rubbed all the fur off his emotional support ferret. The damn thing looked like a four-legged penis.
I don't get it. Is this all just like conservative grievances, but in a televised, in a fucking shitty animated show format? Is that what it is? I mean, I'm willing to. I want to know. I want to know how this is gonna work. I want to understand if conservative grievances is enough to maintain. I want to know if conservative grievances are enough to maintain a viable media company. Because for me, like, there have been a ton of animated shows that you've never even heard about that have like major casts, that have a lot more money behind it, with a genuine interest in making money as well, and they've been failures, right? Like, there are so many TV shows that fucking come out and they come and go because they suck usually. So what I want to know is if this this is purely being backed by grievance, right? Like, this is conservatives that will pay into this because they're like, oh, finally there's like an outlet out there that is doing media for us, and even if they don't personally watch it, they'll pay into it. So I want to know how far that will go. I wonder if they will be able to keep this afloat. You know what I mean? Lady Ballers has 14 million views in the trailer. Yeah, they probably paid a shit ton for ads, Themasius. This is mostly ads, I suspect. 14 million views, 98,000 likes. I don't know. Like, let's see. Yeah, it's most likely ads. That's the reason why the view count is that high. Let's look at H-Bomber Guy's latest video, right? 4 million views and 4.9 million views or whatever. Or 5.2 million views in 3 days. Yeah, look at that. 307,000 likes to 5 million views. 14 million views, 98,000 likes. So obviously it's definitely an ad. 98,000 likes is a lot. Okay. But, I think the views are real. No, it's not real. Yeah. Look at this. Again, 53,000 comments in comparison to 14,000 comments underneath this video. 98,000 likes versus 300,000 likes on this video. And this video only has 5 million views. These are real views. And boomers don't know what a like button is. Yeah, they found a fucking YouTube video to watch, but they don't know what a like button is. Get out of here. No, it's most likely ads. They do a lot of ads. So I know people who saw it as an ad on H-Bob's video. Yeah. So anyway, as I was saying, it is a massively successful operation. It is. It really is. Looking at the Daily Wire from the outside, I'll keep it $150. They have a lot of money, man. And apparently 1 million paying subscribers. Like, I have 50,000 subscribers. And half of the reason is because, like, there's free subscriptions that you can get, like with Twitch Promise shit. Daily Wire claims they have 1 million paying subscribers right now, like $8 a month. Now, of course, they're heavily propped up, but they see the importance of conservative movie making. They see the importance of conservative media, making conservative media. And I don't think that it necessarily has to be popular. You have literal news outlets that still exist without any readership, like the Federalist, right? The Federalist papers we don't even know who funds it. Like, we don't know who reads it, but it doesn't matter. It still exists. It's like an operation that's just out there. So anyway, I don't think that this will be like good content or anything like that, but the fact that there is definitely a appetite for someone to even create it, even if they don't watch it, they want someone to create it. You know what I mean? That's what's interesting. That's what I care about more. I bet some of these people are agents. People's agents were like, no one will see this garbage take the money. No, I think they have bad agents unless they got like really good money, which I doubt. But
charity and work, 2 words that should never go together, like women and opinions.
I want a burly man. They're salty and make me dizzy.
Sorry, just need to find a thingy to fix my gaming chair.
When I was on the construction site, my chair was a 5-gallon bucket. It was also my toilet.
Hey, I'm done. I'm going back to bed. Thanks a lot.
The comedians in the cast are regulars on Corolla's podcast. Are you gonna watch it on stream? I want to. If Megyn Kelly looks hot though, what the hell? It's not okay. I didn't say that. I'm just simply laughing at something different. It won't be good. It's just boomer Facebook memes read out loud. F is for family would be better than this. And even that's Mad how much they need a constant feedback loop of confirmation bias. Bro, it doesn't matter. What matters to me is that they have the capacity to fucking make projects like this and what that signifies. Look, remember what I told you about Grand Theft Auto? First, they fucking said Grand Theft Auto sucks. It's causing fucking mass shootings. And, 12, 13, 14, 15 years later, when it's a multi-billion-dollar operation, they're lapping it up and going, it's fucking awesome. We're so excited. Now they're actually getting real actors and shit. Not Matt Walsh, but like actual real voice actors and things of that nature. Ultimately, when there's enough money, you can fake it till you make it. And Republicans fake it all the time. We talked about Ted Cruz's book situation earlier when Ryan Grimm was here. Remember? Conservatives buy their own books to make it seem like there's a lot more interest for it so they can make it up the fucking bestsellers lists to establish some level of legitimacy, even if it doesn't penetrate the broader consciousness. Sound of Freedom was another example of this, where they bought all of these tickets, right? And there was more conversations surrounding the suspicions that people had about why people can't go and watch Sound of Freedom than the actual movie itself. The actual movie was mid. So it's something that you need to remember. This is not about like how good the movie is going to be. It's not even about how many people are going to actually watch the movie. It's about whether or not, with enough money, can the Daily Wire make itself, or can the Daily Wire present itself as a legitimate media enterprise to the rest of Hollywood? Because if that happens, then you'll get more backing. Then you'll get actual legitimate actors. Then you might have actual staying power in the culture. You might actually start transforming culture a little bit. Does that make sense? This is, in my opinion, objectively different than the style of like conservative movies and shit that has occurred time and time again. Like there's a 1,000 different versions of shitty conservative grievance projects. This is the first time I'm looking at it when it's like optically it looks and feels closer to like a Hollywood production than ever before. Yeah. 100% I predict more and more legit. The more they go center lib by proxy, because super right wingers can't be normal, and in around 5 years, Daily Wire will have trans hosts and shit. That would be the funniest thing, is if they try and become more Hollywood, and as a consequence of becoming more Hollywood, they become more like liberal. That would be pretty funny. But I don't think they can do that because their major fan base revolves around them being conservative overall. Overall, very conservative. I can read the New Yorker magazine think pieces from a mile away. Set scene. A cold Nashville morning. Previously, the Tennessee city was known for its music industry. Now, a blossoming new media franchise has taken over Nashville, Tennessee by storm. And then, flashback to 1994, UCLA graduate Benjamin Shapiro writes an article for a newspaper about how Hollywood and pornography has overtaken the minds of young conservatives. Far from the originations of a UCLA undergraduate who went to Harvard for law school, a violinist, son of a even more famous violin player, Benjamin Shapiro, came from Hollywood only to move Hollywood away to Nashville, Tennessee. Okay? Talking about how they revitalized Nashville, Tennessee. Nashville, Tennessee now looks like a fucking, they call it the new Hollywood. You know what I mean? You were a theater kid in denial? No, I just know media really fucking well, and I know they're going to write puff pieces about these sons of bitches. Okay? What is this? Oh, there it is. Can Nashville be Hollywood conservatives? It's been written already. I didn't even read it. I did not know that it existed, but of course it existed. Of course. Nashville, on March 2022, 2021, Tennessee General Assembly sent a resolution to the governor's desk full of lofty sentiment. The document invokes such figures as John Adams and Ronald Reagan and officially welcomes to Tennessee the Daily Wire, a media company, and its co-founder and editor, Ben Shapiro, who has truthfully said, facts don't care about your feelings. 2 days later, the governor signed it. Started in 2015 as he didn't go back. He didn't go hard enough. Back to Hollywood. See, I would have done that. I would have gone back to Ben Shapiro's Hollywood roots and how he was actually rejected from Hollywood only to come back with a vengeance to take over Hollywood, but conservatively. You know, That's what I would have done. But this guy went back to 2015 as an online hub for clicky conservative news and culture warring. But it is Mr. Shapiro's co-founder and the company's co-CEO, a writer and filmmaker named Jeremy Boring, who is leading the Daily Wire with an ambitious new direction. From a purely political media standpoint, without any ideological associations with it, what they've been able to achieve is profound. I will admit, profoundly scary when you think about the actual implications. But what they've been able to do with a shit ton of money and a shit ton of backing, specifically from oil barons like the Wilkes brothers, who also happen to back Prager University and many other conservative operations, is definitely something to think about. There is no alternative to this on the left. Just like the left and independent leftist outlets will never get support or even be able to appear on broadcasts like CNN and MSNBC in the same way that Ben Shapiro has always enjoyed unlimited amounts of coverage from Fox News that is positive. On the other hand, on the left, we just have ideological war, sectarian infighting, and real grassroots mobilization, and not really any sort of astroturfing going on. There is no tax write-off billionaires out there that will come to me and say, Hasan, I'm going to give you $100 million so you can launch your own media operation, but in a socialist way. I want you to do a socialist media operation. It's not going to happen. It's never going to happen. Disney, literally any left-leaning multi-billion-dollar industry. Disney? Did you just compare Disney to Ben Shapiro? Disney is a liberal institution. It's not a leftist institution. And Disney ultimately is a capitalist institution. After all, not that long ago, they were fucking whitewashing slavery. Suck my dick. You think Disney is woke just because it's gay? Disney left-leaning shit, Ben Shapiro right-leaning shit? Are you fucking stupid? You think Disney is making left-leaning shit? No, Disney doesn't have one direction politically. It just has one opinion in mind. That's money. If tomorrow we lived in an infinitely more reactionary universe than we currently do, culturally speaking, Disney would be pumping out more videos and movies that actually unironically whitewash slavery and the legacy of slavery like they used to. That's crazy. You think Disney's actually left-leaning? That's insane. Disney is objectively left-leaning? No, guys. Ben Shapiro is ideologically right-wing. His operation is supposed to do right-wing propaganda. I am ideologically left-wing, okay? I do left-wing agitative propaganda. Disney is a capitalist liberal corporation. They do something specifically to make money. That's all they care about. I love when dumb motherfuckers come in here and unironically do the Tucker Carlson shit. How is this any different than what fucking Ben Shapiro says to begin with? Are you a Ben Shapiro fan? Coming in here and being like, corporations are leftist. The fuck? What have you learned? Have you learned nothing from me for 17 months? That you unironically would come in here and say that a mega corporation that is a global powerhouse, one of the greatest IP patent trolls of all time. The entire reason why we don't have fucking public domain in this country is left-leaning? Are you insane, brother? That's crazy. Yo, that's it. For so many people, it's just like, just be like, yeah, I'm gay, dog. Boom. Leftist. Until proven otherwise. Wow, damn, bro, you're gay? I guess you must be woke then. Do y'all look at Israel and go, wow, look how progressive they are? Damn, they're doing ethnic cleansing, but like gay style. You know what I mean? Which is fire to me. Anyway, I don't want to be super mean to that guy. Yeah, exactly. Disney isn't left-leaning because they don't openly despise gay people. Socially liberal media is what the masses enjoy, so Disney makes it. Remember, they made Song of the South. Exactly. No corporation is actually leftist. Chatters, come on. That's like saying Amazon is liberal. Amazon is leftist. The fuck? Da Vinci, dude? Da Vinci? Went on CNN this evening and was asked about Jayapal getting criticized for allegedly not sufficiently condemning rape. I said, this will be one of the key moments we look back on years from now and say, remember Representative Pramila Jayapal, the chair of the CPC, was made to put out multiple statements reaffirming the fact that she condemns sexual violence? That will be a window into how warped this has gotten. Like I said, it's December 5. We're talking about October 7. And what has happened between October 7 and now is what history will remember, and we'll look back at moments like this as ways it was rationalized and allowed to continue.
Republicans.
Bro, this is the absolute singularly most abysmal fucking video I've ever seen. It's just so bad. I can't even, there's no way, dog. This is like less than a P. This is half a P. This is not pushing P. This is half a P. Oh, yeah. Okay. I had no idea Disney did this. This is me finding out about the Song of the South. It's like very expressly racist, right? It's like it has a designated goal. Like you watch it and you're like, oh, this is what the fuck is going on. Like you're supposed to watch it and consume it and be taken over by the propaganda. This is somehow more nefarious because it's like, no, you don't understand. Black people love being subjugated in this way. Come on, they're so happy. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. Birth of a Nation wants you to hate black people. Song of the South wants you to think you're doing a good thing for black people by enslaving them. Yeah, exactly. The worst part is that it came out in 1948. What the fuck, dude? This is... Let me say something. This is on an entirely different level than like Dr. Seuss making like anti-Japanese propaganda during World War II and then apologizing for it. This is literally an entire franchise built upon whitewashing slavery and trying to get people to I don't know, reminisce about the good old days when black people were enslaved in fucking plantations and, you know, doing so by mischaracterizing the horrific brutality of enslaving an entire group of people. What the fuck, dude? I like Disney back in the 40s, but they ruined my immersion when the wokeristas started letting minorities in. And the irony is, like, I'm just running my old ass videos at this point, dog. You already know what it is. They fail to recognize is this literally erases the history of slavery, dumbass. When you turn the worst thing humans have ever done to other humans into something that is entirely untrue, pure fabrication, a fantasy that like the dominant white slave-owning class decided was going to be the truth, you are literally you are actually erasing history in that respect. Madness. My grandma took me to see this in the mid-'80s. I was probably one of the last children to watch in the theaters in the 80s. What the fuck? That's crazy, dude. Okay, wow, this Disney journey is taking us on a fucking really weird place. Okay. The same with Pirates of the Caribbean. Disney has made significant changes to Pirates of the Caribbean over the years, whether Disney caved to political pressure or really thought their alterations were necessary. I found out about this because a guy in an Orlando Sentinel article claimed that Disney was ruining the experience with cancel culture. And then I found out that like Disney had done a shit ton of like incredibly right-wing stuff. Now, of course, it's not that shocking or surprising when you realize that like Disney is a capitalist corporation. So the only thing they care about is, of course, making money. All right? You got it? Capiche? 17-month chatter fucking coming in here being like, dude, I can't believe Disney's like liberal and these guys are doing it right-wing style. Very different. One of the things that I also was trying to mention here that I am worried about is that because Hollywood is a amoral being that only cares about the profit motive, that if Daily Wire and the like are able to cast or at least project success, then Hollywood will follow suit. That's what I'm more worried about. I'm worried that Daily Wire will be able to fake it until it makes it. Does that make sense? Also, I love you, 17-month subscriber. I wasn't being mean, I hope. Please don't get mad at me. I forget what his name is. I did really rip into him. Chat, stop dogpiling. What was the chatter's logs? I want to look. He unfollowed? Wait, really? You guys fucking suck. This was really enlightening, to be honest. Thank you for the explanation. I see what you mean, and I agree. You fucking assholes. You're like, he unfollowed. You yelled, blah, blah, blah. You made it seem like I was fucking dogpiling. Fuck you guys. He threw out his computer. All right, B. Thoman. Thank you for staying. Yeah, you literally were not mean. I don't know. I feel like I was, I've been really angry lately. Oh my God, fans are worried.
Normal people become terrified.
What the fuck is this?
So, for context, we will. Oh, actually, I don't even know if can I play this. What came out just today? Scheduled for December 5th. Well,
dude, why is he reading Sport Kita?
And they want to indoctrinate and give another perspective on life. Like, have you ever thought, hey, 15-year-old boy, have you ever thought what it was like to be a ex-convict single mother? Well, you should. I don't.
Maybe that's good. Oh.
I don't know if that's the angle. I think it's more like two things happen. Rockstar hires a 24-year-old 10 years ago, and they're working in the mailroom or something. 10 years later, they're in marketing and they're in their mid-30s. And they say, okay, so we're going to finally be it's been how long? Like 10 longer than 10 years, right? Since GTA 5 came out. And they're like, we're going to be launching Grand Theft Auto 6. Finally, the game is done. how, or I'm sorry, actually, we should go back in time a few years. They said, we're conceptualizing this game. What should we do? And this person said, well, if you want to get people our age, you've got to make it, social justice. And the character should be a woman. It should be.
Grand Theft Auto has always made fun of American politics. Always. This is a person who has never played Grand Theft Auto, I assume. Grand Theft Auto has historically always made fun of how ridiculous American politics is and how ridiculous America is in general. Why do people do this? Like, you don't have to fake it, dog. You don't have to say something because everyone's talking about it. You know what I mean? There's another thing that I wanted to show you. Yeah, the Elon Musk tweet. If anyone has it in the chat. Oh, here it is. To add to that, the Elon Musk tweet. This is the greatest tweet I've ever seen of all time. Okay? One of the most pathetic and funniest reply chains I've ever seen. Please, dude. Look at this. 213,000 likes. A list of games I have not played. Grand Theft Auto 1, Grand Theft Auto 2, Grand Theft Auto 3, 4, 5, and 6. To which Elon Musk responds, tried, but I didn't like doing crime. Grand Theft Auto 5 required shooting police officers in the opening scene. Just couldn't do it. Ian Miles Chong replies, who, by the way, was a literal fucking woke, like, Kotaku article writer, wasn't he? Back in the day. Anyway, Ian Miles Chong replies to it and says, I'm glad shooting cops in Cyberpunk 2077 is completely optional. Never finished GTA 5 either. I have never seen a stupider fucking sequence of words. I mean, thank God these guys are able to pop off. The blue whale's vagina is the second biggest pussy in the world behind you three. What is this? Oh, no, you fucking... Epic Mickey 2 had better come out on the PS3. Do I pick up Epic Mickey 2 or Hitman Absolution? What game are you most excited to play this year? Michael, where the fuck do you come up with this, man? M-HUD, there's something wrong with your brain, dog. Who the fuck goes, let me search Epic Mickey? God damn. Let my man live. He's... Listen. Ian Miles wrong. Lives in the only country polled by Pew Research to have a overwhelmingly negative opinion on America, which makes the fact that which makes the reality that he LARPs as someone who lives in Portland, Oregon, despite the fact that he lives in Malaysia, even funnier. He's the only guy in Malaysia that likes America. There are statistically way more unfavorable opinions of America in Malaysia, where Ian Miles Wrong has always lived and has never left, as a matter of fact. He's never been in the United States of America. He's only lived in Malaysia, a country that has more negative opinions of America than any other country on the fucking planet. This makes it so much funnier. It makes it so much funnier that he's the one guy never left Malaysia, but lies on the internet as though he lives in America. He got community noted. Ian Miles Chong has written up to 255 game ranks articles covering Grand Theft Auto 5, including descriptions of personally killing or evading virtual police in game single-player mode. Community notes ate you alive. Also, people are calling you a pedo, by the way. Not sure if you knew that. Playing Grand Theft Auto 5, and yeah, it's better than any modern-day open-world game that's been released since. Sorry, Mafia 3. I don't understand it. Wait, what? I guess you don't have to be in a country to go native? I don't get it. Why are these guys such massive fucking losers? You should be embarrassed to be this big of a fucking loser. The Tape Brothers speaking out against Grand Theft Auto 6. I'm not a fan of anyone under the age of 18, 21 maybe playing video games where the goal is to shoot police officers.
6 is out. Have you ever played any GTA? This is a genuine question. I've never played any of them.
I believe that I played the first one. That's like a top-down, bird's-eye view, kind of 2D.
Not wrong. That is that Grand Theft Auto 1, 2, and London were all bird's-eye. Fuck.
Game without any real graphic violence back when I was maybe 10 or 11 or 12.
Without any graphics violence? What the fuck do you mean? It was way more violent. Grand Theft Auto 1, 2, and London, you could literally take a tank and drive over Girl Scouts. Girl Scouts would unironically be walking in a single file line, and you could drive over them. Straight up. It was so much more violent.
Whenever it came out. I do recall that. But you know what? I want to speak about GTA 6 while you're on the topic, because now we're actually talking about something that's relatively important. Video games aren't necessarily evil. But, you know, I remember when video games, because I'm very old. I'm an old man. I remember you used to play a little man in a red hat trying to rescue a princess and teaming up with your brother. Now, if rescuing purity from evil while teaming up for your brother isn't a good theme of a video game, then I don't really know what is. I'm not a fan of anyone under the age of 18, 21 maybe.
Dude, I love this. Okay. Dude. This is literally like a Washington Inquirer article. Like, I feel like this is something that like Neon Ass Taster would write for his uncle's newspaper. You know what I'm talking about? Noah Blum or whatever the fuck his name is. Like, I feel like that's the type of shit you would see on like the Federalist, you know? This is straight up like from the halls of conservative intelligentsia. Like, back in the day, video games used to be about brotherly love, and now they're about violence. Like, it's like a boomer that doesn't understand anything. It's just funny because, like, yeah, it would be something that, like, yeah, Rod Dreher would write something like this. You know what I mean? Like, where are the Christian values? Where are the Catholic values in modern video games? Like, and what's really funny, what's especially funny is, like, these are not closeted homosexual men living in Hungary, okay, with blood boys. These are, okay, maybe, okay, the closeted homosexual thing might actually, okay, there's more similarities with Rob Dreher than I thought previously, but having said that, they like literally work with the Romanian mafia. You know what I mean? So what the fuck do you mean? Oh, Grand Theft Auto is teaching bad ideals to children, which is why you should buy my Pimping These Broads course online at Hustlers University. The fuck? Have you seen your work, man? Like, they LARP as though they're Grand Theft Auto people, right? It's so weird. No one has ever tailored themselves so closely to a comical, satirical Grand Theft Auto character as the Andrew Tate brothers have. Which is hilarious that they're like, yeah, it's bad. Maybe he's just saying it's bad because they want to be the only guys in town? No, before you say they GTA IRL, no, that's not true. You're giving them too much credit. They would unironically be like comical villains in Grand Theft Auto because of how they have presented themselves to the real world. Like, they are like the insecure Grand Theft Auto, like the classic Grand Theft Auto antagonist that you would see, like a side mission. As a matter of fact, they might be in the upcoming game.
Playing video games where the goal is to shoot police officers. I just don't think that's good for society. With all,
I've never seen such a stupid fucking thing. I have to tweet about this. Their entire GTA side. It's incredibly ironic that two brothers that quite literally tailored their entire online persona as though they are Grand Theft Auto side characters, GTA side characters, taking a stance against the game like they're Hillary Rodham Clinton in 2012. When did Hillary Clinton do the hot coffee thing? When was it? Yeah, Grand Theft Auto 4 Statue of Happiness is literally Hillary Clinton's face. And they did that because of 2005. Yeah, hot coffee controversy. 2012, 2005. It's incredibly ironic that two brothers that quite literally tailored their entire online persona as though they are Grand Theft Auto side characters, taking a stance against the game like they're Hillary Rodham Clinton in 2005. Yeah, I'm going to be honest. There are definitely Andrew Tate style characters in this
all
game.
the amazing graphics and engines and whatever people put into these video games, I feel like you could create a better objective with the game, you know? Maybe you are the police officer. Maybe you are trying to stop
Sorry, carry on.
criminals.
Sorry. No, sorry, carry on. I just had a cough.
I'm not talking to you.
No, just carry on.
No.
People that never... Oh, yeah. People were mad. I saw this too. People are mad about how many black and brown people are featured in Florida, which is insane. Are you fucking joking? What do you think Florida looks like? Who do you think lives in Miami, Florida? Motherfucker, go to Hialeah. First of all, it's impossible for you to not know anything about what is it, Broward County, Hialeah, any of these places in fucking Miami, because like half of the rap music comes from there. What do you mean? It's like looking at New York, like looking at Liberty City and being like, black people? In New York? Miami is Dade County? Shut up. I know. It doesn't fucking matter. I literally lived in Florida. Shut up. Suck my dick. It's the first place I lived in. I don't know what you mean. I went to Orlando once. Yeah, Orlando is different. It's just so funny to be extra mad about like black and brown people, like Hispanic people being in Florida. It's just, what do you think?
Rockstar Games went woke. Guys, I'm sure y'all saw the leaked trailer for Grand Theft Auto 6 yesterday, in which we see the lead character portrayed as a female, which means Rockstar thinks we're gonna pay close to 100.
Yeah, I mean, this is a joke. Like, definitely. Every time Islam mentions he chose to live in Florida, I die a bit. There ain't nothing wrong with that. There ain't nothing wrong with that, okay? I'll stand by that. I mean, I'm more... I left in a year. It's fine. It's fine to live in Florida for a year and then leave. This doc is still on its festival tour and hasn't released widely yet, but I will track it down and we must watch it. Soviet bus stop?
I photographed my first Soviet bus stop by chance 20 years ago in Lithuania. Since then, I've taken pictures of thousands. So far,
that's fucking sick. That's actually sick. I like that.
I've covered over 50,000 kilometers of roads in all 15 countries. It all makes me wonder, how are these bus stops possible during the Soviet Union?
Говорим о советском периоде, во многом как периоде тоталитарном. Стало быть, должен быть единый стиль в архитектуре, единый стиль в литературе, единый стиль в музыке.
Вы знаете, почему это как интересная и красивая? На Канада это только скучные остановки. When you see the bus stops together, collected, it becomes something grand.
Whoa, dude.
Keegi ei mõtelnud kui selle peale, et see Nõukogude jaoks on seal ikka mõeldud meie oma inimeste jaoks ja ta oleks mugav, hea ja ka nägus. Meie siin tegime selle bussiauto paviljoni.
Bro, low-key, if they fucking didn't do Russification and did this basically and allow people to have a little bit more breathing room, maybe the USSR would still be around. You know?
Amazing, brutal bus stop here just outside of Samarkand. Love it. I mean, sharp lines, nothing I've ever seen before.
Were these unique designs an act of rebellion? A discreet cry for freedom in a society where everything was controlled?
Это поэзия вот этих малых форм, малых объектов архитектуры. Это поэзия земли.
The bus stops are disappearing so fast. If I come back a year from now, they could be gone. These pictures may be all that's left in the end.
Wow. Bro, this was awesome. Emhud, this was fucking awesome. Holy shit. God. And the soundtrack is sick too. Holy moly. Yeah, Soviet municipal architecture is fucking incredible. Why Soviet bus stops look weird? This guy made a 3-month...
These are Soviet bus stops. This is one in Armenia. This is one in...
Wait a minute. Is this gonna be like, this guy basically watched the documentary and then posted this? I don't even know who to trust no more. Bro, this guy is writing so... I mean, dude, Bill Ackman needs to fucking get his bitches up, dude. Yo, get your fucking money up, Bill. Fuck you, Bill. What the fuck are you doing? Who writes this long on Twitter, dumb fuck? Nobody should ever work with this fucking guy ever again. Take all of his money. Stop writing this much on Twitter. Dude, October 7th broke this man, okay? Completely. Holy fucking shit. Jesus Christ, dude. Take his money away. What a fucking sociopath. He's been crying since October 8th about like how every Harvard student that has said pro-Palestinian things should be fucking launched out of a trebuchet or something. God damn, dude. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up, Bill. God damn it. I'm done. I'm sick and tired of these dumb fucks. And because they're rich and powerful, they get to fucking literally have like Congress respond. You know what I mean? Like, it's crazy to me. It's crazy to me. The presidents of Harvard, MIT, and Penn were asked the following question under oath today at today's congressional hearing on anti-Semitism. Like, what do you want? What do you want? Do you want to fucking execute Palestinian students and pro-Palestinian students? Is that what you want? Fuck you. Shut the fuck up. Stop bitching. Go to Gaza. Go to Gaza. Parachute into fucking Gaza. Take matters into your own fucking hands, Bill. Fuck. What the fuck are we doing? It's a foreign country. Suck my cock. Oh my God. I've never seen dick riding to this goddamn degree, man. What the fuck? If somebody was doing this shit for Saudi Arabia, somebody would be like, all right, it's done. You're done. You're going to Saudi Arabia. You're done. You're going there. I don't dick ride China this hard, motherfucker. And if push came to shove, I would go visit at least. Fuck. I can't do it. I'm just like, I'm losing my mind. He hasn't stopped bitching. Take his money away. Take his fucking money away. Take it away. He needs to stop posting and start working. Whatever the fuck Pershing Square Foundation does, I don't know. Does calling for the genocide of Jews violate your university's code of conduct or rules regarding bullying and harassment? The answers they gave reflect on the profound moral bankruptcy of Presidents Gay, McGill, and Kornbluth. Representative Elise Stefanik was so shocked with the answers that she asked each of them the same question over and over again. It depends, the context, whether the speech turns into conduct that is actually killing Jews. This could be the most extraordinary testimony ever elicited in Congress. That's the most extraordinary testimony? Get your fucking bitches up. That's the most extraordinary testimony in U.S. Congress? Really? That's the first time? Candace Owens went and testified that Hitler wanted to make Germany great again. That shit was also a matter of record. You think that wasn't more interesting? There's 1,000 things more interesting that happens in fucking congressional testimony than some dumb fuck university president being like, we value free speech. Okay? Oh my God. There literally was, like last week, there was a Senate hearing where Mark Wayne Mullen, the fucking manlet of Oklahoma, tried to physically fight Sean O'Brien, the president of the fucking Teamsters. That shit's way more interesting, dog. You should probably stop looking at this because it's broken your fucking mind. It's so stupid. It's so crazy. I don't know what they want. I don't know what they want. What do you want? What do you want, Bill Ackman? You want to kill students? Is that what you want? You already doxed them. You already made sure that like every fucking major corporation in the greater New York area is literally like, yes, dude, we are never going to hire these people ever, okay? We're never going to hire them. What do you want? 20,000 Palestinians have fucking perished. Hundreds of families, bloodlines wiped out by Israel. What do you want? Do you want to nuke Gaza? What do you want? What more can you get out of life, dude? You have everything. Fuck. I don't understand. We're doing ethnic cleansing in Gaza. We're doing it. We're doing it, and like pretty much universal support for this incredibly inhumane, gross act. And Bill's like, it should be illegal to say that that is what's happening. If you say that that's what's happening, I should be able to kill you with my bare hands. And I don't want to live in a world like that. I don't know. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do anymore. Like, these guys are so fucking rich. They're so powerful. They get congressional hearings done. They yell and bitch and moan at fucking university presidents. What do you want? It was a masterclass of how our government and democracy should operate, which is, I should be able to kill you and hunt you for sport if you say mean things about Israel doing ethnic cleansing. Like, what the fuck is this? Are you serious? It's definitely not okay to say. They're literally asking if calling for the death of all Jews is bad, which it is. Dude, you have to be the stupidest, most easily tricked adult of all time if you think that it is appropriate under any circumstance to call for the ethnic cleansing of all Jews and that this is what this congressional hearing is actually about. What the fuck are you saying? Like, how stupid does one person get? How stupid can a person physically be? I want to see you hit that limit, dog. Please. Go ahead, man. Let me sell you some fucking cryptocurrencies while I'm at it. That's what it says. So, okay. Nazi Germany, National Socialism. Is it socialism? Democratic People's Republic of Korea. They say it's democratic. I'm a stupid man. I'm stupid. If someone is saying something, it must mean literally that. Is that what that's your brilliant, bold argument here? That's what you got? That's literally what it said? That's your argument? Oh, Hassan, chill, bro. I get you're heated, but clip chimps are gonna go crazy. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to fucking do anymore. Okay? They must all resign in disgrace. The president's answers reflect the profound educational blah, 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 blah. Following the 3 minutes. Like, these guys are all fucking liberals. Like, what do you want? They probably are. I didn't even watch this testimony. But if you think, unironically, in your heart of hearts, that you think the presidents of Harvard, the presidents of MIT, and the presidents of Penn, okay, if you think all 3 of them are actually totally fine with the dissemination of, like, Holocaust material or the ethnic cleansing of Jewish students or Jews across the board, you are a schizophrenic person who must immediately be institutionalized. Like, literally, immediately. Immediately. You have to be institutionalized because you are a danger to yourself and others around you. You are seeing monsters in every fucking corner. You are psychotic. Okay? You are an insane person. This, normally, is quite literally just like QAnon shit. Okay? Israel support is basically like QAnon shit. It's like anti-vaxxer shit. You know what I mean? Like, you have to completely shed yourself of any semblance of what happens in your immediate vicinity around you to just, like, lap up so much propaganda that you unironically believe the most insane shit. That Palestinians are somehow making it up. Pallywood. It's a real thing. They're making it up. Bitch, what do you mean? Yesterday, you showed the bombs. Today, you're saying the bombs are fake? What am I supposed to believe here? What are you doing? It blows my mind. Are you scared to debate anyone on the topic? I went on national television numerous times to debate the topic. You fucking dumbass. What the fuck do you mean I'm scared to debate people on the topic? You dumb, neurodivergent weirdos online on Reddit think that only, you got to talk to this guy. This time it's going to be better. You got to talk to this guy. And then I own that guy. You go, well, this is the guy you got to talk to. Oh my God, we got it. We're going to do it. We're going to find the guy. Only my interest will be satisfied when I finally find the one guy that you have to debate. I've went on TV to debate this shit. Suck my cock. Oh, it's blowing my mind. That's what it says, pal. That's the question they were asked and the question they answered. You're the one dodging the facts. I'm pro-Palestine, by the way. Thanks, buddy. Thank you for your support. I love this new genre of dudes who are like, I'm actually pro-Palestine, but you're not actually pro-Palestine in the right way, Hassan. Thanks, man. Dudes are like 2 more guys removed from being like, debate my friend on Discord. Yeah, no, that's what it is. There's always a guy, man. There's always a guy. Come on, you debate this guy, you're scared of debating. Okay, you're not scared of debating, but you're scared of debating this guy. Oh, you're not scared of debating that guy? Okay, well, there's going to be one guy out there eventually. It's just so stupid. There's no end in sight to the mania, to the madness. You know what I mean? This guy. I love that guy ostensibly being pro-Palestine, but he's like, actually, I'm pro-Palestine, but I do think that pro-Palestinian students should be fucking put on a slave ship and sent out into the waters, you know, to colonize new islands, actually. That's what I think we should be doing because, you know, these guys, they're not pro-Palestine in the way that I am, which is what? Well, nobody knows. Nobody cares. Has anyone ever said you're not pro-Palestine? No, they have not. But I'm sure there's people out there that are saying that. Bro, that's so dumb. You know I didn't say they should be put on slave ships. I want them to be able to protest, not call for the genocide of all Jews. What the fuck? Okay, I'm unironically talking to... Okay, I wasn't wrong. You are the stupidest person I've ever encountered in my entire life. Oh my God, we did it. No one is saying that all Jews should be genocided, you dumb fuck. It is a made-up thing in the context of pro-Palestine and pro-Palestinian movements. That's the problem. There are plenty of people who do actually call for the genocide of Jews, except when those guys are white nationalists and not actual anti-Zionists, which include a diverse group of students, like Jewish students, as well as non-Jewish students, black students, brown students, students from all different fucking backgrounds, okay? Those guys are the real problem. White nationalists, they're not the real problem. That's why so many motherfuckers, literally, so many motherfuckers straight up say that they have to defend free speech on college campuses, but then go, oh, never mind. Actually, when it's pro-Palestine, we can't defend free speech on college campuses. Bill Ackman straight up called to expel thousands of students for their statements that was identical to the Haaretz editorial board's opinion on October 7th. You can fucking dance around that issue all day and turn around and say, oh, well, what about fucking calling for all genocide of all Jewish people or whatever the fuck you want? That's not the real problem for Bill Ackman. The real problem for Bill Ackman is, and many others, is being openly pro-Palestine because they want to equate it to anti-Semitism. Okay? After all, there is quite literally a bill. Why are you trending this time? I don't know. I keep unbanning this guy that Fossabots keeps banning. The question is, does calling for the genocide of Jews violate your university's code of conduct or rules regarding bullying or harassment? Chill, schizo, you're making stuff up. I am going to try and remind people, okay, that when congressional hearings like this happen, it has absolutely nothing to do with exactly what the people are saying in the congressional hearings, okay? And has everything to do with a secondary purpose as to why the congressional hearing is held to begin with. I do not know where these dumb motherfuckers are coming from, okay? I don't know why there are additionally stupid people in here today. I don't know why, out of nowhere, it seems like there's a faucet of new dumbasses that are in the chat who are either openly or, I don't know, either openly and willingly being malicious and trolling, or they're just, you know, I don't know. There's like a, oh, I did mention Andrew Tate. It could be. No, I don't think that's it. No, Andrew Tate fans are different. It wouldn't be like that. Anyway.
You're not alone in taking issue here.
Even Larry Summers.
Your fellow Harvard economist Jason Furman has spoken out as well. But also we have Bill Ackman, who says it's not enough just to speak out at this point. We should know the names of the students who participated in these statements because future employers should take that into account in their employment. Do you think it should go that far?
I think Bill's getting a bit carried away. Look, David, this letter was issued 6 hours after the attacks. Many in the groups had no idea that there was going to be a letter. Some who probably signed their groups on didn't fully know what they were signing. Some, I'm sure, were naive and stupid. I don't think this is a time for individual vilification. It's not a time for demonizing Israel, and it's not a time for demonizing students who weren't careful or who were silly in what they did. That's very important to maintaining a community. Bill's entirely right, and I would do the same thing as he does in wanting to make sure that the people I hired weren't people who stood with hate. But asking for lists of names, that's the stuff of Joe McCarthy, not the stuff, not what I think strong.
Everyone should remember that when Charlottesville happened and people were saying Jews will not replace us, we didn't get this level of fucking, you know, analysis on anti-Semitism running rampant when we should have, okay? This didn't happen when Milo Yiannopoulos or many fucking far-right, Richard Spencer was going to college campuses, being a fucking Nazi on college campuses. Where the fuck was Bill Ackman then? Suck my cock, Bill Ackman, you dumb bitch. You don't give a fuck. None of these motherfuckers give a fuck about actual anti-Semitism. They just want to silence pro-Palestinian protests. That's it. And the thing is, why? The question is why? What more do you want? This is why I asked the question. What do you want? What do you think? Because there's protests on college campuses that like Joe Biden is going to be like fractionally less ultra-Zionist? You think he's going to be like, all right, Jack, 8,000 babies, we're done. One less baby killed? Is that what you think is going to happen? Is that what you think? It's so stupid. Oh, it's all a desperate attempt to fucking say all matter. Every single fucking type of anti-Israel demonstration is actually anti-Semitic. That's it. They can take the long way home to try and reinforce that narrative over and over and over again, but that doesn't change anything. Okay? Bro, stop banning me. What the hell? Please unban me. I'm well aware there was a loaded statement. Also, this was way worse in those days, bro, even though it was an inside job. What? I'm well aware that it wasn't a loaded statement. No, it wasn't a fucking loaded statement. The Harvard students groups that put out a statement saying that October 7th is entirely on Israel and it's their fault is literally less aggressive than what you just said, which is that it's an inside job. If they had said that, they 100% would be getting way more yelled at, way more aggressively. Dude, how are you going to say I'm a crybaby here? Oh my God, I literally unbanned this guy like 11 times as he kept getting clapped by Fozabot over and over and over again. And these motherfuckers still are like saying I'm the crybaby here. What the fuck?
Away, here's...
Yeah. Do Harvard students deserve doxing over anti-Israel letter? Which is what happened, by the way. They got doxed. Okay? They got fucking doxed.
That they were signing.
Insane. I don't think the world knew what kind of red line they had in their head until this. Nuts. Anyway, we were talking about Grand Theft Auto being woke. God damn it. I can't believe we just like got, this is where we're at now. People that never leave the suburbs just assume that the rest of the country has the same demographics, so any media depiction of cities that doesn't look like theirs must be a product of some unrealistic forced agenda. The game is set in Miami. Yeah. Bro, the black population is 30%. Hispanic is around there too. If anything, you need to get out of your ghetto and realize those pigs would be mostly white, even in Miami. Oh my God, this guy's insane. He said, you need to get out of your ghetto. Dude, racist people are they're wilding out recently. Like, they are so open about how racist they are. More so than usual. Me, no, Hamas, don't give me that drug that makes me dap people up. Hamas. Yo, Jesus Christ. What a lot of people are not realizing is that there's also a negative polarization that occurs as a consequence of this. And I'm very scared of that. Okay? I said this before during the Tucker Carlson pop-off era. If nobody in the media is actually doing real left-wing economic populism, then the one guy who's doing it is going to get a lot of fucking clout. And the one guy doing it was Tucker Carlson, and he wasn't doing it in a legitimate way. He was doing it because he was a WASP nationalist. I said this as well. If you don't have real voices in mainstream media being normal, okay, and actually trying to get ahead of all of the independent voices that Gen Z, Zoomers, and everyone else is fucking paying attention to, the only voices that are going to be seen on social media platforms that are openly fucking anti-Israel, some of them are going to be straight up Nazis, okay? There's no reason to leave the environment of like honest discourse about Israel doing ethnic cleansing to a bunch of fucking Nazis, man. That's crazy. That's crazy. You end up losing people because they see what the fuck they see. You're not going to be able to win them over by being like, no. What you just saw right there, that dead child, that's fake. That's fake child. It's a fake baby. You're not going to be able to convince people of that. That's insanely racist. It's not real. It's stupid. Go ahead. Keep popping off. Act like every fucking Gen Z person that is pro-Palestine is anti-Semitic. I'm sure that won't lead to like real fucking serious issues down the line. Oh my God. Yeah. I'm fine with genocide, mostly children in apartheid state, but I draw the line of shooting fake cops in a video game. Guy who plays crime simulators to obey the law. Lots of old friends finding me for this post. This is my message to everyone. Cheers. Is this who I think it is? Is this Juniper? Oh, that's funny. Holy shit, what a tweet. It banged. Anyway, from polls, it's more than just Gen Z that see the issue. It's ages 18 to 36 overwhelmingly oppose Israel's action. Yeah. But like when you look at American Jews, okay, the support for Israel amongst the American Jewish population is like fairly consistent with the entire American population, right? It's not like above and beyond in comparison to the average American population and their opinion of Israel, okay? That's the funniest part about this conversation is that like American Jews do not deviate from the American position on Israel, okay? The older you get in the Jewish population, the more pro-Israel you are. The older you get in the American population outside of the Jewish population, the percentages are almost identical. Now, of course, the other side is also true. 51% of American Jews under the age of 35 are pro-Palestine. Okay? That's it. That is very consistent with the entire population, with the entire American population. And people can't fucking deal with that. They're like, we gotta fix it. Oh, I'm so mad. It's just like, shut the fuck up. How about, instead of trying to continuously negatively polarize people against your fucking position, take an honest position. It's over. It's done. You gotta fucking read the room. Jackson Hinkle is not a white nationalist. That's a PEP July? Lol. He's been going to Free Palestine marches. Still think he's low-key racist, though, and ignorant. What the fuck is a PEP July, bro? What the fuck? First of all, that's a ban. Easy. And secondly, I like that he literally turned around and was like, he's low-key ignorant and racist, though. Yeah, he is. That's what I was saying. He's actually nothing. Oh, he means progressive except Palestine. Oh, okay. Well, you know, I didn't clap him for saying PEP. I clapped him for saying a Jew lie. So, anyway, yeah. So there you go. There's no such thing. It's not allowed. Now, here's the one thing I will say: Jackson Hinkle is nothing. He is an empty vassal. Okay, he's like the Kool-Aid man. You know, the actual base boss, whatever. Empty vessel, not vassal. He's an empty vessel. You can fill him up with anything. Whatever is popping at the time, he will lean into. He might actually have personal opinions on Israel Palestine. As far as I understand, he always was kind of pro-Palestinian, but it don't matter. Everything else is basically just like, fill me with propaganda, no matter how, no matter who. I will do whatever the fuck you want. No, Tulsi PSYOP brigade ass motherfucker is a little bit different. Tulsi, on the other hand, is a American government mouthpiece. Literally works with the State Department, worked with the CIA in Africa. That's very different. Jackson Hinkle is just like, tomorrow, if he popped off being like gay and pro-trans, he would do that straight up.
For the male characters, but we don't have any for the female characters. What's going? God damn!
Yeah, bro, I'm right there. That's just the last bit of physics, and I'm.
Yeah, you right there.
So close though.
Well, haven't you been working on this for like 2 weeks, bro? Like, what's going on?
More like 3.5, but I'm right there. The mechanics.
You've been on that ass for 2 guys.
I'm locked in though. I promise you, I'm locked in.
You working hard?
I'm working hard. You don't even know.
Hey, Ben, we still need help with these stages. Like, where are we at? We got missing models and everything.
God damn!
Yeah, man, it's hard, bro. I'm right here, though.
Damn!
It's almost perfect. It's almost perfect. And we'll get to the stages and the moves. We're almost. Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, the fucking top of the car, like the chick twerking on top of the car, looked insane. And I'm not even saying like, oh, it was really hot. Like, it's not even for me, really. Like, okay, maybe a little bit, but the jiggle physics on that was actually crazy. It looked really cool. I just mean, like, it looked really... I'm glad that they're spending a lot of time and effort making the physics look a certain way.
Okay, Ben, you've been working on this for like 3 weeks, maybe a month.
Yeah.
Like, how long are you gonna take? Like, we need this done.
Like,
we need this
one
done.
more
We'll
week.
get in trouble.
One more week, maybe. Like,
move out the way, man.
One other additional point: if racists were smart enough, they would have also seen this. But like, they did a pretty decent job of black hair as well, which is not something that you normally see in video games. And if racists were at least like knowledgeable enough about what certain things like signify a very white developer team, they would have recognized that and then would have been like, oh shit, they've figured out black hair as well. These guys are doing woke, brother. These guys are doing woke, brother. Which is, you know, kind of cool, really, when you think about it. Finally.
Man, let me get this.
Okay,
go.
I
think I take it way too long.
No, I think I got this.
No, I got this.
No, I got it.
Man, move.
I'm the senior,
I
bro.
got it.
I'm the senior, bro.
All right.
Move, bro. I got it, bro. Damn, bro. Hold on. Let me see.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah.
No, that should be.
Maybe do the curvature there.
Yeah, like you have to get. Like, I'm having a really problem getting the.
Yeah, like I don't. God damn, I don't know. I don't know.
What the hell is this company doing? Nobody's answering my goddamn emails. They act like we don't have a goddamn game coming out soon.
It's not understanding why it's not like.
Yeah, maybe just. All right, guys, this is the third goddamn week that the game has been delayed. Somebody better tell me something good. What the hell is going on? God!
That's what I said.
But have you tried everything? What's going on?
Yeah, we tried everything. It's just not like.
Move back.
Not,
See what you got to do. You have to zoom in.
Yeah.
Thinking about this Rockstar employee seems pretty cool. Edinburgh showing up. Haram Zionists haven't fired them, it seems. Grand Theft Auto 6 is Haram Zionist propaganda. Dude, what is this fucking dumbass doing? Like, is he just like entering whatever is trending on Twitter and then just like operating like a AI bot or something? Like, he's like a chat bot. He just like scans through. Bro, he is so like Indian AI website coded with this behavior, except obviously it's, you know, instead of being pro-Israel, he just decided to be anti-Israel. Like, he's just scouring the internet for like things that are trending so he can tweet out like by merging different things together. He has no genuine thought. He does Andrew Tate MAGA anti-imperialism. Yeah. Unbelievable cringe from the transports movie. Why do you guys keep sending me this, dude?
You listen to me, coach. These are not sexy slaps. Do you hear me? Do not get aroused right now. Not even a little. I've staked my entire future on this. These transhumanist tech oligarchs and nihilist college professors have already convinced every self-righteous housewife with Munchausen by proxy to sacrifice their kids on the altar of false virtue. Stop it!
Wait, isn't that like a tweet? I'm almost certain this is a tweet. I've heard all of these things before. Felix wrote this? No, I've heard all of these things before. I'm pretty sure it's like some fucking gender critical person's like tweet that they just ripped.
I've staked my entire future on this. These transhumanist tech oligarchs and nihilist college professors have already convinced every self-righteous...
You heard it while having sex? Yeah, your mom said that to me while I was fucking her. I'm not even kidding. I've definitely heard this before.
housewife with Munchausen by proxy to sacrifice their kids on the altar of false virtue. Stop it!
Okay, there's multiple speeches in the movie where Jeremy Boring explains to someone that they are not trans and they're just confused. It's really fucking nasty. The gay cowboy bit is really not landing for me. I mean, one video on plagiarism and you're seeing it everywhere. Yeah. The I Johnny just released a new vid. Wait, where did I hear this before? I definitely heard that bar for bar before, for the record. I'm almost certain. Hello? One is laying right behind me. Watch the bus stop video. I'm telling you, that sounds like a fucking Jordan Peterson rant. Yeah. Yeah, the Munchausen by proxy I've heard before as well. That they like call, that's what they say being trans is. Don't sacrifice your children on the altar of your false moral virtue. Anyway, whatever. We're moving on from that shit. Let's do some
normal
fun
people.
stuff. I can't do this anymore. Let's do some fun shit. Fuck this. World's most powerful women, baby. I think it's crazy to me that they didn't put Taylor Swift as number one. I'll say it. Taylor Swift not being number one is insane. And a Belgian woman at number one, get the fuck out of here. Christine Lagarde, Ursula von der Leyen, Kamala Harris, Giorgia Meloni. Number 4 is a fucking fascist, dude. Fuck this list. Also, this is literally Girl Boss, the playlist. You know what I mean? Ursula von der Leyen. Bitching about fucking, you know, Chinese EVs wiping out the European market. This New York Times article has you in it. Shut up. Anyway, let's see. Girl Boss, Giorgia Meloni. So there's like Fash Queen, you know, that's nice. Thank you. Christine Lagarde, European president of the European Central Bank. I mean, these are like, you know, social fascists. Not to get all Stalin-like. And then at number 4, you have Taylor Swift, who is, in my opinion, infinitely more powerful than all of those other women combined. So it's weird that they put her at number 5, as in 4 people literally were ahead of her. Anyone we know on this list or what? Boring. Oh my God, Oprah Winfrey at number 31. Jesus Christ, she fell off. Beyonce Knowles at 36. That's got to be racist. Let's be real. Oprah Winfrey at 30. Oprah Winfrey at 31 and Beyonce at 36. That's racist. Anyway, even though Beyonce, kind of a flop that she also released her movie, Renaissance tour or whatever in Israel. So that was a bit of a flop, I'll be honest. I was not gagged by that, okay? I'll tell you what, sis. No, Taylor Swift didn't. Taylor Swift actually pulled it out, I thought. No, she pulled it out. No, it still showed. I thought she said she would. That's crazy. I will for all women at number 1 because I'm not sexist. Yeah, you're a bitch. Pokimane number 23. No, she's not. Get the fuck out of here. Are you serious? Wait, hold up. For real? No fucking shot. Amy Hood, bro. Do we have anyone? Do we have Amarant? Or what? Any Twitch streamers? Not you fell for it? I don't know. She got fucking... Taylor Swift film is being screened in Israel contrary to online post. Damn. In the video, source shares a screenshot of the film's official website and search showing Israel's yields the error message. All screens for this country are postponed until further notice. Many commenters believe Soros' post to be accurate. The claim is false. Yo, that's crazy. That's crazy. I gave Taylor the clout that she did not deserve. I take it back. She's not number 4 or number 5 on my list. Take it back. Toddick was on 30 Under 30, which was cool. Anyway, these lists all suck. I will never be allowed to be a part of them. But that's why they suck. Riz for presidents, German chancellor, Ukrainian president. Oh, no. 30 Under 30. How did I not make it? 1 year, Charlie Kirk took my spot. They straight up told me. I'm not even kidding. The year Charlie Kirk was in 30 Under 30, a Forbes editor said that a last-second substitution took me away from the Forbes 30 Under 30 list and gave it to Charlie Kirk. Straight up. It's not even a joke. They petitioned to have Charlie Kirk on it instead of me because they wanted to balance out the politics of the list. Yeah, 2018. No, it is PR. Yeah, of course it's PR. The 1 year that Forbes was going to put me on Forbes 30 Under 30, they put Charlie Kirk in my stead. I am telling you. Anyway, the Riz that Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky does not have Riz, dude. Come on, okay? Plus, the internet stands like... Okay, we got to look at this fucking list. Oh, my God, we have to look at this list. Okay. I'm going to play, like, a stupid-ass song for this. Let me find something good here. No, not that. No, I don't want to listen. I don't want to do Cum Song. I'm going to Ludwig and Schley's Musical Emporium, even though it's like they need more, you know what I mean? All right, you got Oxford's Word of the Year 2023 is Riz, a.k.a. someone with style, charm, or attractiveness, or charisma, as the olds might say. Naturally, that got Politico wondering, which EU politicians have the most Riz and who is the most Riz deficient? After a super scientific survey of Politico towers, we've come up with the definitive rating. But before you start drafting your angrily worded letters, just so we're clear, sometimes good Riz happens to bad people, and a high score on our Rizometer doesn't constitute an endorsement. Up first is French President Emmanuel Macron. The French president once had a lot of Riz. There was something about his cheeky grin and centrist populism that sent Europeans gaga for Jupiter. Alas, as so often happens, Macron flew too close to the sun. Strike one was his admonishment of a schoolboy for calling him Manu, followed by an order to call him Mr. President instead. It's so not Riz to give yourself a nickname. It's been downhill from there. Okay. That is the worst sequence of words that I've ever fucking read in my entire life. It's done. It's over. I want a Pol Pot journalism as an institution, as an industry, as a vertical, as a sector. I am now excited for the AI revolution to completely wipe out this entire field. I'm done. AI will do what Pol Pot couldn't and just wipe out every optics wearing nerd. Okay, anyone that wears a glass, everyone that wears glasses, you're done. Okay, AI would literally only be BuzzFeed quizzes. I mean, dude, fuck it. At least it's not written by a human. You know what I mean? I'll take it. Chill. It's hard to find a politician with less Riz than the German chancellor, whether delivering speeches for the Bundestag or answering reporters' questions live on TV. Olaf Scholz has the swagger of a chartered accountant frowning over your tax return. To be fair, if you don't want too much Riz as the leader of the EU's top economic powerhouse, but you probably want more than you'd get with a rock with a face painted on it. Up next is Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. Pithy catchphrases, inspirational speeches, impossible bravery, sweet dance moves, plus the internet stands a short king. Zelensky was a celebrity before he became Ukraine's president, and it shows.
Oh, soldier, what a big weapon. I love big weapon. Thanks so much, sir. Animal bullets, animal bullets. This is perfect why it's perfect for me, sir. Watch me right that baguette, monsieur.
If Zelensky was actually like this, Israel would get 0 weapons. Do you understand me? If Zelensky was him, his ass cheeks jiggling like this, Israel will be getting 0 dumb weapons. Israel will be getting 0 smart weapons. No munitions to Israel, all munitions to Ukraine. They would be putting a fucking nuke inside of Kiev right now. Okay? Let me tell you something. He'd be out here being like, I do not need a ride, I need a bullet. And then literally, I would be giving him a ride. Okay? And the bullets. Am I too old to join up? Anyway, so there you go. So you're wrong. Yeah, Ukraine would be getting the Iron Dome in these honey buns. Oh my God. Remember when Israel was like, fuck no, we're not allowing this American invention to go to Ukraine? That was crazy. Israel has been nutty with it since day one. What a fake friend to fucking Ukraine, dude. They have been so fake. And Ukraine has been so insanely cucked to Israel from the start. Israel literally is like, yeah, we love Russia actually as well. Meanwhile, Russia is literally going like, yeah, you should stop blowing up Palestine, while they're literally doing the same to fucking Ukraine. And meanwhile, Zelensky has to sit there and be like, oh, I'm so pro-Israel. I love Israel, please. Yeah, Israel, go ahead. Keep killing every Palestinian. We love you. Meanwhile, what happened, bitch? What happened? They took your fucking guns and they gave it to Israel. What are you doing? Weren't the NAFO dogs saying that Israel? I don't know what NAFO is. I don't want to know. I don't want to know. Don't tell me. Don't do it. I don't want to know. Oh my God, Giorgia Meloni again. The Italian Prime Minister started out low on the Rizzometer. Turns out building a personal brand on loving the Lord of the Rings doesn't score you points with the cool crowd. But things deteriorated this year when Meloni fell for a prank by a Russian comedian pretending to be African Union officials. We'd expect more digital news from someone who reportedly called herself the little dragon of the Italian undernet in online chat rooms in her early 20s. She's a fascist. You're writing like a puff piece about someone who is not only a fascist but also like the wackest, dude. Look at this fucking dumbass, dude. Look at this Giorgia Meloni's phone case. Affirmations for anxiety. Former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson. UK Prime Minister, dude, he's at a 7? They gave him a 7? Yo, fuck this shit, dude. Fuck this. Fuck this. Vladimir Putin. Oh, God, no. Vladimir Putin. Look, we could tell you that waging an unprovoked and brutal war on your neighbors isn't Riz. We could note that releasing a stage-managed photos of yourself riding horses and hunting while shirtless isn't Riz, which is a lie. Objectively, that is Riz. Like, no. Actually, posting shirtless photos of yourself riding fucking horses is unironically cool as fuck. I'm sorry. Straight up. It don't matter who does it. Like, it's so stupid. Why are we doing that? Why are we acting like that's not the case? We could say that being besties with the not-so-supreme leaders of North Korea and Iran isn't Riz, but we don't need to. Of all the world leaders we can think of, Vladimir Putin is the one we'd least like to have a cup of tea or beer with. Enough said. 0 Riz for you. Next. Vladimir Putin. Oh, dude, that's so stupid. Please stop. Oh, Vladimir Putin. No matter who, how about if Pelosi rode a horse topless? If Pelosi rode a horse topless, I'd be a lifelong Democrat for the rest of my life. I would literally never stop voting illegally for the Democratic Party. I would put Nancy Pelosi as a writing candidate for president every year, far after she had passed away. All right, let's watch. Why do the British look down on Americans? Or Soviet architecture? Or the internet is worse than ever, now what? I don't fucking know. Let's do that. I can't stand Norman because he's crazy, psycho, anti-trans now. I know. He's also 700,000 years old and doesn't even have a fucking mobile phone. So, like, we know. He's old, man. He's old. It's like one of those things where you're like, you have like a grandparent that you really love, but also he's not fucking fully there. You know what I mean? Like, what are you going to do? How are you going to unwind this man? You know what I mean? And also, like, Norm isn't like a J.K. Rowling style transphobe. thank God, where it's like it consumes him and it's everything that he cares about. It's more so that he's like very old and very clearly doesn't understand it, and is more so like the type of person who's like, you know, I don't get it, and I don't think that this should play an emphasis in like Democratic Party candidates or whatever. Zizek is like that too, and Zizek is worse in my opinion. And Zizek is better read, like he's more knowledgeable. Hasan has never contributed to an argument in his life. Day 2. Hasan. What is this, like a new line or something? Is that what's going on? Being mad at Norm Finkelstein for being transphobic is like being mad at Karl Marx for being transphobic. They're just old and just as cranky. I don't know where that comes from. Anyway, why do the British look down on Americans?
How do you feel the British perceive Americans?
I feel like there's quite a lot of, I hate to say it, but mockery involved.
I think a lot of people think Americans are extreme.
Do you think that the British think that they're better than Americans?
I think some do, yeah.
There's a lot to make fun of, I think.
We're also fantastic at queuing as well. That's another great thing.
I think British people making fun of Americans is just cope. Like, they just, like a lot of Americans during the Harry Potter era were Anglophiles, and then that just kind of passed away, and now everyone's like shitting on England. So it's just like pure copium to be like, oh no, we actually hate them ourselves. Also, British people hate everyone. Have you met a British person, like an old British person at least? They don't just like hate Americans; they hate everyone. They literally colonize the entire planet. You can't do that without having like incredible disdain for major populations. Also, they hate themselves too. There's also that. New Hasan hater meta just dropped probably. Little do they know, at the top of the hour, they still get to see the 3-minute ad break. Haters, lovers alike, unless they subscribe for $5 or for free. Why didn't you say you haven't contributed to an argument when you've literally been quoted in academic papers? Yeah, but that doesn't mean anything. Only a dumb shit gets quoted there, myself included.
About us. Rubbing me the wrong way because they're too extra. It doesn't seem like it's genuine.
Today, I am in London to get to the bottom of a very important question. For as long as I can remember, I have had the sense that the British look down on Americans. This is a generalization, and therefore doesn't apply to everyone, but it's a strong enough trend that I felt I needed to investigate this further. Here's a quote from Prince Harry's memoir, Spare, that perfectly captures the feeling that I have about this. With some, the anti-American sentiment ran very hot. I was reminded of my childhood, when people warned me all the time about Americans. Too loud, too rich, too happy, too confident, too direct, too honest. I'm very curious what people are going to have to say about this. I have a feeling I'm onto something, okay? So, having said that, let's start talking to some people. Shooting a video for YouTube.
There's a lot of guys that do stuff like this, where they like, you know, annoyingly go up and ask people questions. He's the only one I like. Him and also the Japanese guy that we were watching yesterday. What was his name? Satoshi?
Really great. You hate it? Okay, that's okay.
I'm sorry.
Not that easy today, huh? No, it's not. I'm wondering if I could just get a moment.
I've got too much
We're
time.
off to a very slow start. That's okay. Let's just change up the spot because I'm feeling like there's enough projections in that 100-meter radius.
You know, I always feel really terrible that everyone's first attitude is, oh, you're from America, are you? Oh, okay. You know, which is always you always feel a bit bad about that because I'm not entirely sure why we still do that, but you know.
Yeah. How do you feel perceived as Americans by the British here in London?
A big, stupid, bellowing oaf. Really? Yeah, genuinely. I always feel like...
What is this fit? Like, I feel like she's done it. You know what I mean? She's already an oibruv. Like, the fit is screaming like, hello, how are you fucking doing? It's me, Mary Poppins, yeah? Fucking hell.
I have to apologize for being American. Like, I know my accent's the worst thing you'll hear today, but can I just order a coffee?
My experience, I feel like, has been a little bit different. I think that might be somewhat informed by the fact that I'm a student here. Okay. At first, there was a bit of a learning curve. Like when
she had to blend in like that to look like a Victorian child so she doesn't get a shanking, a chefing, yeah? A fucking chefing is upon you. Fucking hell.
I would speak loudly on the tube. I would kind of get looks and people would tell me, like, you're being American, like, can you maybe not?
There's definitely sort of a sense that there is a lot of difficult things going on in America, and that America potentially could be quite a difficult place to live, especially if you're of colour or from the Middle East.
I have to admit, The inspiration to make this video came when I moved to Europe. As I've explored in previous videos on this channel, many Europeans have mixed to negative views of Americans as dumb and uncultured. But to my surprise, the same goes for the British. I've come to realize that the only people that see the British as intelligent and sophisticated are the Americans. Many Europeans, like the Portuguese or the Spanish, see a very different reality. The British that go off on holiday to get extremely drunk and break things. The British that are isolationist with Brexit. The British that don't learn foreign languages, that stick to their native tongue. Wait a second, I thought to myself. That's what Americans
That's American.
do. Other people do this as well?
How dare they copy us?
I kid, of course. Still, it does feel like the Brits act like the Americans
Okay,
of
this
Europe,
song
but I
is
am
the
certain that
okay. This song is the permanent Johnny Harris song. I'm sorry. When I hear that background music, I'm like, oh, by God, that's that Johnny Harris music. I'm about to be explained how NATO is the most important thing that's ever happened to the world.
it is not something that they'd like to hear said about them. I mean, no offense. I am American after all. Does that not prove my point though? No one wants to stoop to the level of Americans. I felt I had to get my answers directly from the source.
My perception is that the UK is 1 foot in Europe, 1 foot like in the Americas. It feels like it should be in the middle of the Atlantic. Do you agree with that?
I think that's a pretty conclusive idea. Yeah, I think that's definitely true because a lot of people wouldn't even class England as being in Europe. You know, even in England when you...
Fun fact, Europeans have thought this about the English since Shakespeare's day. 400 years of the English being the ugly stepchild of Europe. Brother, I've said this before. The English rest on the laurels. Ne? Hangisi. Oh my God. What did you get? More delivery? That's crazy. It is. The Spanish have the audacity to consider themselves culture. They have both the worst Spanish food out of all the Hispanic countries. That's actually a very interesting take. I have never thought about it like that. Because I was about to say, like, Spanish food is bomb. Like, it's significantly better than, like, German food, for example. But then you hit me with something that I hadn't thought about before. If you compare it to, like, Latin American food, all of a sudden, Spanish food is no longer as bomb. It's still pretty good, but only when you compare it to its European counterparts. Very interesting. If you try Venezuelan food, is dog shit. To be fair, I don't think I've ever had Venezuelan food. I don't know. I have had Peruvian food. This shit is bomb as hell. Dude, shut the fuck up. Schnitzel with sauce, hollandaise, asparagus, and potatoes, fucking amazing. Yeah, this is our German chatter, of course. Classic. Listen, dog. Everybody knows Germany and England literally get carried by the people that immigrated there, okay? The greatest German food is doner. The greatest British food is literally Indian food. Is a chicken tikka masala, okay?
You talk about going to Europe. No one ever thinks you mean Doncaster. They always think you mean Germany. You do get some perception that everyone's some sort of like a Valley Girl accent or something like that, and I think that annoys people quite a lot. But then again, it's the same way that English people are often perceived as all sort of being from London. The American dream, making yourself better and being seen to be self-improving, and it's a lot about earning money and being the best you can and going to the gym and all these kind of things.
Do you think are you saying it's positive or negative?
I think it's a positive thing for Americans, but I think the way it's perceived is often everyone goes, oh, get out of my face, you know, because no one likes to enjoy someone else's success, at least in England anyway. I think in America it's probably very different. Oh great, you got a promotion. Fucking bastards, you know.
The identity of being American is like such a thing.
Right.
That I don't think other places have that as much.
I don't think people are necessarily dumb, and I don't think it's a question of being dumb. I think it's just that there's this idea of like, yeah, being the best. To think that like people in America, depending on where you're born, you can have access to care or not, it's frightening.
Yeah, I mean, this is the overarching social democratic Europe principle is like, what the fuck are you doing? You have so many guns and you have no health care. Something has gone very wrong here. And they're right to say that. They're absolutely correct. Okay? Yeah, America is a proto-capitalist nation pre-industrial revolution. Like, America was always destined to be the most hyper-individualistic, most psychotic, most violent force on the planet. Our geopolitical positioning also accelerated that post-World War II because we didn't withstand the damage of Nazi Germany in the same way. But, like, from the jump, we were the most capitalist, constantly expanding, manifest destiny, expanding further and further west. It's a nation of small business owners, okay, and charlatans and con men and people that were too busy selling each other snake oil. So, you know, we never really stopped. What is this? It's explained really well here.
And then, you know, where else? This is the new world, you know, and the other part of the new world is America. People think that's got a lot of promise. Still, even though we're all a bit funny about Americans now, a bit, I think the reason that happened, all that bad feeling about America, is apart from everything that they've done, it's because American stupid people sound stupider than every other kind of stupid person.
It's true. This is also true because the language is like so boneless in comparison to like the British person. A smart American person. A smart American person will still sound like this. Okay, not to say that I'm smart, I'm not, but you know, it's still kind of crass. Whereas the dumbest British person can still have an accent. So like for Americans, we hear British people, or we hear Irish people, or we hear any kind of other fucking accent, and we go, wow, that's a smart guy. He speaks a different language. He speaks English.
Some people are just thick, but you put up with them. But Americans are annoying when they're thick, because they say, well, you know, if they're talking about one of those terrible incidents that happen every other day in America, they say, well, you know, I was there, and the guy came in, and he had, like, a gun, you know, and he was, like, shooting, and everybody else was totally dead. And you just, it sounds a little divorced from reality somehow. So I think that's why there's this ill feeling about the place sometimes, because of everything the administration has done. You know, it's like the really bad flatmate of the world. Oh, sorry, did I break all your shit? I didn't know it was yours. Yeah, I'll replace it sometime. With my stuff. And, because it's the only remaining empire, of course. You had an empire once. Britain had a great empire. And impressively commandeered and sequestered from the rest of the world. With great style. You just marched in and said, you and you, fuck off, we're having tiffin. And everybody sort of went, oh, right, I'm going to be off now, that's fine. And it took centuries for people to go, hang on a minute, we live here. The American style is totally different, far more insidious. This empire is run on a totally different basis. What America does is it has a nosy in some place, some war-torn, fucked-up place, and that looks for oil or chocolate or whatever it wants. And all the indigenous people obviously get pissed off, and they begin to meet. They begin to foment. They ring each other up and say, you, Habuwa, let's meet and foment at 6 o'clock. In the local bombed-out cafe, they gather round and they say, what are we I'm doing a pan-global accent, okay? It saves time, because America gets around a lot of places. And this represents poverty. Hey, listen. Hey, Haguga, listen. What are we going to do about the fucking imperialistic Yankee big dog, huh? What are we going to do? They come in here, they look around, they take our stuff. What are we going to... I'm talking to you. Put down the beans. Listen, what are we going to do? It's kind of Al Pacino from China via Brooklyn. But the, And then what America does, while these people are talking, it very, very gradually builds a Starbucks around them. And then they all become addicted to latte and they lose the will to rebel. And then they turn into Americans. After a couple of weeks, the kind of people who come up to me and say, hi, I'm Irish. There was no Flaherty, did you know her? I always say, yes, I did. But then again, everybody did. It's a particular kind of American, obviously, the kind of Americans you see in Europe, who often, for some reason, seem to be very generously proportioned. And you see them in museums, blocking up the exhibits, going, what is this? Can we eat it? Where are we? Can we pee? And yet, when you go to America, you see that it's a very, very, because it's so competitive and everything, people are ultra-fashionable and very thin, really. I think the Americans you see in Europe are all the ones who stay in their apartments, get food piped in, and then they're just shipped out to Europe. But the ones over there, you see these amazing-looking people. They don't look real at all, these incredibly exiguous...
Do you condemn this vile racism? No. That's why I'm showing it to you. Without any interruption.
Women, you know those people who look like they can't support the weight of their own teeth in their head? Stalking in and out of fashionable restaurants. I don't know what they do in there. Maybe they just rub pesto on their legs or something. And you know, they look like they weigh as much as a photograph of themselves. And very fashion conscious. But people have this idea that it's still the promised land. You know, somewhere like California, which everything is fruitful and abundant. But Arnold Schwarzenegger is the governor of California. There's a perfectly ordinary English sentence. How did that happen? Do you know how that happened? Because I'll tell you. You know how he got into
He has
that
an
position?
accent.
He got there by lifting things.
Low key, just saying, you're just jealous that you don't have famous people that can be in positions of power in your country. Okay? All right, let's get back to this.
And I don't know how you can speak about being the best when you can't even make sure that everybody's like taken care of. Are you treating everyone the same way in America? No, not everyone is treated the same way, just like not everyone is treated the same way in Europe.
Having been to America a lot, they often ask, obviously as a joke, but just like, do you know the royal family or anything like that?
So do you feel that generally, the big generalization, there's mockery towards the Americans and Americans towards the British? It's more like cute. We think you're cute.
Yeah, I would say that, yeah.
How do you feel about Americans thinking you're cute?
Well, it can be taken as a compliment, obviously, but if they think that we're, like, as a country, not really a force to be reckoned with, then just because we do all these, like...
Yeah, because you're not. Get out of here, dude. England doesn't even have an economy. Get the fuck out of here. It's like jelly deals in finance and a financial safe haven for the war criminals of the world. What do you got? Bro, they fell off. They fell off. You fell off. You fell off.
Like things that date back to long before the US was established. It's not really relevant that they can mock us for that.
Is it condescending, would you say?
A little bit.
Or ignorant?
More ignorant. It doesn't like hurt me.
How do you feel Americans perceive the British, first of all?
They kind of look down on us.
You feel that?
I feel like Americans think like they're on top of everything, and there's always competition between the two.
So do you feel like the British have a chip on their shoulder a little bit because of that?
Yeah, a lot.
Yo,
what do you think?
This is making me patriotic for America almost. What do you mean competition? What competition? Half the reason why Americans love shitting on England, by the way, is because a lot of Americans are kind of embarrassed about like America's disgusting behavior globally. So it's like the one guy that you can point to, at least historically, that has done the same shit for a very long time. But other than that, what competition right now? There's no fucking competition. Well, what is England doing? They got nothing. England is doing whatever the fuck America tells them to do. Get the hell out of here. The only thing England got us beat on the fucking reactionary, the reactionary off, if we're having like a mid-off, the only thing England has us beat on is obviously transphobia. That's it. And even then, we're catching up real quick, okay?
I think the British are better at than Americans.
No, obviously there's like, they have healthcare and shit. I'm not talking about that. And public transportation. I'm not talking about like actually good things. I'm talking about like who's got more fucking clout.
Yeah, but
who's worse?
Really?
More polite.
Yeah, more talkative, more helpful.
More helpful. The British are more helpful.
Yeah, than Americans. But Americans are nice. They're funny. Got good music.
Got good music. Okay. Yeah. Well, the British have good music too, man.
Americans are taking over the music scene.
But I mean, come on. There's a lot of great British music.
So here's the thing that I think is going on here. We are not the same, the Brits and the Americans, but we sure have a lot of similarities. Compare us to the Japanese or to Native Americans or to Ethiopians, and the differences between Americans and the British seems relatively small. We're like blood siblings in the village that is the globe.
So here's what all of this started to make me think of.
Yeah, old era colonial empire and new era colonial empire. It's like, yeah, same shit. We just been doing the same exact shit.
There's a concept in psychoanalysis. I'm going to read you the definition, but it's called the narcissism of small differences. This comes from Freud.
The narcissism of small differences is the idea that the more a relationship or community shares commonalities, the more likely the people in it are to engage in interpersonal feuds and mutual ridicule because of hypersensitivity to minor differences perceived in each other. We see this all over the world, between the Argentinians and the Chileans, for example, between the French and the Belgians. And
Japanese are kind of like the British, to be honest, emotionally stunted fasci island with recent naval imperial past. That's a pretty good assessment. I think that in that situation, though, like there was a taming that occurred. You know what I mean? And much like the British, also Japan is now a vassal state too. So, you know, there is that too. There was a pacification, a forcible pacification of Japan, and now they're both American vassal states.
Indeed, I think this is what is happening between the Brits and the Americans. But at the end of the day, I feel like we make the little things that make us different much bigger than they really are.
The way that we speak and the words that we use.
Yeah.
And again, we were talking about this, weren't we?
Yeah.
About
we were
certain
talking
words.
about things like autumn versus fall. And
Yeah.
it's like that's often something that people like bring up. And for some, well, it's because it's a simpler word. And it's like, fall, American.
You guys don't say
classic.
fall?
No, we don't say fall. We
Oh,
say
interesting.
autumn.
Okay.
So this is autumn. Not fall.
But you can say autumn as well. All right, before we go any further, I want to quickly thank the sponsor.
Why is this guy defending? He found himself defending America all of a sudden. I thought this whole shtick was like he kind of hates America. That's why he lives in Europe.
BetterHelp, whose support has made it possible for me to take this trip to the United Kingdom, as well as bring a videographer with me to film these interviews. These videos take a long time to concept and organize and make life, and I hope it's visible in the production value that I am really pouring my...
I thought he was about to say, like, you know, it helps me cope with how fucking depressing British weather is. BetterHelp has helped me cope with how shitty the weather is here in England.
myself into making these videos as high quality as possible. And all of this is possible thanks to sponsor support like from BetterHelp.
The British will incite nationalism anywhere. That is actually kind of true. It got me to fucking defend America a little bit, which is wild because, like, fuck America. Like, I shit on America every day. And then all it took for me to defend America was, like, one British person being like, well, you know, we're a force to be reckoned with. I was like, what? Sorry, what force? Only thing we're forcing is wherever we want you to go. You go there, okay?
A big believer in therapy. There are a lot of people in my life that have been deeply affected by therapy, myself included, and what I really like about BetterHelp is how flexible it is. First of all, there's flexibility in who you're speaking with, as in you can freely change therapists if you're not clicking with the person that you're speaking with, which I think is super important because I feel like it's really important for me to feel fully comfortable to be able to open up with the person I'm talking to. There's also flexibility with regards to how you speak to your therapist, whether that's via text or video call, depending on what you prefer, as well as when and where.
Ethical reactive
because
skip.
this
I'm
is all
sorry.
remote, and so you can
Listen,
easily
BetterHelp
adapt
gave him the
it
bag.
to
I'm
when
gonna
it
let
fits
him
into your
fucking
schedule.
ride it. We're watching his video. Might as well.
Furthermore,
Holy fuck,
and
it's a bit long
sign up
though.
with BetterHelp. Having said all of that, thank you BetterHelp for supporting my work. And now, let's dive back in.
BetterHelp
Personally,
is bad and you know it, so stop King. I don't care. I don't care that it's bad.
When I come to the UK, I have the impression that I've come halfway across the Atlantic, not just off the coast of continental Europe. And by that I mean, culturally, it feels so much more similar to the life that I had in the US. The convenience of life, the speed, the capitalism, the language.
Everyone speaks English. Everyone's like got the same sort of core values. I'm not necessarily a big Christian person at all, but we all come from this like Christian-based countries. America and Australia are English. There's some things that happen in history, but at the end of the day, we're kind of all the same group of people in that regard.
Culturally influenced.
Culturally influenced by the same group. So I personally don't see many differences at all.
I mean, I've got wonderful American friends who I adore. So that question for me is a difficult one because I think they're great, they're fantastic.
Yeah.
I think the difference is in the way our language is, in the way we use different words. That's where there's a difference.
So pretty minor.
Yeah.
Do you think that sometimes some of the British media or the portion of the British population that looks down on Americans, is it a way to deflect some of the issues that exist here? Could that be said of all societies?
Yeah, you can say that of all societies, but you can also say that of...
By the way, that's precisely why Americans love hating on England. It's like everything that we hate about ourselves, but like pompous and in the rear view mirror of England. So we could just like point to them and be like, well, they were the bad guys. You know, that's what it is. That's straight up what it is.
About the media, they're always distracting, aren't they, from topics, whatever it is.
America's seen as very alpha male, if you think about it in terms of masculine and feminine.
Yeah.
There's an alpha maleness to Americans. And maybe it's just the way they speak, the accent, but you don't really have that sense of Britain. I think there's a stereotype of the repressed male that's
closely connected to, and sort of being in a situation where, you know.
Yeah, like a belligerent, just like a belligerent nationalist campaign that gave you zero benefits. I mean, it is very American behavior to just like behave like that. It was very stupid. It was not a financially wise choice either.
We're going to end up with chlorinated chicken instead.
There's this tendency to think of Americans as just, you know, they're simplistic, really.
Are you like annoyed by the Americans here in
Sometimes.
I wouldn't say
Depends how they are.
Now the interesting thing is I love to drag the US through the mud and criticize it for all the things that I think it deserves criticism for, but the second the Brits start criticizing me or the US, you have nothing to say. Kind of like I can criticize where I grew up, but you aren't allowed to. And the British, in my opinion, are doing their version of the same thing, criticizing themselves to no end, but no one wants an outside opinion. Maybe we all do this. I think we all do this. It's like pointing at someone else's flooding house when your own house is on fire.
So I lived in America for 6 years. I lived in California, Alabama, and Oklahoma for 3 years.
God damn. Bro, there's a big deviation there. What the fuck?
My accent.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, where in America are you from? I'm like,
Yeah.
bro, I'm actually from Australia, but then they give me their little opinions on American stuff. So I've actually had to play defense a couple times since I've been out here.
Are you serious?
I'm so serious. Because they talk about guns or they talk about this, but they don't have like a very good understanding, not just English people, this is people around the world, even in Australia, of the history of America and why those things became what they were. People trying to, throw rocks and then hide their hands.
Yeah.
They don't want the blame to be on them, so it's easy to put it on the big superpower that is on everyone's TV.
My perception is I don't consider Americans necessarily lesser in terms of like lifestyle, culture per se. I just think it's a bit more apparent than it is in the UK, but the UK is just as problematic.
There's always sort of a sense in the past that like America was sort of, 2 decades ahead of what was happening in this country. There is a sense that we're getting closer.
Not a good thing, though. That is true. That is literally true. 100%. European politics, unironically, has gotten closer and closer to American politics, and in a very bad way. And what I mean by that is like hyper-capitalism, the nefarious influence of moneyed interests and lobbying groups, the crippling of like amenities and social safety nets that you took for granted, neoliberalism in general. It actually is happening all around Europe, and it has caused this massive far-right mobilization, not dissimilar to the United States of America, as a matter of fact. So it's very bad, and it's very scary, and I keep fucking talking about that, and for some reason, people don't see it. It's really American to think British and Americans as a dichotomy. To be honest, they're the same as the exact spot on the spectrum. So are Canadians, Australians, South Africans, and Kiwis all come from the same cloth. No. I think that there's a difference for sure. At least Canadians like have like a sense of shame over their actions a little bit. Americans and British don't necessarily exhibit it to the same degree. Americans are the worst though on the pile.
Time frame.
I would say younger generations tend to be a bit more, and the only word I can think of it is shameful of the heritage. I think it's a lot of things from like colonialization and things like that. There tends to be a lot more shame around it.
We're a small island, right? So we've got a small island mentality, but because we've got a small island mentality, we've got to overcome it by kind of that impression that we're the best. And I think
Bit of a basic take there, May, especially considering Canada's history of colonization. No, I know what I said. You heard me. I didn't stutter. I said Canada, fake or not, at least like exhibits a sense of shame, exudes a sense of shame that America does not. 100%. There's definitely like there's definitely more PR efforts made by Canada, in my opinion, to like right the wrongs of the past, even though it's not correct. Like they haven't done it adequately, but at least there's still that consciousness, I guess, that America does not even remotely show. Like Americans don't even do lip service. We're like, yeah, fuck yeah, we did genocide. Fuck you, suck my dick. Now it's like funny because it's like basically in a neoliberal fake ass way. What does that represent? That represents land acknowledgements, right? Yeah, every remotely liberal Canadian politician does land acknowledgements. Americans don't even fuck with that. Like that's not even a thing, brother. That's not even remotely a thing.
that's changing, though. I wouldn't say it's necessarily a total reflection of society now, but I think historically it has been, of course. Let's flip the question. How are Americans perceiving the British?
My answer to that is there is a power dynamic going on, and for better or for worse, the U.S. is much more of a world superpower right now. So I don't think that the U.S. feels threatened necessarily, like competitive with Great Britain. Because of that, I think there's kind of like they're cute, you know what I mean? Like they're Harry Potter and James Bond and sophisticated and
you know.
Use words like autumn.
Exactly. But I also think that there's also a major degree of ignorance. Like the U.S. is so self-involved. We're not even paying attention to what's going on elsewhere in the world. So there's not even enough to form an opinion, you know.
Now, this video was definitely supposed to be in good fun. I harbor no ill will towards the British. I find our rivalries as human beings across cultures, across nations, to be comical and interesting. It's like an insight into human psychology. And despite all of the, criticizing going on here, I'd like to end on a positive note. I'd like to express my appreciation for a few things that I think the British do better than Americans. Your healthcare system, for one. Also, the Premier League. They say football was invented
Fuck off,
in England.
Mike!
If that is true, as someone with Argentinian background, I can only thank you. I also have to thank you for your incredible music. What a contribution to our collective heritage. It is a foreign idea to me to have a royal family, but I respect the commitment to tradition.
But I did move here the week that the Queen died, so it was really interesting to see. I think my first impression of the British as a public was that of mourning for their queen, the 14-hour-long line to go see her lying in state. So I think it was a little bit of a shock. This might sound silly, but how procedural the British can be. I noticed that tends to be every British person I've met tends to be very procedural, as opposed to Americans. I think are a little bit more, dare I say, free-spirited or individualistic.
My dad put a bread in the oven.
So I mean, I think that's not to say
Wait.
that one is better than the other.
And as a final note,
oh my god, it was in the fucking it was in the YouTube video. I was like, what? I thought it ended, and then I heard the beeping again.
we are obviously a world of individuals, and so stereotypes never fully work. Still, I find it so fascinating to explore the stereotypes and cliches that we have for one another. Not always, but often there is some sort of basis of truth there, or else they wouldn't spread and persist as they do. Anyway, having said all of that, I hope you enjoyed this video. And if you did, please consider liking it, which tells the algorithms to share this with more people.
There you go. I got you, King. All right. The Brits have nothing on our fucking food and they know it. Yeah, American food is goated. I mean, it's disgusting. It's slop. It's goated. It's so good. I love it. I love it so much. Oh, yeah, he definitely burnt the bread. I'm realizing. Skip the bus video. The creator is anti-react. He also retweeted something from the Ukraine War Tourist YouTuber guy about you. Oh, this guy? The Soviet bus stop guy? This video was inspired by Christopher Herwig's book, Soviet Bus Stop. It's the book I use for reference modeling, so if you're intrigued by this video, go check it out. By the way, the thumbnail bus stop onion is actually a light bulb. I just thought the imagery and pun was too perfect. Okay, I won't watch the Imperial. His name is Imperial? Why Soviet bus stops look weird? How terrorists stole an Italian cruise ship? When Paris was a Nazi resort? Damn, he has some good-ass fucking... Damn, he made a Turkey's earthquakes video? That's like kind of fire. I kind of want to watch it. The sack of Rome as it happened. How does someone burn bread in a microwave? In the oven. I would like to apologize to you because I was the first person to send you a Johnny Harris video. Get it cleared first. Reactgate is tiring. Yeah, I won't watch it. It's enough for me. Someone saying they don't like me reacting to their videos is not worth the trouble. There are still people that fucking ride the Reactgate wave, even though over the course of many, many years at this point, people are still harping on like old ass memes. I did see someone unironically say that I hadn't actually reacted hard enough to the H-Bomber video, like on Twitter, and even posted a screenshot of me. Remember when I like got up for under 10 seconds, like ran in and out? Yeah, someone actually clipped it and they literally fucking posted it and were like, dude, he's doing it again. Like I baited. I actually fucking baited the clips and they still did. They did it, which is crazy. I don't understand people complaining getting out of your chairs like, damn, lol, you stream for literally 8 hours. Yeah, it's just like, it would be a problem if I was doing it to someone who was upset about it. But with the exception of one content creator who I apologized to and said I would never do it again, who made like 1,000 fucking videos over it and still make 1,000 videos about it, I assume, or still talks about it. It's literally never been an issue for anyone else.
You weren't ever on Jeffrey Epstein's jet, were you?
I was on Jeffrey Epstein's jet 2 times. I was on it in 1993.
Sorry, what?
And I was on it and I went to Florida with my wife and...
Sorry, what? Excuse me. What did you say?
2 children. to visit my mom over Easter. My wife had some kind of relationship with Ghislaine Maxwell, and they offered us a ride to Palm Beach. So I went then, and then on another occasion, I flew again with my family, with I think 4 of my children, and Mary, my wife, to Rapid City, South Dakota, to go fossil hunting for a weekend. And
damn, bro, he's just straight up saying it. What's happening? I guess people don't care.
But otherwise, I was never on his jet alone. I've been very open about this from the beginning. This was in '93, so it was 30 years ago. It was before anybody knew about Jeffrey Epstein's, his nefarious issues. And I agree with you that all of this information should be released. And we should get real answers on what happened to Jeffrey Epstein and any of the high.
I like how he's just been asked, were you on the pedophile plane? And his answer is, yes, I was. And we're all just thinking, weird voice. Yeah, that kind of covers up a lot of stuff. He could be telling you about like how he murdered someone in cold blood. Like he murdered like a sex worker and put it in the back of his fucking car and then dumped the car into a lake. And I'd be like, dude, drink some water. What is happening with your throat? It's what's going on there is definitely shifting the focus away from the major points that you're making, which I think in this situation, not bad. It's a bit of a blessing, a bit of a curse, but also a bit of a blessing when you think about it. I saw a chatter who definitely is not me describe Robert F. Kennedy Jr. as someone who sounds just like the sludge emote looks. I wonder what you think of that. I think that chatter was extremely accurate. Why are the offliners hyping each other up? He does sound like how that emote would look.
Level political people that he was involved with, all of that should be open to the public. It should be absolutely transparent. And, I don't see why any of those records would have any redactions in them. Why would we be hiding that from the American public?
Well, Did you cover this today? Top university presidents grilled in House hearing on campus hate speech? No, I fucking yelled about Bill Ackman for like an hour. Like, if this is about actual fucking neo-Nazis on college campus, I'll be there no matter what. If this is about actual neo-Nazis in general, not even just on college campuses, but in general, I'll be there no matter what. If this is about, like, an actual education on the Holocaust, then what the fuck? That's ridiculous. Of course, you should be teaching the Holocaust. However, it's about none of those things. It's actually just about pro-Palestinian protesters, student protesters, being compared to actual neo-Nazis on college campus, except not really, because if they were being actually compared to actual neo-Nazis on college campuses, every single motherfucker there would be defending them, as they have time and time again. Anyway, I hate that shit. I hate it. It just like makes me so mad. You see Stav on Rogan talking about squirting? Feels like old JRE. Stav's going to be on here as well this week, which is way more important than Joe Rogan. I think it's an exaggeration to talk about McCarthyism with respect to efforts to shut down criticism of Israel. I give you HR 6578, Intro 12.5, a bipartisan bill to create an equivalent of House Un-American Activities Committee, but this time targeting critics of Israel. Shut the fuck up. Miller, Meeks, Wasserman, Schultz, Salazar, Gottheimer, Miller, Moscow has introduced the Commission to Study Acts of Anti-Semitism in the United States Act. With the rise in anti-Semitic violence and brazen attacks on our Jewish communities in the United States, it is important now more than ever that we find the cause of these alarming acts of anti-Semitism to work to protect our communities and religious institutions. Before October 7th, anti-Semitism was on a sharp rise, but now we've seen it skyrocket, especially online, Debbie Wasserman Schultz said. This bipartisan, bicameral inquiry, which is supported by Jewish civil society leaders and experts, will complement the implementation of President Biden's first ever national strategy to counter anti-Semitism and inform key policy decisions in combating this disturbing trend. What the fuck? Bro, this is insane. And was it Gottheimer? The one that literally said, like, all Muslims are responsible? Since the brutal Hamas terrorist attack on innocent Israeli civilians on October 7th, anti-Semitism has risen by an alarming rate of nearly 400% in the U.S., said Salazar. By the way, that number, see, you want to know what's wrong with the ADL? That number comes from the ADL. So when the ADL is the institution that is supposed to be tracking actual anti-Semitic incidents in the country, and then they literally change their rhetoric to also include Jewish Voice for Peace to be an anti-Semitic organization, all of a sudden, people are going to be like, well, what the fuck do you mean 400%? Where's the 400% coming from? Okay? And the problem is, there is anti-Semitic incidents that are on the rise since October 7th. 100%. It always happens. Every time Israel goes into Gaza and starts blowing shit up, there are people that immediately go, oh, dude, all Jews are responsible for this. There are opportunists there are Nazi opportunists who take advantage of that and massage anti-Semitic conspiracies into the mainstream, which is happening literally endlessly since October 7th. Okay? But the issue here is that when the institution that is responsible with targeting this stuff and logging this stuff is very openly demonstrating that they're more considerate of anti-Zionist sentiment and more upset about anti-Zionist sentiment than like actual out and about fucking anti-Semitism, all of a sudden you're like, well, what the fuck? Does this mean like, what have you logged here? Have you talked about like someone tagging a synagogue, which is anti-Semitic? Or are you logging like a protest being done on a college campus that is an anti-Zionist protest led by Jewish Voice for Peace? Do you log that as an anti-Semitic incident? This is the issue. This is the issue with an institution like the ADL not carrying the torch of combating anti-defamation or anti-Semitism, but instead doing this to defend an apartheid state. It's wild. Anyway, and now there's policy associations paired up with this. Since Hamas's heinous terrorist attack on Israel, there's been an explosion of anti-Semitism and intimidation at home and around the world, especially on our college campuses. Oh my God, I want to fucking die, dude. I hate our college campuses narrative. It's like, it's so incredibly like cooked up in the halls of intelligentsia. It's like so narrow. The focus is so fucking narrow, and it is almost always disingenuous. It's always college campuses are too woke. They're not letting Nazis speak. Now college campuses are too anti-Semitic. They're doing pro-Palestine protests. And it's like, dude, it's none of those things. Okay? All of these conversations since the beginning of time have been conducted by those who are not in college but still wish they were in college. Okay? It's people who have done, in the words of Felix Biederman, too much college. You've done too much college, and now that's all you fucking think about. Okay? It's so frustrating. Anyway. Meanwhile, a 5-year-old Palestinian boy gets shot by his landlord. 3 Palestinian college guys get shot by crazy random. I mean, there's also anti-Semitic incidents like that one fucking psychotic lady who drove her car into a black Israelite facility thinking that it was actually a Jewish place of worship. Okay? Luckily, no one died, but that's an anti-Semitic hate crime. It's just, she failed. You know what I mean? Ironically. But like, these sorts of things do happen, and they are very severe. They're very serious. Just like, I don't know. I am worried about this. Since October 7th, the attacks on Israel, the world sees a drastic increase in anti-Semitism, but they don't really fucking say what they're going to do about it. But yeah, the bill is supported by the following organizations: AIPAC and the Anti-Defamation League. This is mostly Democrats that put this bill forward. And the bill is supported by AIPAC, which is a far-right organization. Like, what are we doing? What the fuck are we doing? I hate this. I hate it so much. This bill will create a new congressional body with broad subpoena authority to force Americans to testify or produce evidence related to the committee's mission to investigate the facts and causes of anti-Semitism in the present day. Under this bill, every member of the committee who served for the life of the committee has the authority to do everything the committee is authorized to do. And note that if called to testify or produce evidence, under this bill, you can't plead the fifth. Under this bill, you are legally required to self-incriminate. Oh, my God. I'm going to get called up to this committee. It'd be kind of fun. And for folks that say anti-Semitism is surging, this is necessary, I note the intent behind this bill is exclusively to target criticism of Israel and Zionism. This is clear from the whereas clauses, 100% about October 7th and its aftermath. And from the press release, the agenda behind this bill is clear from the fact that nothing like this was introduced during the Trump era or since to deal with surging anti-Semitism. Exactly. To deal with surging anti-Semitism in the form of open activities by white supremacists, literal Nazis in the U.S. This is what I'm saying. This is what I mean. It's so frustrating. There is the gravest threat facing both Muslims in America and Jews in America are not by Muslims or Jews Okay? It's by white supremacists. I like that we're doing McCarthyism for a foreign nation, which is insane. Anyway, one of the presidents gets grilled was my uni president. It's mind-boggling to see someone who I thought was too pro-Israel get shamed by politicians for not being pro-Israel enough. And to hear those politicians name our student groups that I'm involved with honestly makes me appreciate the uni admins a little more, that they aren't yet expelling pro-Palestinian students and faculty. That's insane to do that, by the way. It's insane. The Biden admin has produced a massive initiative to fight anti-Semitism. The admin doesn't need advice from a congressional commission designed to showcase more grandstanding anti-Palestinian and anti-free speech campaigners to subject U.S. citizens to witch hunts. This is just a breathtaking piece of legislation that the GOP wants to formally open an era of modern McCarthyism with criticism of Israel / fake concern about anti-Semitism as hooks to target progressive Americans. Is no surprise. That 4 Democrats joined is just mind-boggling. No surprise AIPAC is backing this bill, but you guessed it, so is the ADL. Yes, for the sake of suppressing criticism of Israel, the ADL is backing a 2023 version of McCarthyist witch hunt that destroyed the lives of countless Jewish Americans. Take that in. Also worth noting, the bill doesn't explicitly mention the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism, but instead copies and pastes the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism without listing its examples. Given that many / most co-sponsors on the record backing the IHRA definition, including its examples, and given that adoption and enforcement of the IHRA, including examples, is a core AIPAC and ADL goal, it is fair to read the bill as embracing the IHRA definition, including its examples. Yeah. By the way, I'm going to keep it $1.50 with you. You know how McCarthyism disproportionately targeted Jewish Americans? This will too. That's the other part about this, which is why even fucking Nadler was like, yeah, let's not do this kind of conflation, please. Yeah, who do you think this is going to fucking target? It's going to target Jews. It's going to target leftist Jews. It's going to target anti-Zionist Jews. That's why the ADL is literally fucking saying Jewish Voice for Peace is an anti-Semitic organization. Oh, ADL is all in supporting and promoting the new witch hunt, which would seek to destroy the lives of Americans who dare criticize Israel, including Jewish Americans. Yeah.
Thank you,
here,
Ms.
I'll watch this dumbass Congress
Mr.
person.
Good, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Ms. McGill, September 21, a Penn student was taken into custody after bursting into a Jewish organization's morning prayer service, shouting anti-Semitic comments, destructing property, and so forth. On November 10, after the October 7 Hamas attack, Penn issues an apology for a display of light projected onto campus buildings with anti-Israeli messages, including phrases such as, "From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free," and "Zionism is racism." On November 15, the Department of Ed announces that Penn is under investigation for possible civil rights violations of Title VI. And then just 2 days ago, another pro-Palestinian march happened on the edge of campus with Penn property being graffitied with offensive messages such as F the IDF, Intifada, the Arabic word for uprising, and so much and more. There is a deeply troubling tendency by many on the left, as has already been expressed in this hearing, in media, academia, among elected officials, and even some on this committee, who try to somehow conflate or equate anti-Semitism with so-called Islamophobia. It's troubling that it seems that it's only Jews or Israelis who, when they're attacked or victimized, somehow become the oppressors or instigators of those attacks in the eyes of leftists or some on Penn's campus specifically. It's wrong to suggest that anti-Semitism and Islamophobia are equivalent problems in this country.
Yo, is he saying what I think he's saying? He's saying like Islamophobia doesn't matter? Like what? Dude, that's bold to just fucking come out of the gate swinging with that. That's a wild thing to say. That's a wild thing to say.
As noted already in this hearing, Jewish hate crime is the most predominant hate crime in this country today. Ms. McGill specifically. Again, just this past Sunday night, there was another march on the edge of the UPenn campus, an anti-Israeli march. Has there at any time...
Every part of this is just a conflation that like criticisms against Israel are inherently anti-Semitic. That's just all of this. All of this is basically based around the false foundational principle that anti-Zionism is anti-Semitic. And if they don't have to argue on that front and they just take that for granted, they can latch on additional layers of legislation onto it, which is ironic because half the legislation revolves around literally stating the truth that, yes, if you were to go and target Jews for the crimes of the Israeli state, you are very likely engaging in an act of anti-Semitism. random Jewish people should not be targeted for the crimes of Israel. The issue, of course, is that in order for this to stick, you are literally saying, no, no, no. All criticism of Israel is a criticism of all Jews. That's why it's fucking insane. And it's ironic because every single group that he mentioned, every single student activist group that he mentioned is not only led by Jewish students, but also it's comprised of Jewish students in general. So he's literally taking a position that Jews are anti-Semitic for criticizing Israel because Israel represents the interests of Jews, which is an anti-Semitic position. It is anti-Semitic to declare that all Jews represent the nation state of Israel. It is literally akin to saying dual loyalty. It's so fucking insane. It is, oh God. Okay.
Since October 7, been an equivalent large-scale gathering of crowds in support of the slaughter of Muslims or the elimination of an Arab or predominantly Muslim state. Has that happened on your campus or anywhere near your campus that you're aware of since October 7?
Wait, what do you mean? One happened in D.C. And also, you don't have to protest for America to slaughter more Muslims. We already do that. If anything, you only protest for America to slaughter less Muslims, and then that usually gets a lot of scorn from this body as well. That's just the standard. What the fuck? Brother, there are gatherings, large gatherings, hoping to slaughter more Muslims. It's called the fucking Senate, okay? It's called Congress. You guys get together and talk about how expertly you're gonna slaughter more Muslims pretty much every session. What are you talking about?
Congressman, any act of hate, I find
I asked a
abhorrent.
specific question. Has there been any large gathering in support of the slaughter of Muslims or the elimination of an Arab state on or near your campus that you're aware of?
No, the counter to that is literally, I'm sitting in the fucking room that pound for pound takes Muslim lives willingly and every day discusses it, okay? You rarely ever need to get a gathering to go, let's go America, let's do more fucking violence against Muslims, because it's already happening, whether we say yay or nay. As a matter of fact, many people said, don't do that when we invaded Iraq, and it didn't fucking matter. Sure as shit wasn't important. What the fuck? Also, this is an idiotic comparison, because he's trying to say that, like, that's what the pro-Palestinian protests are. A celebration of the slaughter of Jews in Israel, which of course it is not. But false premise alone and a faulty comparison, regardless of the faulty comparison, would it be okay? Like, are you saying it's all right to have, if there are pro-slaughtering Muslims rallies, then, you know, the other students can get a pro-let's slaughter the Jews rally as a treat? Like, what the fuck are you saying? You know? Stupid.
Since October 7th.
Congressman, not that I'm aware of.
Okay, thank you. So you would agree then that it would be immoral or dishonest to treat the two as equivalent problems on campus, meaning anti-Semitism and Islamophobia, that there's an equivalency there on the scale of the scope of the problem on campus. Would you agree that would be immoral or dishonest to equate the two?
Congressman, I abhor all acts of hate.
Would you agree that it's immoral or dishonest to equate the two, that the problems are equal on your college campus or other college campuses? Any evidence of that effect?
Congressman, I abhor all acts of hate.
Thank you. Dr. Gay, on October 8, nearly 36 Harvard student groups authored a statement holding Israel responsible for the Hamas attack. On October 18, a Jewish Harvard Business School student was surrounded, accosted, and shoved to the ground while walking near and filming an anti-Israeli protest.
That's bullshit. That's bullshit, dog. You know what the fuck happened. That's not even real. That was 100% a fucking student that straight up was trying to, at a time when college students are getting doxxed for being pro-Palestine, okay? He was stepping over mass demonstrators that were silently standing on the ground, like they're silently fucking laying on the ground, okay? He was stepping over them and he was trying to fucking get their faces on camera. And then he was literally guided away from that area in the literal most peaceful way you can do that. Luckily, there's a shit ton of footage over the incident. They lied about it, and then these motherfuckers are still continuing that lie. That's bullshit.
Anti-Israel protest. On November 10, when you condemned the use of the phrase "from river to the sea," over 100 faculty signed a letter criticizing your response to that. criticizing that phrase or condemning the use of that phrase. A Harvard Crimson survey of the class.
Yeah, I wonder why. Let's not analyze that. Why are scholars, some of which are also Jewish scholars, why are they signing these letters saying that you shouldn't condemn from the river to the sea? I wonder. No. Let's not think about the scholars on this in this instance. Okay? Let's think about what a dumbass congressperson, thinks about it. Get the fuck out of here. This is literally anti-intellectualism. Okay? Straight up. Yeah, I can't believe your fucking Holocaust scholars are signing off on letters defending Palestinian students. That's nuts. That's actually insane. Like, what the fuck? I mean, Melissa Barrera literally got fired for this. She posted Ross Segal's Jewish Currents piece on how Israel's actions are genocide. Ross Segal is an Israeli genocide scholar. They fired her for posting that article. That's unimaginable. That's nutty.
Class of 2022 showed that 93% of respondents viewed President Trump as unfavorable. 6% of students said they were conservative. 34% of students viewed favorably the Palestinian boycott, divestment, and sanctions, or BDS movement. Currently, Harvard is being investigated by the Department of Education for Title VI violations of civil rights. Title VI, as you know, prohibits recipients of federal funds from discriminating on the basis of race, color, or national origin. A Title VI violation would occur when an institution has allowed, permitted, or created a hostile environment that targets someone based on their race, color, or national origin. We know, of course, that Harvard
is so funny because, like, they're literally advocating to shit on anti-Zionist Jewish students while simultaneously saying that they're doing it under the banner of, like, defending Jewish students. Okay? That's crazy. That's crazy, dog. You're a bad person. You're a scumbag.
Has a history of dividing people based on race, based on the Supreme Court's decision in Students for Fair Admission versus Harvard. Does Harvard actually teach anti-Semitism in classes?
Thank you, Congressman, for the question. No, we do not. And we condemn anti-Semitism and at Harvard there is.
Wait, what? What do you mean you don't teach anti-Semitism? Oh, he was saying, like, oh my God, that question was so stupid that I literally didn't even understand it. I thought, like, he meant, like, do you actually teach students about anti-Semitism and how it's bad? Like, that's literally, I didn't even comprehend what he was saying until she responded to it. I thought he literally was saying, like, don't you guys literally teach that anti-Semitism is bad in school? Which is true. That is a thing that you learn. If you go to college, like, you know, there's, like, anti-racism. There's all these different, like, things that there's all these different, like, seminars and shit. And I guess he meant, like, do you educate people on being anti-Semitic? Like, more anti-Semitic.
Is no place for anti-Semitism.
As you know, Harvard received over the last 4 years $3.2 billion in federal grants and contracts.
He said, "Are you teaching your students new methods of being anti-Semitic?" I gotta see on my anti-Semitism on the test. Yeah, they're teaching, like, slurs and stuff. They got, like, memes, like Yair Netanyahu memes. They post them, like, 4chan style. Another congressperson brought up a poll among Harvard students that only 1% of Harvard students identified as conservatives and said it was concerning that Harvard didn't have a diverse political body. He was so close. You should really just watch the highlight reel. They're fucking hilarious. Yeah. I will. I will look into this tomorrow.
During the 2021 school year, Harvard received $104 million through Title IV. Why should Congress continue to invest money in Harvard when Harvard clearly violates Title VI and helps foster a hostile environment for Jewish students?
We are committed at Harvard to ensuring that all of our students thrive, that they...
Also ironic because, like, if there was an anti-Semitism class, like, at least my Jewish friends would fucking ace that shit pretty hard, okay? Nobody knows inside memes better than Jewish people do, okay?
Feel safe and secure.
Well, apparently 100 professors who sent that letter to you criticizing your condemnation of anti-Semitic remarks don't agree with that. And your institution is clearly producing students who...
Yeah, also, the funniest part about this is that I love that he's a Liberty University guy, which, like, ironically is the type of school where they would like, have a course on anti-Semitism, like, to educate its students on how to be more anti-Semitic. Like, that's pretty funny. That's wild.
Who are sympathetic to a terrorist organization. Don't you think that's a misuse of taxpayer dollars?
Is a conservative bitching about college not being woke enough? Yes, but it will never be framed in that perspective. Oh my God. Is a conservative bitching about college not being woke enough? Yes, but it will never be framed in that perspective. Just everyone's a liberal, man. I told you. Everyone's a goddamn liberal. Everyone. Imagine going to fucking Liberty University and then having the audacity to fucking be like, to talk about anti-Semitism in college campuses. Like, get the fuck out of here. Oh, anyway. All right. I'm done for today. Okay. I love you guys. Long day. I'll be back tomorrow. I might have Stavi Baby on tomorrow. I might have him on tomorrow. Figure it out. But either tomorrow or the next day, or hopefully, fingers crossed, on potentially a Saturday, Chad Weiss is going to be back this week. Chad Weiss is going to be back this week. That's right. Anyway, love you guys. See you tomorrow. Peace. Her sun is streaming. There's again. Her sun is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box. Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord agitprop. Great names take on breaks. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. The H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, her sun is streaming, her sun is streaming. There he is again, her sun is streaming, her sun is streaming. Reading live stream fair comments, Austin show Chad Weiss. And all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord, frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There he is again, her sun is streaming, her sun is streaming. There he is again, her sun is streaming, her sun is streaming.